highs and lows. It's all the same. Highs and lows, highs and lows. Keep all your game. Highs and lows, highs and lows. It's all the same. Highs and lows, highs and lows.
Hello. Yeah, you can hear me. Great. I hope you all are well. Yeah, we're going to the every round table in just a second. Hooray! Hi, hello. We're here. Hello, Katin Hosenka. Is it Katon, Hosenka. Is it like is that a Naruto reference? Is that what it is? Okay. Anyway. So off we go. See if we got people here. It reminds me of a Naruto reference. Your name. But anyway, yeah, let's get to it. Oops. Okay. We got people. I'm gonna go talk to them people. Be a lot of fun. It's gonna be a thing. Here we go. Hey, all.
Hello,
Thanks.
hello.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me, and I guess everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. If I want, I mean, I get it. I get it. It's you're like the center, I think.
No, I just wanted some one-on-one time with you, Prime. I've been trying
Okay.
for the longest time.
Okay. um. Can you talk while we get everything set up?
I can try. I'm probably not
Okay.
as successful as Scott or anybody else in generating discussion, other than like you know exciting things that I watch.
Say
Like
something edgy right now. Say it.
communism is the best system for
Oh,
sure.
not anything but that. Come on.
I thought about it recently, and is there really a difference between a dog humping a leg and some guy jerking off to like deepfake porn of a friend?
uh,
What?
You're gonna have to draw the line together for me,
What?
buddy. So dog humping
Yeah.
leg.
Yeah, it's just like we look at one and we're like, look at that dog. It's trying to like get off on like our friend. But then the other one is just like, look at that guy. He's just getting off on a photo
uh,
that's not really our friend.
I would hope. So I don't know your friends. I'm not gonna make any judgments, but I hope there's more executive function in your human friends than the dog. But I could be mistaken about that.
I think you just hold a lot of value towards what the equivalent of like jerking off is between an animal and a human.
See, his friends are lefties. Very low executive value. Right. External locus of control.
Aren't you okay
Exactly.
with like necrophilia?
I would do it myself, but yeah, okay with that legally. And a dog humping your leg should also be legal. I don't know. Also should not be, even though it's weird.
So putting it out there that dogs should be allowed to have legs. Fair enough. All right.
How are you guys doing this? This even? I just came back from like a fucking 6
But
hour
also in
drive.
Lactoid's world, it goes like both ways, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I'd be curious though, how long would a dog have to hump your leg before you got weirded out?
All right. I got weird out.
I'm like the type of person where it's immediate, right? If I see that dog kind of coming down my leg a little bit weird, I'm like, nah.
Like I don't know, like dogs. I've never had a dog, and certainly not have a dog hump my leg. Can you feel its erection? Just like on your leg?
Depends on the size of the dog, I think. I
Because
don't
that's
know
the thing
for
that would
sure.
freak me out. Less the fact that the humping was happening. It's the erection rubbing on me. So, no thanks.
Like I said, for me, it's on site. I would never even feel it. I just know when they're coming at me. I don't want them.
Okay. Yeah, another reason to eat them, I think. Like
I don't think eating dog is actually that bad.
it's definitely not. It's a great thing to do. It's like it's wasted calories is what it is. That just walking around, shitting everywhere, wasted
It
calories.
seems like a fibrous meat, which I kind of like. Like if you made dog jerky, it might. I feel like it might be kind of good.
Mm.
It really explains your Cruella de Vil admiration.
I mean, if Corella, that's where I would criticize Corella because she never made any mention that she would like use the meat or anything else, right? She just like wanted the skin or the
Just
fur.
being wasteful, yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, if you're gonna like store it, and save it, then okay. And I imagine like puppy meat is falls off the bone, so
Like veal.
I'm sure it's the freshest.
It probably is though.
Yeah. Oh, it absolutely is. We've.
Ooh,
I mean,
baby back ribs off a
baby back
Dalmatian.
ribs off of puppies. Oh my god. Yes. Yeah. I wonder. Like, there's got to be like a market segment. There. Like we have to develop one in the States. I guess people get squeamish about shit like that. But I feel like there's a market segment here. Yeah.
I'm gonna go coyote hunting soon. That's the kind of dog, right?
Are you
I
gonna
think
eat
it's
them?
in the canine family. I think.
It is. Yeah, it's a canine.
Are you gonna eat them?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna eat it.
Oh,
Like my problem is just that like the segregation, right? The segregation between what is an acceptable thing to eat and like what isn't. Like that's the thing that just doesn't make sense. Like and tell people that like yeah I'll eat a fucking horse and they go oh no a horse how could you? But a cow no certainly I mean I have like tons of beef stored in my freezer downstairs. But like a horse how like that's one of God's special animals. What? Why?
yeah.
Yeah.
If not for the fact that we almost
I
hunted them
respect
to
consistency.
extinction. If not for the fact that we almost hunted them to extinction, like, have you ever seen those videos of like when Inuit people eat like whale meat? And it seems like really good sometimes. It seems like they'll cut it and it sounds crisp, and then they'll like hold it and all the oil is like melting in their hands.
Oh, sounds really good. That sounds really good. Fuck. Like yeah, it's the hunting them to extinction, which is the problem, right? Like I can hold back if an animal is like actually going to go extinct, and I don't want that to happen, right? Like that, I think that's a fair segregation.
Yeah. One of the saddest things is
have
that we
whale
hunted the
farms.
dodo to extinction because Thanksgiving could be like a dodo bird on your plate. Imagine that.
Holy
I mean,
hell.
I don't know if that would be a good thing. But
I hope a vegan pops into this conversation midway.
Well, I'm a vegetarian.
There we go.
Already right here.
Oh, are you a vegan, Corey? I thought you were just a vegetarian.
I'm
just a
technically
vegetarian.
Short.
Did
Yeah,
you hear
Yeah,
that?
vegetarians are just weak vegans, okay? They're not trying hard enough.
No, you're not wrong. I will
What do
totally
you
take
mean?
that criticism.
You're like the medic team of a vegan.
What do you mean I'm not trying hard enough?
Ooh.
It's referring to me
harder.
specifically.
You should try harder
Oh,
to kill
okay.
less animals.
I
And steal
mean-
from their body.
You guys
Well,
probably
look,
still eat eggs.
I mean, we could have.
Hey, get your face on camera.
look,
Work on
It's
that.
their
Get your
fault.
face on camera.
It's their fault for tasting.
I promise you, I'm gonna get my camera fixed, but my laptop right now. Has
Well,
a very
no, we
funky
need you.
noise.
No, we need you. Your camera. That's what I said before. We need you with the camera.
Give me 1 second. Yeah, give me 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, but I think that but yeah. So we can bring out like distinctions that I think we can all agree on, right? So, as an animal's about to go extinct, then maybe don't eat it. Okay, fair enough. If well, fuck, I can't think of anything else. Is there anything else that we should actually care about?
I mean, would you? So I'm curious. Like, really, everything is pretty much anything goes as long as it's not a human. As in, like, you would potentially try like chimpanzee, orangutan, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Why not if it's a human?
I've heard. Well, we'll get to that in a second.
Ethically sourced human, maybe. If somebody could get, if somebody could do the
Yes.
if somebody could get like the stem cell scaffolding and then get human meat onto that scaffolding and just like lab grown human meat,
No, I'm not talking about lab.
I'd try it.
FK, you're like a big utilitarian, right?
I don't know if I would eat the humans that are like condensed down.
Well, no.
Into, like, the mush.
Here. Are you like a utilitarian hardcore?
Not like hardcore. I think we should
Oh,
do what
I
we
know you're
can
going
to
with
like
this. I know you're going with
maximize
this.
people's
Like-
outcomes.
Yeah.
Some manslaughter like meat for like the disadvantaged.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
someone-
yeah.
Someone
So
just
The
happens
people
to
that
die.
I think get slaughtered are the type of people who probably wouldn't have good tasting meat. All
So,
right, I
like,
think your actions
you-
dictate your meat flavor.
you go with the Matrix way of doing things, right? Like the dead get recycled to the living.
I mean, there's that, but there's also like the thought experiment of
Isn't-
like let's
Isn't
say
this like a modest proposal? Like, isn't that just the
Yeah.
energy? You
Well,
guys
let's
know the
say, like-
modest proposal? Okay.
What if
It's
you
a nice
had let's say you had like some like eccentric billionaire who's like, I want to eat a human being, and then you have like, let's say, a very impoverished tribe who they're all going to die unless they get the money from the billionaire to like fund their wells or whatever. Does is it morally acceptable for the tribe to like vote somebody off the island to go get eaten by the billionaire in order to save the whole tribe?
This is the next season of Survivor for sure.
Lifetoad, what's up with you and these hypotheticals, man?
Keep yourself muted on StreamYard, but you can talk to the Discord. But go ahead. Say it again.
Yeah, what's up with you and these hypotheticals, bro?
I'm just look, this is a classic utilitarian question. I just want you guys to, all you utilitarians out there, to bite the bullet.
Are you a deontologist? Because are you Christian?
No.
Oh,
He's
what are
better
you?
than that. No.
Well, Prime. Let's be respectful to our Christian brothers and sisters out there.
Yeah, that never happened.
Are you gonna say some cringe shit like contractualism? Because I'm gonna.
No, it's even worse. It's even worse. I have my own ethical system. I wrote my own manifesto. I can send it to you if you're interested.
I actually kind of, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll read it anytime soon, but yeah.
Sure.
I don't know if you ever sent me your manifesto.
Not because I'm not interested. Just to be clear, I just have like
It's
a
a little
list of
bit
books.
sus to call it a manifesto, but okay.
It's a pamphlet. I know manifesto has like a bad connotation.
Bro, manifesto makes it
Wait.
sound like you got a stapler and shit.
I have my own moral system, and I'm writing a manifesto. Is super sus, just to be clear.
To be fair, it's a whole moral system on a pamphlet, so this seems really interesting now.
Yeah.
Is it laminated or like in an official like document?
It's a PDF. So and I to be honest, it's like 4 years old, I think, at this point. So it needs a little bit of updating.
It's not a manifesto, but it's not like scrolled.
Yeah.
Like it has to be scrolled
How many
by
pages?
hand. Yeah, and some of it's got to be like letters cut out of magazines, right? Like, yeah, send it to me, or maybe update it if you want to update that first. Whatever you want to do.
Yeah, for sure. I'll either send it. If I'll look through it, see if it's super far off. If it's close enough, I'll drop it.
How long is it? How many pages do you remember?
Oh, I can just bring it up. It's like 30 pages, maybe. Big letters, though. Big letters.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say what point font? It's like 72 point.
Yeah,
No, not
double
72.
spaced. Double spaced.
Wait, you have a 30-page manifesto?
Oh, hold on, let me just get you the exact page number.
That's insane, bro.
What?
I think-
I'm a creative
Disavow.
person.
I
What's-
disavow
That's
it.
not
To be
creative,
clear,
that's-
I
No,
disavow.
I can respect it. It's basically Lactoid's constitution, I guess, from what I.
No, that's just non-neurotypical. That's not creative.
Constitution.
It's not creative. Like,
Okay, 23. That's not.
Oh, it's only three.
What's it about?
Consent. Consent consequentialism.
Lifetoad, what is consent consequentialism?
You gotta read. I got a whole fucking
He's
pamphlet. if you want-
reading his document.
Is this just going to turn out to be fucking contractualism?
Maybe.
Do you know-
I don't
Do you
know.
know
I don't-
contractualism? Okay,
I'm
you
not
should.
fully educated on it.
You should read contractualism. If you actually want, I actually think if you like consent utilitarianism, you would actually probably like contractualism. That's
Then maybe.
kind of, yeah, it's kind of the premise of it.
Sometimes people can come to the same conclusion using different paths. Maybe that's what happened here.
It's like the brown, what is it, the brown haze effect or whatever it's called?
Erudite, do you look down on contractualists?
No, but my Discord for the first 4 months of us ever having a community fought about contractualism for 4 months straight because one person was a staunch contractualism and I never, so I know so much about this fucking esoteric system and I wish I didn't.
Give us a TLDR.
Of contractualism?
Yeah.
Okay, it basically looks at like life as a series of contracts, both implicit and explicit, and so like there's a hierarchy of contracts that matter, and there's kind of there's good, neutral, and bad ethical practice. So you should always try to, for example, the most important contract would be the contract with yourself. So like survivalism. So somebody in your life does something to try to violate your life, you're allowed to like kill you. It's ethical to have self-defense because they're breaching a contract, which is that you want to stay alive in a society. Yeah. So like rank hierarchies, these things where you like have contracts with yourself, you have contracts with the intimate people in your life, you have contracts with your community, and they have contracts with society. And then if you believe in God, you have contracts with God. And like based on these different things, if you're like in a moral dilemma between two contracts at two different levels, you appeal to the level that's higher. So if like I can't think of one on the top of my head, but if there's an ethical dilemma where it's like a societal contract and an personal contract, you would appeal to I think in contractualism, I forget the hierarchy now. I think society is over interpersonal for the most part. So like if your friend kills somebody, you shouldn't hide the body because you have a greater contract to society to not do crime.
Is a kid like a subcontractor to their parents? Like their parents have control over them?
I'm not a contractualist, just to be clear. So I'm not going to stand it. I would look into it if you're actually interested. I have no idea where children fall, but I do think they get specifically into children and the level of contracts that they can agree to. Yeah.
Sounds
Okay.
odd.
Fair enough. Pets can't enter into contracts, so right? So anything goes. I mean, like they are a property, right? Which can be involved in the contract.
Can't you say the
But-
same thing about children?
I think
Yeah, but the
I think environment has an implicit contract though. Like you're kind of contracted to like not destroy the environment. So like you don't want to do things that like utilitarian, because it's a blend of utilitarianism as well. So like you don't want to do things that would like at a mass level cause like great levels of harm to the environment. So
But you can get
lots of vegans that I know are contractualists, for example.
sustainably sourced dogs is possible though.
That's true. Same with sustainably sourced Irish babies.
Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
They're Irish babies.
Sorry, I'm making a
modest
a
proposal.
callback to a modest proposal, like the
Yeah.
joke before. Sorry, esoteric joke. I really hate Irish people. I just want them all eaten. Nice to meet you. My name's not so Irish.
Yeah.
That was a joke, Twitch staff. That was a joke.
I love the Irish. I do not stand the British.
I mean, they fall off the bone, so yeah. Just,
Whoa.
yeah. So, all right. So we've defended eating all animals. We've dabbled in eating humans. Like what other taboos can we break? I mean, we've done the necrophilia thing the whole time. Guys, we're waiting for 2 other people to show up. That's what's happening here. So we got we're gonna wait till like 8:30 as usual. And after that we're gonna move on. But anyway, yeah. So we've done necrophilia. We've done beast sex of animals. I'm blanking on that.
Bestiality?
Bestiality. Thank you. Yeah.
Did we talk about bestiality?
I mean, we
Historically, it's been talked about, right? But like,
we've talked about
Yeah,
bestiality plenty
yeah.
of time, so definitely
I
discussed
mean,
this.
that's what, if I'm not
Like in
mistaken-
private?
Yeah, we've talked about bestiality on the show.
Doobies
We've
in this
definitely
room. This
done
has been
this.
talked in
What are you
private,
talking about?
public, like one-on-ones.
All right.
You've been here. You've been here. Don't bullshit, but you've been here.
You've been a part of those
If I'm not
talks, bro. You
Look,
stood for those
I
talks.
talked about
Didn't
it
you
openly
defend that
on
one
Wix
girl?
server. I did openly on Wix
If
panel.
I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken, we get most of our STDs from bestiality, right?
No, that's not
No?
true.
Well,
at
No,
all.
because
What?
because the people who are doing it are fucking idiots and they don't know how to like use protection. That's all I'm gonna say about that, though.
No,
You wouldn't need
No,
protection
it-
in the first place if you weren't fucking an animal.
it comes from bushmeat. It
What
comes
do you
from
mean?
eating-
You
no,
can
yeah.
get an STD from like another
AIDS comes
person.
from bushmeat, like eating that rather than.
It's
Yeah,
not
it
having
makes
sex
sense.
with.
They're just not eating it right. They're not preparing it properly. They're getting like the worst of the worst animals. They're not farming their animal. Like if you farm bats poorly, of course you're gonna get COVID.
Yeah,
I mean-
most
kidding.
STDs come from people.
That was crazy. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Having sex with a
I
person is far
understand
more
that,
dangerous.
But I mean, like, if I'm not mistaken, don't. A part
You're
of
mistaken.
I'm mistaken. Okay.
Yeah, I think you are. Like, it's not the fucking animals. Like, that was like a really racist trope for the for AIDS. It's like, yeah, black people must have fucked the animals, and that's.
No, I mean, like, if I'm not mistaken, some people in Europe they were screwing cows and bulls and whatnot. They were getting like chlamydia and gonorrhea.
No.
Okay, like to it. You know everything else.
I know
Lactoid
this
was
is
actually
right.
there watching
He
them
has
not
a
screw those animals.
manifesto. He has a manifesto. Okay.
I
He
have
has
researched.
everything.
I have researched this specific issue in depth. Okay.
What I tell you? What I tell
Lactoid,
you?
you're
I
wrong.
can
You're
tell
wrong. Lactoid, you're wrong. I have a friend who on the politics.gg server who's also researched this in depth, and his stats came out to about like white people accounting for like 86%. That's crazy. All right.
I'm super
Wait,
dubious
wait,
of this
wait,
guy's
what about-
personal stat system. I don't know.
What about hold on. What does white people have to do with anything that was said?
Because
Is
white
that not
people
what
are
you were
always
trying to
fucking their
point out?
dogs.
Europeans talk and bestiality.
No. I was saying that most STDs don't come from like having sex with
Oh,
animals,
okay.
regardless of an
Yeah, like that
African,
begs
the
European.
That's where it's like,
Okay.
all right, I'm good.
I'm
I'm
not
not going to get
mistaken,
STDs.
If
It's
I'm
because
not
he heard
mistaken-
those stats and now he's scared.
Hey, that's mean.
Yeah,
Ah,
step
but-
back.
but where does that? Okay, like to if I'm just gonna where the bacteria comes from. That's all. And if I just start putting like 2 and 2 together,
I mean, like, you can wash it, right?
And here's like
If you're fucking an animal, do you think you go out of your way to like clean yourself afterwards?
Well, maybe if they were, they wouldn't be getting those
Maybe.
STDs.
Also, cleaning yourself afterwards is not like a strong protection against STDs for any kind of sexual intercourse.
Oh, not a strong one.
What?
I mean, okay.
You can't just be like, grab some hydrogen peroxide. Oh, I'm good. No, it's not how that works.
Oh man. You know what prevents STDs? Abstinence.
True.
How do you guys feel about the socioeconomic state of the world?
What?
How do you feel about it, Prime? Prime, how do you feel about it?
The socioeconomic state of the world, not great. Could be better, right?
Is there like a single country that you would blame, or?
I would certainly put a lot of the blame on this country, America.
But don't the Rothschilds live in like the UK or whatever?
I blame Lebanon.
They're
I don't know why you're laughing. I'm serious.
I don't know, but they would have anything to do with anything, honestly.
I've heard different.
You've heard, okay, I bet.
It's in Lactoid's manifesto, okay?
Oh, seriously? No, seriously?
Wait, what's...
No, it's not. She's lying. He's lying.
Actually, Lactoid and Derek had a long conversation about the Talmud and the Jews, and it might have related to the Rothschilds, but I can't remember.
You keep lying about this.
I'm not lying. You were there.
Yeah,
I was there, but I was not involved in the conversation.
What do you think about the Rothschilds?
Manifesto, though. I was skimming through Lactoid's manifesto, and I saw like what Lactoid's opinion was on no-fault divorce, and so I'm just curious, Lactoid and stuff.
Did you know that if you hold Lactoid's manifesto up to the light, you can see a little secret message about the Rothschilds and Fauci?
I knew it was there. I knew it.
I don't know. I don't know much about the Rothschilds. I love the Jewish people. They're very successful. Group of people, and I wish them.
So, what do you think about?
Do you think they're like too successful though? Like, do you think it's weird?
Yeah. Also, Lactoid, why is it that you feel like when you bring up the Rothschilds,
there is no
you
ethnic
have
group
to...
that's too successful? Right? I'm not going to start calling them Jewish privilege or something.
Lactoid, when you bring up the Rothschilds, why do you feel like you have to talk about all Jews?
Somebody else said Jews. I didn't just relate Rothschilds.
I don't know, but you said the Rothschilds, and then you said like I also think that the Jewish people are
Jewish,
successful
aren't
people.
They? Yeah. I said I don't know much about the Rothschilds.
But is that important to their success for some reason?
Whether they're Rothschilds or not, I don't. Maybe.
Well, whether they're Jewish or not.
Those particular Jewish people are fairly successful compared to the average person. How much can we talk about Jews on Twitch? I don't know if this is a good.
Very little, or YouTube. Skip it.
So why do you think they're so successful?
All right, you guys don't want to get me started on that comment. I could go on for a long time.
Yeah, don't get Doobie.
Oh, Doobie, what Lactoid was saying right there was...
What he's saying was actually super interesting there, right? Like the fact that you guys said that, we don't talk about the Jews on Twitch and YouTube. It's like, this is what GSU Gambit was complaining about previously, saying that we don't treat other ethnic groups this way. That there is immediate shutdown, and I don't want to be anti-Semitic like I think everyone here. I'm assuming, I don't know. I haven't read Lactoid's manifesto yet.
I'm browsing it now.
but still, that way, where you guys all are ready to shut down. We talk about all kinds of other ethnic races, all the time here, but now we decide to quiet down.
Oh, the Holocaust happened, so we can never talk about the terrible things from the Talmud and the terrible.
We can never talk about the new Holocaust.
I was just defending you.
I'm just saying the Holocaust happened, so we can never talk about the terrible things in the Talmud ever. That's how that works.
Hold on, because Lactoid, we were in a different server, me and Lactoid were, and he called you far right, and I defended you. You're really not making a strong case for yourself that you're not far right.
Okay, see, this is the problem. This is the association. So I criticize religion. The Judaism, I didn't say the Jews, I said Judaism. And the association is, well, if you're going to criticize Judaism, you must be far right. I criticize Christianity and Islam all the fucking time.
Yeah, to be fair to Doobie, if somebody brought up Aisha and her age, right, and if somebody brought up Christianity and the different contradictions or the hatred that it brings towards gay people, everyone's chill with it. But if you bring up anything bad that happens in the Talmud, which Adobe seems really adamant that there's some pretty bad stuff in there.
Terrible things.
It seems like
There are
there's like a
passages in
fight
the
against
Talmud,
it.
which is again central to like the Jewish religion, that talk about non-Jews like their animals are less than animals, and so like there are terrible things in there.
It's a metaphor.
So, it's not a metaphor. It is
it's all a
absolutely not a
metaphor.
metaphor.
Oh, wonderful, a metaphor.
It says
But the same
explicitly
metaphor.
that
Okay.
I think one of the things is like fucking a dog would be it doesn't say use the word fucking obviously, but it like having sex with an animal would be better than having sex with a non-Jew. It's like it's that level of fucking racism, right? Like yeah, it's really really bad.
Do you have a Southern Poverty Law Center page about you, Doobie, at this
God.
point, or like an ADL?
I just think we should be able to criticize any religion for any like if there's like terrible things in a religion or a
Okay, but
culture.
hold
We
on,
should
though.
not criticize.
Hold
I
on,
think
hold
everyone
on.
agrees,
Really quickly,
more or
really
less.
quickly.
No,
I-
Really quickly.
I mean, they may say in
Okay.
principle, but like in actuality,
There
I mean, look
seems
what
to be
happened
a
here.
fear.
Like, we talked about.
Yeah, but that's just
really
because
quickly,
like
though, Franz, I
to
gotta
have
get
a
something in here
responsible
because-
conversation, I think is most people just can't have that
I gotta-
conversation
I gotta-
responsibly.
I gotta get something in really quickly here, Doobie. Just to be clear, the Jewish ethnicity and the Jewish religion are somewhat intertwined. So you're not just criticizing a religion; you're not criticizing a people in some ways.
I don't agree with that.
Then would you say the
I
same
don't-
thing for all the people who bring up Aisha and like Islam? Because like the Islamic
I don't-
ethnicity and religion are pretty intertwined. But like when people bring up Aisha, when people have been
Islam is
trolling
not
all that shit,
ethnicity. No,
it's been
Arab
okay.
is the ethnicity.
Oh,
That's
like,
why it's
Arab is the
Islamophobic,
ethnicity.
right?
But like, let's be real. Everyone treats Muslim as if it might as well be a race. Like,
Yep.
True.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, Muslim equals Arab.
Not
compared to most
the
people.
not like the academic critics of like Islam, like
Yeah,
They
fair
don't.
enough.
so
Yeah.
like-
Doobie,
you know,
so Doobie, you don't think
Sam
in Western
Harris
civilization-
doesn't, Christopher Hitchens
So-
didn't.
Doobie, you don't think in Western civilization we're allowed to criticize Judaism?
I think it is heavily disincentivized, and I think that there's a level of this is going to sound terrible, but I'm going to say it.
Oh,
There's a level of
please, I
cultural
Never stopped you
conditioning that-
before.
level of cultural conditioning that happens when we are bombarded with the Nazis are easy enemies, right? They're easy like bad guys to put on screen, put in video games. So they're fucking everywhere. And you grow up fighting the Nazis, killing the Nazis in video games, watching the Nazis doing terrible things on TV. And that's fine, but I think that what happens is people become like culturally conditioned to like be on the lookout for things that might be in some way like anti-Semitic, and to call it out and say, "Oh, that looks like the thing that I saw in all those movies and video games. So this must be anti-Semitism. This must be Nazis." Where I think that there are plenty of things within the Jewish religion, within the Jewish culture, that should be criticized as openly as other religions are, and I just think that this like anti-Semitism as a topic for like such a tiny ethnic group, right, in the United States, anti-Semitism as a topic is fucking huge, right, in the United States, right? Like Jewish hate, the Nazis trying to kill the Jews, etc. Huge fucking topic in the U.S. But most people don't know anything about the Jewish religion. They don't know anything about the Talmud. Why is that? That's fucking weird, right? Like, so I feel like people should be more curious.
I don't know how many books are in the Talmud. I'm
Just read the
curious to know,
Talmud
Doobie.
itself.
I
I'm
think
curious to know,
also.
Doobie. Have you ever seen the TV show or read the comic book The Smurfs? Promise you this is gonna be relevant. Can you
Yeah,
not
are you going to
anti-Semitic
say that
show
the
is, right?
you're going to say that the old man was like a stand-in for the Jews or something because he had a big nose? There's a me.
Oh,
should I
his
say
cat's
this?
name
I
was
should-
I heard the
Israel.
same. I heard the same
His
thing in
cat's-
Harry Potter,
you can't
right?
make this up, Doobie. Yes, you can't make this up, Doobie. His cat's name was Israel. It does an anti-Semitic canard that Jews eat children. Like you can't make the Doobie. You can't be you. This
Yeah,
is
he's
like
not
willful
saying
ignorance
that
at this point.
anti-Semitism doesn't exist, though, right? Like he's saying that's a real thing, and it's like, and I think it's a serious thing. And like,
Yeah, but
I
it's
would
still- it's
agree
still
that
prevalent in our community.
anti-Semitism
Look
is
how
like
popular that TV
is
show
in
was.
some ways like more important to address because of like how central it is to the far right, right, to their ideology, in a way that like others aren't, right? Everything is about the Jews in the end with them. And so I think it's something we absolutely have to address, but like that shouldn't keep us from just, you know, having honest critiques and debates just like we have on anything else, whether it comes to, you know, Israel or the Jewish faith itself.
Yeah, Darius,
I
his
feel-
name isn't Israel. It's Gargamel. So I was a little confused when he said that.
Yeah.
It's not. Yeah, people say he's a Jewish
The
stereotype
cat's
because
name
he
is
has a big
Israel.
nose.
The cat's name is Israel.
Apparently,
cat?
his
The cat's name is
apparently
Israel.
Gargamel has a cat.
Oh,
That's
is
named
that
Israel.
true? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I'll look it up, but I've never heard that. People typically
I
say
thought it was
that
it was
Gargamel
Azrael.
himself.
Wasn't it Azrael, not Israel? Like
I have no
Azrael,
idea.
like the
Yeah, it's Azrael. Azrael.
Yeah, get fucked, Darius. Okay, Darius, I told you earlier you'd never be in a debate ever. I told you earlier, episode one. Okay, fuck
come
you.
on. We know,
Darius
we know
can't
the
be me in a
beginning
debate
of-
either.
We
He
know,
just can't
we
win.
know the stereotypical Jewish features. The cat says basic name is Israel. The anti-Semitic canard where the Jews want to eat small children.
Azrael.
Come on, dude. You know what they're trying to get at here.
Azrael, the angel of
What
death.
the hell is
Azrael.
Azrael
The
does
evil
not mean
bad guy
Israel.
has a cat called Azrael, which is
That's
the name
crazy.
of the angel of death. That's what that means.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, get fucked.
Plausible deniability.
Episode one.
Deniability.
Episode.
Plausible deniability, Doobie.
Okay,
Real quick
all right.
question for you, Doobie.
Another
So
L.
people. Okay, so you don't think anti-Semitism is associated with the far right?
Of course it is. Yeah, I absolutely.
Wait,
think
but
that.
then can we just not critique anything that Israel does? Can we not critique Judaism as a religion? Can we just not critique it because anti-Semitism is associated with the far right?
It's
Yeah,
like,
I'm not talking about critiquing the Jewish people. Like obviously, individuals should be treated as individuals. I'm talking about the religion. Like we criticize any other religion.
Cultural
That's it.
critique.
Like the issue is, I get it that Judaism as a religion is highly tied in with the different parts of their culture, but that doesn't mean we can't criticize those parts of their culture. That doesn't mean we can't criticize that religion.
yeah. I think it's just an unfair deployment of. I mean, and look, and it's not like this is not a thing that I am launching at one specific ethnic group, right? Like Jewish individuals. Other minority groups do the same thing where they call bigotry when there's honest criticism, right? So that's the thing that happens all the time, or to cover up their own mistakes or for whatever. So I see the way the term anti-Semitism is deployed sometimes, and I look, man, yes, it's to say that Israel can do no wrong. If you say anything otherwise, then you must be a bigot, and we can safely ignore everything you say to discredit people. I just won't be intimidated by that. I'm going to fight anti-Semitism when I see it, and I do see it all the time, but I'm not going to be intimidated by that. Okay.
Okay, so
Would you
I'm
be
gonna bring
intimidated by
up to you
this?
really quickly, Doobie, but, are we starting now, or you wanna?
Yeah, we're going to start now. Yeah, it's 8:30. Hopefully the other two will get here soon. We will see. Okay. Hello all. This was
We covered it all.
Yeah, right. My pre-panels are usually pretty crazy. This one we went coast to coast of topics here. So I hope you enjoyed all that. Hello all. This is the Reverie Roundtable. We should have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We got a great group of guests here, and it'll be even greater when the other two will get here, I'm sure. But yeah, I'm really excited to talk about these topics with them. If you are watching this on Twitch, well, then hit that follow button. Hit that follow button right now, and make sure notifications are on. Consider subscribing to the channel if you enjoyed all of that. And if you're watching us on YouTube, also consider hitting the confusingly subscribe button and then becoming a member or whatever, right? Super chats will be read, so if you want to ask a question to these people, right? It will allow super chats. So head over there. If you want to help out, so youtube.com, well, obviously it's on your screen if you're on my channel, youtube.com/PrimeKyle. Stop these guys. Even if Doobie is talking in the middle of his spiel, I'll say, shut the fuck up! Got money coming in, right? So yeah, head over there and put the channel that way. All right, so we're going to introduce the guests and get started. Start with my man, number one, as always, Lactoid. Lactoid, how are you doing, friend?
I'm doing good. No, I appreciate being number one, a spot that I rightfully won in a fair game of skill and expertise. So
Rock, paper, scissors.
very happy to be here. Over the weekend, I watched The Ballad of Buster Scruggs for the first time, and so I'm a little bit depressed because holy crap, that was labeled as a comedy, and it was very, very sad. Incredibly good movie though, so I'll try to be as pep as I can for this. Oh, and
It's not
you can
sad.
find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Doobie, yes, it is. Have you seen? Okay, I don't want to spoil it, but there are some very sad scenes. Come on,
You're not.
have a heart. It's sad.
All right. Next, we have a person who hasn't been here for a long time. Our friend FK. We were on a panel together the other day. It reminded me that you exist, and I'm like, hit this guy up. He's great. So FK, you and your sexy radio voice. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I go by just average FK everywhere. I'm just a dude. Right now, I've been playing through Red Dead 2. I'm about to finish it. I think I'm on the last mission, or like the last chapter. I'm gonna get back into talking shit politics on the politics.gg server. You know, it's gonna be fun. We're about to have a Rust server opening up for politics. So if you want to be a part of that, you know, get in there.
Okay. Yeah, and I you know, I've never played Red Dead Redemption. Well, first one or the second one. I've heard only great things about it, but
Dude, it's been so fucking good.
guys are. I mean, I've heard about the horse balls. I've heard. You guys remember that story?
Insane.
You
I was
guys-
running and I saw a donkey's dick in the game just like bouncing.
Yeah, in case you guys don't know, like they are focused on realism. So the testicles of your horse contract in the cold. Just so it's in case you're on the fence.
Very impressed.
It's pretty based.
In case you're on the fence about a purchase, you won't find it anywhere else. All right, so let's continue. This has been weird already. To our friend Corey. After we were talking about horse testicles, let's talk to our friend Corey. Corey, how are you, friend?
I'm doing well, especially, you know, how can I follow that type of introduction? And I have so many kind of like follow-up questions of like, you know, what did they use to like model the testicle contraction of a horse? Like,
Me.
did they actually? That I would like to see that data then, or maybe I don't want to see that data actually. But like, I'm also curious of like, you know, how do they code that? And like, you know, and clearly someone had to like double check it. Is it actually like realistic? All that stuff. So many questions. But yeah, always grateful to be here. Looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces. And I think I haven't met Darius before, but pleasure to meet you. And yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram, literally, it's Corey Campbell. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Moving on to one of my favorite people, period. His name is Counterpoints. Counterpoints, thanks for being here. One of the MVPs of our community here. Always got great points. So if you don't, I mean, if you ever do, I mean, you'll let me down. You'll break my heart. How are you, friend?
I'm good. You know, it's like a 90% to 10% cringe to, or excuse me, base to cringe ratio. Hopefully not the inverse. But no, I'm very happy. I do have babies to take care of because the wife is going to need to get some sleep. I might be a little bit in and out, but I promise to try to have some fun. If you want to check out my content, if you like what I have to say tonight, I do run a Warhammer 40,000 breakdown channel that's doing pretty well. So if you're into science fiction and violence and lore, then go check that out. And then alternatively, you can check out the Counterpoints Coliseum, which is just where I post debates like this, where I like to yell at Twitch and YouTube political spurgs about their perspectives. So if you're into either one of those things, please check me out.
Thank you, thank you. Another one of my favorite people who I like to talk to. It's not that she makes great points. No. It's definitely not that. It's more that like arguing with her gives me like a special type of joy. I don't get from most anyone, right? Like it's what you get when you're arguing with a clearly intelligent person who is clearly wrong perspective. How are you doing, friend? Not to right?
I'm doing super well, and that was quite the introduction. Definitely didn't poison the well at all for anyone engaging with any of my ideas.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm a neutral moderator. I'm known for that on Twitch, right? Never stepping in. So, moving on, we have a brand new person, Adarius, who I don't know where I met you again. But maybe you hopped on the open panel. Was it? I really don't remember. It doesn't matter. You're here now. So it's nice to meet you again on the open panel. One of Doobie's friends, so we can hope for the best.
Based, very based.
So Darius, please
Nice to meet
introduce
all of you.
yourself to me and the audience, please.
Not much to say about myself. My name is Darius. I am a resident here in the great state of Alabama. I lean center left, so please pray for me. But again, I've known Doobie for a couple months now. Met him on some other servers and had some very interesting conversations with him. But that's about it for my introduction.
Okay, thank you so much. Next.
Oh, and by the way, Black Tody's yet to beat me in a debate.
Look, I know the feeling. I know the feeling.
I'm like 9-0, okay? I've crushed Darius every
You're 0-5, my brother. He's never beaten me in a debate. Don't let him fool you.
I know what it's like to have an impeccable record, especially against libertarians. I get it. We will move on to our friend Doobie, Dark Lord and Savior, here again. And shout out to my man Doobie, who's like seriously always trying to help out the channel by finding new interesting people. When I talked to Darius last time, I knew he was going to be a fun person to interact with, and no surprise, he knew my friend Doobie, and Doobie helped set the whole thing up. So thank you, Doobie, for everything you usually do for this community. How are you, friend?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Hello, 1, 2. All right, you should be hearing them now.
Hi, we can hear you. We can hear you. You are. Looks like you're. There we go. Wait a minute. And okay. All right.
Hi, sorry about that.
Hello. Hi. We have another person, who I met because they popped on the open panel. And we had a really interesting time. And so I wanted to give them a tryout. Hello, Aaron M. Sound. How are you?
Yes, sir. I'm great. I'm doing great today. Did a rush show. I'm sorry I'm a little late. I had a lot to do, and this is a set of interesting topics that I hopefully can bring some information, and we can move the topics along. That's basically what I do there is, bring a different set of eyes to the topics. So that's what I like to do.
Thank you so much. All right. I'm really excited to have you all and to the audience out there on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being here. All right. Topic 1. And I hope you guys like these topics because I felt like they're not quite like they're off the beaten path, which is what we try to do here. Topic 1. Foreign investors in the U.S. housing market have made the cost of buying a home much more expensive for Americans. Domestic buyers get into bidding wars with rich investors who can pay cash to sellers. Separately, Florida and Texas have been introducing bills to limit the ability of Chinese and Iranian buyers from purchasing land in sensitive areas. Democrats are saying this legislation could lead to bigotry. Whether you support those specific bills or not, does it make sense to limit the influence of foreigners on the domestic housing market? Would it be racist to say that the American housing market should serve Americans first, or is this a slippery slope to something worse? Okay. So I don't know how much people in general have like heard about the housing market. I think people know that like housing prices have gone up. But like I don't know how many people have like spent time trying to figure out like why that's happening. Part of it is wealthy investors just buying things up. And which limits supply, but it also ups the price because they are paying big dollars for this, and a lot of these are investment vehicles. And so I want to like play with this idea of like what can the response be. And this is not. I also want to say that this is not only a problem for the U.S. There's also a problem in Canada. Canada actually dealt with this previously too. Parts of Canada actually addressed this, and we'll get into that a little later. But like other places where the housing market is seen as just a good investment vehicle where you can park your money, they all having this similar issue. Okay, so we will go down the line for opening statements. All right, we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
Although people should generally be able to buy and sell whatever they want in the micro, I think there are some specific situations in which there are macro level considerations that can dictate policy. If foreign powers buying land poses a threat to world liberty and also the US, then I can see it as necessary to prevent such action by putting limitations on those purchases. In the article, it talks about how there was land near a US military base. If the US military finds this to be a security threat, I think it's perfectly rational to have that stopped. So general policy is if there's a significant reason to prevent somebody from buying land, then I think that should be stopped. But more so, I think countries that are like communist or terrorist in nature, we generally don't want these nations to be, or I guess the two are basically synonymous. So we don't want these countries to like become more powerful, and so I think it's perfectly acceptable to limit them from buying any land in the U.S. whatsoever, and I would include China.
Okay, thanks so much. We have some sort of like static. I'm not sure where that's coming from.
It's M sound. I think it's just his feedback from his mic.
Okay.
I'm muted right now. I'm actually muted. Can you hear me?
I mean, we can hear you now.
We can hear you now.
Sorry, I forgot there is a second side. My apologies. You may be right. Give me 1 second, and I will correct that from this side.
That's
For
good.
sure. Thank you. Let's move on to FK.
Hey. I know for a fact, and I 100% agree, that we probably should have restrictions when it comes to certain things like near airports. I know like if you go to downtown Dallas, near the DFW airport, there's 100% going to be building restrictions. There's restrictions on things you can even do around certain buildings based on, like, at least from what I was told by the people who work there, like receptionists. Ever since 9/11, they changed a lot of the rules with what comes to like what's allowed and what's not allowed near airports. And then I would even take it one step further to say that like I think we should prioritize people who want to exist in certain houses. So if there's like foreign investors that are buying up houses and no one's like living in those houses, I think those should be more prioritized towards like residents, people who are going to be there, people whose kids are probably going to go to school in that area, things like that. I'll end it off there.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
So I agree with some of the sentiments outlined by Lactoid and FK in terms of like some reasonable restrictions that they outlined in terms of like whatever, not building too close to like a military base. But I don't think that addresses like the prompt as far as I can tell in terms of like, how to address this sort of a housing affordability issue or crisis. And whatever, as usual, Canada is ahead of the United States in many aspects, as in like, as you alluded to, Prime, Canada has like implemented, I think, a temporary ban on essentially like whatever foreign investment in housing or pretty much buying as an attempt to address the housing affordability issue. However, from what I can gather from like the numbers, as in like foreign investment in housing appears to be like a very small minority or percentage. I think if I remember correctly, I could be mistaken, it's like single-digit percentage. As in like, and generally speaking, I think from what I can tell, it's not seen as an effective measure or really meaningful effective measure in addressing the affordability issue. And I think as far as I can tell from the United States numbers of like the total value of United States homes that I can find, the value for is about 45.3 trillion. And as far as I can determine based off research, is that foreign investment or purchases represents like in like hundreds of billions, so like a small percentage. I could be wrong, but that's the best number that I can come up with. So like basically, banning foreign investment does not appear to be effective in addressing housing affordability, as in it represents a minority of housing purchases. And I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thanks so much. Let's go to counterpoints.
Yeah, we're not going far enough. I don't think we should just ban foreign investment. I think we should ban domestic investment. These fucking rentoid fucking leeches buying up dozens of fucking properties, keeping millennials in perpetual slave debt. Prime over here is paying $3,000 a month for a fucking studio in some fucking shithole downtown hyper dense urban area. I'll try not to get too racist with it. So, but the point is like the properties should serve the population. So if there are people who are local, if there are people who are working, if there's people who are serving the local economy, they should be able to get access to the property. So if you have maybe BlackRock is the people that I'm going to pick the bone with today, but if you have people who are investing in buying up all the housing and then turning this entire generation into renters, I think they're social leeches and should be legislated against. So yeah, so fuck them if they're foreign, fuck them if they're domestic. North American millennials deserve to own property and to pass equity on to their future children. And if we can't do that as a society, by either building more property or barring investment property, then we've failed as a society.
Erudite, please.
Yeah, I think everyone's already said a lot of it. I'm fine with banning foreign investment. Like I said, Corey said, Canada's done it already. But it only accounts for, like, I think 2% of Vancouver purchasing. So not actually the solution. It's kind of like a classically, like, easy obfuscation away from the actual issues, which I actually think Counterpoint's raised, which is one, like, major. So I don't have an issue with private landlords. I have an issue with, like, major corporations. Like, I think there needs to be some sort of regulation about, like, the amount of land and size of land that, like, people can own. We've got to figure something else. And second to that, I guess maybe I'll add, is zoning issues, right? So building can be really, really difficult. It can be really hard for investors and developers to get stuff started. This is particularly an issue in Canada. And so, like, a really big issue, sorry, I'm gonna have to mute somebody. The buzzing is distracting me. Where's it coming from? Is anybody else hearing the buzzing?
Yeah,
Oh, I am.
Yeah.
Okay,
I was
but
actually
it wasn't
muted that
coming
whole
from any.
time, so
Yeah, it
it wasn't me
wasn't from you.
I think it's a Dari. I think I don't want to point any fingers, but
Okay, it was a day.
Wow, that was racist.
I was
you know
about
me.
to say my road mic is bad. What is going on?
So yeah, I would add to that basically zoning laws. I think there's just a lot of old policy that is causing a really big issue in real estate, and we need to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. Darius, please.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, sorry, Adarius. Apologize.
That's fine. That's fine. It doesn't matter. So I'm going to keep my introduction short and sweet. I do believe that when you have countries like Iran, Russia, or China buying here in the United States, not only is it a threat domestically, that is a threat globally. These are our enemies. These are not our friends. And I mean, again, we have Gen Zers and millennials who are working hard, who are working 40 hours a day, who are not able to buy property and pass on generational wealth to their children. Our enemies who are buying properties in our own backyard. That is an issue, to say for right now.
Thank you so much. Okay. And let's go to Aaron.
I'm glad to hear that we're all aligned basically with the same information at hand. Generally, I don't think that we all have the same facet end goals, but I do think that we're at least aligned to see that there's a foreign set of powers that doesn't have our best interest at hand as a republic, that is taking away our chances and your chances to have home ownership, which is nothing less than wealth accumulation in the nation, or it has been for the past 100 years, and a solid source of that. And I would say my argument against corporations buying into it isn't actually so much about the larger investment platform, because that does, he's right, it is a small portion of the total picture. The bigger picture is in the builder side. Investments go into these homes that become zombies, and I think it affects all of us. It's caused the housing prices to go out of control, and I can tell you from firsthand experience that the counties and the cities go along with the big money more than they do the little guys like us.
Okay. And finally, Doobie.
It's very unfortunate, but I mostly agree with I think all of you.
Thank you, Doobie.
I think that so I'm probably like more toward Connor's end or Counterpoint's end, where I've been in favor of banning like all foreign like home buying or land purchasing, but I would not restrict the investment of like citizens, right? So I'm totally okay with BlackRock or whoever buying up thousands of properties and turning millennials into perpetual renters. That seems fine to me. As a landlord myself, that seems totally okay. So yeah, that's I guess that's right.
How do you justify those two sides, man? I mean,
Up until
because yeah, so because Doobie's fucking perspective on everything is get good, you fucking dorks.
I think it's kind of weird how because I don't think this is like China targeting America, trying like it might be some parts of China, right? There might be some agencies trying to do some weird stuff, but like the reality is most of these homes are being bought like just people in China who have a lot of resources, right? They're trying to like split their resources. They're trying to get as much like secure investments anywhere they can. And it just happens to be that like the American market is a pretty secure investment, like when it comes to housing, right?
Well, yeah.
I think like I'm personally a fan of the like I don't like this idea of like locking off the country. I think if you want to move here and like invest in here and be a part of it, I'm okay with that. But I think that involves the idea of like it should be one person for that home, right? You should have to move to that home to be a bigger part of like getting everything done there. I just don't like this idea though of being like everyone who's investing is this like secret government investment trying to do this bigger goal. Like,
well, is it individuals or is it Chinese firms?
No, it's a lot of individuals and firms.
Yeah. It's a lot of individuals, but it's also a lot of like individuals through their firms just trying to like split their resource, right? They're just it's like not this thing of some of it might be state resource media and shit trying to like gather or like get connections in America, but a lot of it is just trying to get your money split, just trying to get USD.
Yeah, and I was looking into it, by the way, because I'm directly affected in my neighborhood, where just down the way from a rural area, there's a large company that has Chinese investment into it. So I was interested, how does this LA company that has large Chinese investment really, how does that impact the situation? Turns out it's actually an investment company of like regular old Chinese investors. There's some noise in the background. Is that me? Hold on a second.
Darius, is that you? I think I think it was you. Try to keep yourself muted until you're ready to talk. Go ahead, Aaron.
It really does impact in a certain facet that we now have a foreign country inadvertently or advertently, whichever you want to take it. There could be both sides of that, but we do have a foreign country putting in a good amount of investment that takes away the ability of Americans to invest directly. And so I think quotients should be had. We used to have quotients for this stuff where there's only a certain amount that can be had that's reasonable to the affair, and that's held by the counties and the state levels. So what do people think about that? Do you think we can limit it that way and use a percentile quotient and without getting racist and bigoted and end up turning into a redlining, which is also impacting the other side of this? We're not talking about the redlining leftovers. So
what you were saying, like legislated at the state the state or the county level, that they have a certain percentage of like ownership versus a certain percentage of renting? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'd say that there could be something that could be motivated from the state and county level, which is where most of these policies come from when it comes to how the folks are impacted and how the layout of the cities, who gets to develop areas, where that money goes, and those are also that's where all the corruption comes from at the root level. Is it comes from the county boards being small enough to be accessible by big money. So they don't get to be in like, for instance, and this is just very simple stuff that does affect the whole thing. I'm building a home. It's taken me 7.5, almost 8 years now from the beginning of project inception to now, 3.5 years in dealing with the process of dealing with the county. And that has just been in getting permits. So, but the big builders that have millions of dollars behind them and a lot of foreign investment don't have to go through that. And that impacts you all too. If you're younger than me, good luck right now. I mean, I hate to tell you, but good luck.
Well, okay, so what's crazy, pulling a fucking Destiny just to keep it spicy or whatever, like, I'm actually looking at the stats for home ownership versus renting, and it looks like only a third of the country is actually rented. It looks like a 2/3, like I'm looking this up right now, homeowners versus renting, it looks like 2/3 on average. 63% in like Washington and Portland, 72% in Idaho, 69% in Montana, 66% in Florida. So it's actually not as bad as I thought it was. I thought it'd be like a 50-50 split. Yeah, so get good.
Isn't it generational though? Look at
that's exactly where I was going to go. To kind of also give us maybe something else to chew on, something that the World Economic Forum and the globalists want us to do is to build 15-minute cities, basically like walkable, low car use, mixed zoning, all that kind of stuff. And I actually think that a lot of this stuff could be fixed through intentional urban design, trying to make the cities of the future.
Fucking
and then also
Judge Shred super blocks.
Yes, exactly.
and literally like Soviet apartment blocks is what you're talking about.
Sure, yeah, let's do some brutalist architecture. And but then like having a certain percentage that's required to be renter versus required to be ownership. I think that'd be perfectly fine.
But hold on, I don't know how that. Okay, well, a certain amount that's required to be renter and required to be owned, but that doesn't. I don't know how that stops people from buying our property, right? Like there is a lot of investment in the American housing market, right? Like it's like as among all housing
180
markets, it's
billion.
like the most stable, it's the best investment for anyone. So there's
But I thought.
right.
Mhm.
So
I was
there's
just
a
gonna say.
you go first.
Sorry,
I'm
you go
sorry.
first. Well, I was just gonna say, Doobie solved it with Get Good. So
Yeah, yeah.
like we could just let BlackRock and the Chinese multinationals and the all the multinationals or whatever, we could limit them to buying exclusively condominiums in the Judge Dredd apartment blocks, and then we could limit the amount of apartments that they can buy, and then we can just let them be parasites on the American working class, where they just turn them into debt slaves for the rest of their lives. But as long as we keep like a 60-30 ratio where it's 60% homeowners, 30% debt slave, then we can. I'm okay with Doobie just saying get good.
So I guess one issue when I'm looking up stats is that millennials are getting into homes later, right? So 50% of millennials right now in 2023, from what I can see, I'm sure people will find this is my cursory glance, but 50% of millennials now own their home, which was a pretty big jump during the pandemic.
amazing.
But the issue is that millennials are getting in. So I'm the youngest millennial that can exist, which is 29, which means millennials are getting into home ownership way. Yes, it is. Way later.
I'm a millennial. I'm 27.
Super fucking old.
Okay, I'll just check. But
What are we calling
regardless,
millennials?
actually, hold on. I am not bowing. I'm not
What's
bowing to your
28?
autism. I'm not bowing to your autism. Who gives a fuck? Okay.
Well done.
Regardless of what the range of millennials are, the issue is that it seems like, again, from cursory glances, that people are getting into homes later in their lives than they were like 30 years ago, right? So there is this, this like idea that it's like mass calamity, nobody can own a home, isn't real. What is real is like a slowing. And the question is, will the trend continue? Because this trend has been persisting for a while, where there's an increased slowing, particularly in Canada, of new homeowners, right? New homeowners is the really key question of, are young people getting into the housing market? And if that's slowing repeatedly across generations, that's going to be a cause for concern in the future.
But
Is it
Erudite,
just
like
home
the
ownership
question
that's-
is, the question is,
Yeah.
why did millennials wait? Right? It's because the housing, the pricing was high. Like that's why they didn't do it. Like otherwise, it would have followed the exact
No,
same.
no, they're
trends.
just lazy.
That's
That's what everybody knows.
there's
They
that too.
are less. They
Millennials
are
and
less
into homeownership.
financially. They are less financially literate on average as well. That can be part of it.
Okay, well,
Also, where is a lot of
on.
the price?
I would just ask, when we say less financially literate, the issue is, for me, the bar of being financially literate in 2023 is so different than the 1960s. In the 1960s, a lot of like Dave Ramsey financial principles worked, whereas nowadays you need to understand things like debt and how to move it, and how like debt is in many ways cash, and how you need
It's
to
never
occupy and
changed.
understand like movement of debt. That is, I'm sorry, that is very different than like my parents' generation, because my parents' generation, my parents are both successful homeowners, blah 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 blah. You as well, yeah.
That's very
The education.
anecdotal to people, though.
Okay.
What?
I mean,
It's
it's rich dad, poor dad.
Wait, how old are credit cards?
A
Because I'm
couple
pretty
things.
sure
Like,
they're not even really
the
that
80s,
old, like
I think.
realistically.
Come on,
Well, I
the
would-
rich credit cards are the late 60s. The first Visa was in the late 60s.
So like you're going off of these,
He's not 50
it
years
seems
old.
like as banking gets more complex, right? The types of debt you're juggling is going to be more complex, right? You're just going.
Are you?
Go
You're
ahead,
not trying to
you know more on
argue.
this.
Yeah, you're not trying to argue that the financial system of 2023 is the same level of complexity as the 1960s. You think that they're the same?
No, I think that the amount of awareness is actually similar, and that the amount of intelligentsia and intellect to it is about what your influences are. So I think that the amount of rich dad, poor dad situation is not so different. Now, whether or not it's more complex or whether or not you have more options, yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. You have more options.
Okay.
And there's a different playground to play in, yes, but the amount of intellect to it, I see the same situations as when I was a kid. You know,
I didn't ask if it takes a higher IQ to participate in money. I asked if it's
I didn't
more
say,
complex
I didn't
than
say,
that.
but perspective does make a difference whether or not you've been around to see whether or not that adjustment has happened. And I can tell you that people are just as smart about money now
Yeah,
as they were in
okay,
the 80s.
The reason
No,
why I
no,
rolled my
no.
eyes when you said anecdote is because you literally
come
called me out for having an anecdote and then
Well,
used
yeah,
your
because it's anecdotal
anecdote.
to your choice. Yeah, but
So
to
it's
your choice
anecdotal
and
to
experience.
you. It's
No,
anecdotal
it's
to you, though.
it's anecdotal to your experiences just as mine is, and that's an equality. So that's why I brought it up. And anecdote is something we use as an example from our own lives. Simple, nothing more than that. I don't know why you would think it was a pejorative.
No,
I
I
don't
have
wanna-
to
I don't
disagree
wanna
with
say
this. I have to
I
disagree.
think he just used
I-
the content
Just to be clear, I don't want to meta litigate about whether or not
No, that's fine.
that is
That's
the
fine.
pejorative. I don't
It was
give
just
a
an
fuck.
equal. I'm here to talk about moving a subject to solution.
So let's
But,
go
like-
to Lactoid, FK, and then Darius or Adarius. Fuck, I'm sorry. I'm
So,
working on it.
you guys can all look this up, right? So it is true, millennials just don't have the same financial literacy as the prior generations. When asked like very basic financial questions, a smaller percentage of millennials get the correct answer as opposed to prior generations. That doesn't mean that buying a house is always the financially literate thing to do. Like Counterpoints brought up, a majority of Americans do own their house, and apparently now 50% of millennials do. And I'm guessing the number is going to increase as the pandemic shockwave cools. The pandemic shockwave raised construction costs because obviously it closed the businesses that were creating construction materials. New homes being built slowed to a crawl. Overall sales of houses slowed to a crawl because people didn't want COVID-infected people touring their houses. There was all sorts of reasons why this happened. And yes, COVID put a tremendous amount of a bulge in the price of the housing market that will have to come down at some point, at least compared to inflation. So that all being said, now that we know that millennials aren't as financially literate, but even despite that, there doesn't seem to be like a sky is falling moment. I'm curious. Counterpoints and a couple other people brought up how we're going to stop like domestic property investors. From what I've read, most economists believe the way to lower housing costs is just to manufacture as much as possible. Why would you disincentivize large property management companies from building more housing? Wouldn't that be actually antithetical to lowering housing prices?
No, I'm actually I'm changing sides now. I'm with Doobie. I'm on the get good side.
Get good.
So,
All right, base. All right.
Us lazy millennials.
No, hold on. Let me.
Goddamn.
I want to articulate this though, because here's the reality. So millennials are getting into properties later, which could be a problem, but we're getting into everything later. We're marrying later. We're picking careers later. We're doing education more slowly. We're not just like turning 18, getting our high school girlfriends pregnant, and then working the same job until we die. And by the way, that's not a life that I would want to live anyways. So if the price I have to pay is I have to wait a decade later in order to get home ownership, okay. And then also the boomers are going to die, so we'll be able to we'll be able to jump on their heads like
you get their homes,
people,
right?
yeah,
Yeah,
like
basically.
Mario
Just
and
consume them.
Luigi, and we'll just
Consume them.
burst the coins out of their corpses. It'll be fucking awesome. And then basically, like as long as the domestic and as long as renter versus owner stays at a 70-30 ratio, I'm okay with that. The two problems that I'm seeing as far as like markets is California and Nevada, which I just view Nevada or whatever as like mini California. They're at like 50%. So I would view that as something going wrong where investment is creeping into population density, which is causing less home ownership.
Wait,
I would socially engineer against that.
Okay, counterpoints, real quick. The one thing when you said like as long as the ratio remains the same, we do see an increase of urbanization and a move away from the sort of like suburban. Look, I have a house in suburbia. It's fucking awesome. I love suburbia. Okay, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't like suburbia. They want to move to the big happening city where they can get like an apartment downtown and have a whole bunch of fun. That
Yeah, but I
might
think you
lead
have
to
to
a
accept the city's a rent place, right? I think that just has to be something more people need to just start.
right.
have
Well,
to realize, right? Like,
yes. There's reasons for that, right? And so the ratio might change, like as like we move away from like land ownership and more towards lifestyle focus, urbanization. This is relatively inevitable.
that doesn't mean though that
this is a problem for
urbanization
me.
has to be expensive, right? You could come into that. You could change zoning laws. You can make it so that those urban areas are built out to be like conducive for affordable prices, as much people as
And
possible,
hold on,
and
one-
as
one
comfortable
last thing.
lifestyle as possible, right?
I want to say one last thing. So home ownership traditionally in the U.S. has been a vehicle for wealth,
Intergenerational wealth.
with retention. But the reason for that actually is not because homes are like a super solid asset in terms of like appreciation compared to the market. In fact, if you had for some financial models, if you don't actually get out like ahead if you rent but spend the money you would have spent on a mortgage or a down payment or any of this stuff, you put that in the market. Under some calculations, you can come out ahead. The problem is people tend to not do that, right? Because they're financially illiterate. Instead of spending that money in a mortgage, they tend to blow it all. and they don't purchase in the stock market, and they don't make financial decisions that they wouldn't actually need to own a home to be as financially well off as a person that does. They just need to buy stocks.
Hookers and blow are very expensive. Let me tell you. All right.
Yes.
Let's go to FK and then Adarias.
Oh,
And I do one after them.
I was gonna say something earlier. I forgot. I said whatever I had to say for this point.
Adarias.
I was going to say, well, we're saying that millennials are buying, 50% of millennials are buying more homes. And you think the pandemic helped that? I mean, maybe, sure, but also millennials are getting older. Right? And when you get older, you become more financially stable, you become more socially stable, you're ready to settle down, own homes, things like that. So it's not even just the pandemic, it's a product of just getting older. I mean, I really didn't think it was that complicated.
Yeah, no, and but that's a good thing though. So all the boomers are dying. We're taking all their property. It's awesome. It's great. So
And I'm sure wage stagnation has
That's a
nothing
good
to do with
thing the
any of
boomers
these
are
issues,
dying.
right?
kill all boomers.
that she's correct about that.
So
Wait,
anyways,
Wage stagnation. Anyone want to deal with that?
Yeah,
yeah, we can do that.
It's a
We can deal
myth.
with that in a
It's not
second.
real.
Yes, it is.
Wage
So,
stagnation.
okay, hold on. I want to
God.
talk about. I want to talk about urbanization though, because basically people were saying like, oh well, if it's their choice to go be wage slaves in the big city, then it just is what it is. Let them be happy-go-lucky Zoomers. No, fuck that. I would say that downtown urban areas are reliant on a certain amount of labor, and that labor is required in order to make those downtown areas work. And it shouldn't be an option between spending $5,000 a month in the city versus commuting like 2 hours in order to do that. And those families, just because they're financially illiterate and they're effectively like, debt slaves for their entire lives, I think a decent chunk of them should still have access to intergenerational wealth equity, which is the primary vehicle for that. So I would say that major urban areas like San Francisco and like New York and like Los Angeles and like San Diego, they should basically apportion out a certain amount of the properties that are inside their downtown areas for the wage slaves that live there, and force those to be either housing covenants or condos in which the the lower class or whatever can build equity and then pass that on as intergenerational wealth.
You're asking them to
what if they
waste
can't
so
afford
much
it?
land.
And I know. I think
What
this
if they
already
can't afford
exists,
that?
though.
Waste? Why is
What
it
if they
waste?
what if they can't afford the condo?
Who?
The people living there, what if they can't afford to buy out the whole unit?
I mean,
This should be
this
like
may
a,
also be a
this should be like a
policies
community
exist.
effort
This may
in order
also
to
be
You're
a
asking
policy.
for
they
cities
get a
like
free
New York.
they get a free condo?
Bro, you're
No,
asking for
they get a
Sorry. Counterpoints and Lactoid. What you're trying to say? You're saying he's going to subsidize. What's going on here? Subsidized condo.
Yeah, okay.
How
Let me
much you gonna
explain
subsidize
it
these condos?
fully. Yeah, so let me explain it fully, and then you can basically then you can attack the idea. So New York already does this with rent control, where they basically and the black market for them is fucking horrific. But what I would say is that if you have a state level minimum wage, let's say it's like $15-20 an hour, you know that you require this many wage cage slavoids in order to make the economy work. You know that they're going to have this much money on a fucking monthly basis. Then you basically say, if you're going to develop a multi-unit housing development in this area, 10% to 20% of your units are not going to be for rent. They're going to be condos. And as a result, we're going to basically give these units to these people within this income bracket to make sure that they have equity that they can pass on to their families intergenerationally.
Oh,
Okay, real quick. So you brought up rent control. Rent control is like the one issue that economists on both the left and the right agree is a terrible fucking policy.
I don't
You
agree
could-
with
you could
rent
do-
control.
Right. Rent control is absolutely fucking awful, right? It discourages exactly the same thing I was talking about before. It discourages investment. If you're a major
It's
property,
black markets.
if you're a major property
but
developer,
he's
and
just
you get-
talking about payment
I
in
know,
the
hold on.
form of housing.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Okay,
look at
hold
the
on.
Maryland housing. He's kind of. I'm sorry. Look at Maryland. Like, he's just right about this.
Right.
Well,
Rent
hold on a second.
control.
As the
Land
lefty here.
apportionment-
Right,
land
rent
apportionment is a very
control-
You're
important
not a
thing.
lefty. All right, go ahead.
Rent control is absolutely terrible. Like, so if I'm like an investment, like a builder, right, and I'm going to go and build a high rise, and if I have to rent control that building, this is obviously a major dissuasion for me actually going in and building more housing, which is the main thing that actually drives the cost of housing down. My question is, under your system counterpoints, you're saying that the city is going to do what? They're going to like pay for part of people's condos. So who gets the subsidized condo?
They're going to zone it. So basically, like, we know XYZ amount of people are required in order to maintain the jobs in our downtown area. Think about like downtown New York, downtown Manhattan. We know that there's like
All those people who work construction, all those people who are doing all the necessary jobs for that city to function day to day, right? Those people
Sure.
would have a portion of that city designated to them in housing.
Correct. And then basically you would maintain those properties and not as rental units, but as equity ownable properties. So for instance, if you know that these people, the county or city or state minimum wage is $20 an hour, you know that these people are making $20 an hour in downtown Manhattan. You look at their rates, they're making, they're making 40 grand a year, 30 grand a year. If they have a spouse who's working part-time and they have 2 kids, they're making 100 grand a year as a couple. 30% of their shit should go to housing. Then you basically just do that math out. So some people, not all, but some people who work in that city can live in that city. That way they can have a 10-minute commute. That way they can have a 20-minute commute. That way
Would you
they
do the
can pass on
equivalent?
intergenerational wealth.
Hold on.
Would
We
you
have
do the equivalent for
apportionment
like
perspectives.
nurses in a city?
Sure. Yeah. Any necessary jobs in order to make the city function. 100%. Fuck yeah.
I'm not against this.
So are you saying that, like, okay, and maybe I'm wrong. Let's say I'm a family and I got a lot of money, and I'm coming into the. That's crazy. Okay, there are financially literate ways to rent, certain circumstances to rent, especially construction workers who are maybe only there for like a limited amount of time. Travel nurses, you brought up nurses, we brought up construction workers. Those are both groups of people in which there can be transient elements to the work.
Yes,
so is the point here? Yeah, is the point here that, like, let's say, so if I want to live in an area for like 4 years and there's somebody there who's like willing to rent to me, you're saying they should be able to say, sorry, the city says that you have to buy this from me if you want to live here.
No. What I would say is that it could be a percentage. So for instance, let's say that you're building an apartment, you're building like a housing block, and it's going to be mixed use zoned housing. The first layer is going to be like commercial, and then all the upper tiers are going to be housing. Then as a part of the calculation, and let's say that, the city designs, we're designing the perfect 15-minute city. So we know that we're going to need this much labor approximately in order to make the city work. So you apportion that as a percentage. Let's say it's 10%, let's say it's 20%. And you say, instead of renting at whatever the fair market rental is, this is the minimum wage in this city. This is what we expect people to be able to make. This is what we expect them to be able to house. And if they're going to have kids and get those kids educated, this is what we expect them to be able to afford. And then you allow those people, instead of renting, to go into condo contracts. That way they're building up equity that they can pass on intergenerationally. So basically what you don't have, which I view New York, I view Los Angeles, I view San Diego this way, is they basically have thriving metropolitan areas that are only able to thrive because they essentially have commuter debt slaves who will work themselves to the fucking bone, die without health insurance, and who can't afford to raise their kids. That's not good for society.
Yep. No, it's not.
This is ridiculous. We live in a country with public health, universal public education. We live in a country where now you have to get insurance, health insurance, and then thirdly, right, there is, like, and I hate to say this, but like there is like a natural market force here, which is, if you have a city in which the rent is too high compared to the wages are going to have to rise. Otherwise, the workers that you need to run the city are going to have to leave. And if they leave, well, then you're going to have to bring them back somehow. Otherwise, your city's not going to function. You're going to lose more money overall in the long run.
This happens before they get a chance to leave,
and
that's part of the problem of the manufacturing.
Isn't that exactly what Counterpoint is arguing for, right? To get these people into those cities?
I have an intangible counterpoint against this when you're done.
All right, sounds good. So when you are hence the name. When you are bringing up things like condo ownership, right? So that's if you want somebody who built that property, they use their blood, sweat, and tears to actually build a building in this area, and they want to sell you part of the building. I'm totally fine with that, right? But it's when you have these like little fucking like policies come in that the shit starts going haywire, right? Rent control, absolutely universally a terrible policy. What you're proposing is to mandate that certain areas can't be rented, and that certain areas can only be owner occupied. That, especially in an urban area in which every building is a skyscraper, especially like New York, Manhattan, like this is wild. There's transient workers that are cycling through a city all the time. And yes, you have people that want to live in a suburb, want to have that life, and so they're going to buy a house 3 hours away so they can spend their money doing other things that they want.
Okay. So my point.
Yeah. So people are trading being
wage slave. What a weird concept.
You really tell people
Talk to a working class person, and wage slave is not a weird concept at all. And then, sorry,
It's just a
Darius,
feeling, bro.
Yeah.
if
And
you want to finish, but I do have a counterpoint to this that I want to finish. So, Darius, Radarize, you want to finish?
Yes. So people are trading being wage slaves for the nightlife is basically what I'm getting here.
Well, okay, yes,
No.
and so so backing this up, there
Yeah.
are
Huh?
intangibles.
I don't know.
There are intangibles to certain metropolitan areas. Like people like to live in San Francisco because they want to be a part of the West Coast elite that likes to smoke pot and have gay orgies. They want to be a part of Los Angeles for Tinseltown and
Wow,
Hollywood.
Jesus Christ.
They want to be a part of New York because they want to go to the city that never sleeps and all that kind of stuff. And basically this is what happened to my peers, because my peers did, they actually did well. They survived. They got good. But when they were young, if they were unskilled, what essentially would have happened is these cities would have attracted these people for the intangibles. It would have rinsed them dry of all of their resources in order for them to try to survive in that city. And when they couldn't make it, it would have cast them out of the fucking city. And basically other people would have said, get good. So no, I am perfectly fine with saying that 10% of the housing within a major metropolitan area can be equity, and like you have to build equity instead of being rented, so you don't have generations of people just getting fucking fleeced. And then I'm also okay saying that that income should be proportional to the people who are making money within your city for the stratified lower plebeian fucking classes. I don't think that I don't think that major metro areas inside the United States should be exclusive places where only the fucking rich can live and raise kids and have families, because it's fucked up, it's classist, and basically it makes me want to throw Molotovs at downtown areas, even though I'm not Antifa. So,
all right, one quick response. So I own a house. It's in the Midwest. I pay ridiculous, like the mortgage I pay is absurdly low, okay? Because there are amenities that you don't get when you live far away from a city. This is what makes cities so desirable, right? There's all sorts of nightlife, there's other people, there's more restaurants, there's more goods and services
The
available.
place is boring. You got it. Yeah.
Sure, you can say that, but
I will say that.
yeah, sure. This is a trade-off that I have consciously made in the interest of financial responsibility. What you are essentially doing, if you can't, like, literally, this is up to, you're advocating for price controls, right? When it comes to any kind of product in which there's going to be like a strong demand for, and not, are obviously like a capped supply, like real estate. Of course, you're going to have the places that everybody else wants to fucking live. Of course, they're going to be more expensive to live. That makes total fucking sense. Of course, you're going to have to make more money in order to like buy it or occupy a piece of property that everybody else wants to fucking buy, or everybody else.
You're just explaining the fucking market to me.
Yeah. So you're explaining the market, but what you're doing is you're advocating for artificially restricting like the market from allowing people who are actually occupying the demand for that product from being able to occupy the demand for that product. If you can't afford to live in a city, like, you have to fucking move. Okay. I don't live in a downtown urban area. Why? Because I crunched the numbers. I'm a little bit math brained. I decided maybe that's actually not going to work out for me, so I didn't do it.
Something I don't think.
I also don't own a golden Mercedes.
Maybe Counterpoints has brought this up, but I might have missed it. But like, also, there's the idea of public housing. I'm not sure if we really touched on this, but we could. Okay, there you go. Never mind. So you could have massive investment in public housing. We could give that actually a second try.
Incredibly troublesome.
Within our the American tradition. I don't know what it's like in Canada. That might be interesting to talk about. But within the American tradition, we sabotaged that. And we decided, this is just going to be a shitty thing, and we're going to impose this on like the most vulnerable. But we could just decide that a portion of this housing that you guys if we're dividing housing into portions for these cities, right? That a certain amount of it is dedicated to public housing that has reasonable rent, and that allows for those migrants, transients that you were talking about. And it gives an escape valve, I guess, for others who just want to be a part of this situation if they're lucky enough to get a spot.
Okay. Number
Like,
one,
can I ask
lucky
you,
enough,
how do we
if
get rid
they're
of this
lucky enough to
biasment?
get a spot.
In the apportionment, how do we get
Yeah,
rid of the
I mean,
bias
well,
in the
yeah,
apportionment?
because
As
then-
opposed to if they
and the-
work
and the
and are financially
wage-
To be
literate and
fair,
yeah,
safe.
I don't give a shit about that.
To be fair,
So-
Prime, do
course,
we go
yeah.
into this with the idea of like we want to make it as shitty as possible? I feel like realistically, right? We went in, we were like, hey, whoever's the lowest bidder is gonna get this project. We gave it to the lowest bidders. They built out like the cheapest thing they could. I feel like again, this is more of a case where we need to have standards on how we want things built, what we want to like maximize, and impose those standards on the people who are building out our properties.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Sure, I
That's
guess-
half the problem, by the way. That's half the problem. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh,
I was gonna
Erudite,
say,
then Aaron.
I think with public housing and stuff, I think governments that want to instantiate welfare systems, I think is totally fine. But I think that governments that are like wise should try to like get on the back of the good of private industry and then subsidize it through like government money, but not have it government run at all, right? So like there is public housing in Canada. Some of it's government run and some of it's going to be nonprofit run. A lot of times you can tell a massive difference. A lot of nonprofit run businesses that have like housing that has been partially subsidized. So the nonprofit pays for the development and they house it all and they do all their donos and they get supported. But the nonprofit manages the property. They do everything with it. Those properties tend to be okay as long as they can get like zoned in a location that isn't like super high in crime, because a really big issue with all this public housing stuff and high affordability is that you typically have like highly criminological individuals that are oscillating between same individuals. Like you've got high criminological people who don't have jobs and are cycling in and out of jail next to young refugee immigrant families that are like just trying to figure out how to like exist in life with young children around these criminological spaces. So I think when it comes to like public welfare type stuff, I think we need to be really, really cautious about the way that we roll that out, because I think it's good to have welfare services, but I think a lot of times, like when I look at like public welfare housing, for example, it's almost always seedy, it's trashed, it's destroyed, there's drugs on every floor, it's dangerous to have children around, nobody does repairs because it's too expensive to do repairs because it'll be broken next week, it's not maintained, and it's dangerous to be around at night. And it's
I
just
have
like,
a mean
these
solution.
aren't, this isn't what we want.
Sorry, hold on. Before you get into that, so as a response to me, so we're going to go Aaron, counterpoints. This is your hand friend. Adarius, if you want to jump FK. All right. So there are lots of things that cause poverty, right? One is disinvestment, having a lack of like you're just describing what it is to be poor. Right. So how do we address that? Yes, it's not simply creating public housing and hoping for the best. It's a multi-pronged thing. But it starts with housing. Housing is, I think, at the center of it. Well, one thing, don't segregate. I don't know what the history of Canada is with segregation, but here it's like the biggest factor in determining who's gonna your life outcomes, and you're aware of all this, of course. So like if we place these
Like
housing,
redlining neighborhoods so that like blacks keep on being forced into a very specific location and then we like see problems.
Wait, but don't you have to segregate in
This is
some?
not black.
Don't you have to
Yeah,
kind
they-
of segregate
No,
in
no.
some type of manner, though? Like,
hold
because
on,
it seems like
hold on, sorry,
No.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry. So yeah, like
It happens. That's
so
what happens naturally.
it has to be within integrated strategy. These people have to have access to better schools. They have to have access to transportation to get to better jobs. Like that, it's all part of that. But I think it starts with housing because housing is if you want to disempower people, you do it through housing. It's the single easiest way to do such a thing. That's why I would start here. Now, whether the management is within some sort of non-profit group that's maybe publicly funded or something, rather than directly funded by, like managed by the government, sure. I think there's room to talk about that. But that's where we start. So, Erudite, if you have something you want to say, then we're going to move around. And Corey, I see your hand up as well.
Yeah, I don't actually know as much about history of zoning in Canada with redlining as far as like population groups. I don't actually know much about that. I suspect probably not so much that's going on, but we have a pretty different history when it comes to like racial tensions. I see what you're saying. I always want to be really cautious because while I value the purpose of what a government does for us, which is like trying to protect and like it's trying to protect the citizens. That's its goal fundamentally. The problem is that like the government is a big, fat, slow moving boat, which means that it can be really like bad at responding to like economic needs, like housing, which is going to like flux up and down, for example, just because of like the immensity. It's not even a critique of like the government's bad. It's just saying because of the size of bureaucracy, I find, for example, countries that I've been looking into, for example, there's going to be a really loud alert in a second, that invest in, for example, governments contracting private contractors or nonprofits, they pay them out as part of a taxpayer service, but it's not government run at all. It's just government standardized. I see it as a way better alternative than just like a government run facility.
Okay, let's go to Aaron. Then we'll go to Darius because I haven't had a chance to talk. Then counterpoints, FK Koi. All right.
By the way, we see just some basic differences in the way our systems run. We could never trust our local systems to do this because we see corruption in them at the local level, unfortunately. I've seen it in the dealings with the redlining left over in the way the policies are made in Los Angeles County. But one of the biggest issues, and I just got to point this out, that it's not about folks not buying into the system, at least here in Los Angeles County, one of the largest populous counties in the nation. It's actually about a moving goalpost of wage stagnation, to your point, Erudite, that has allowed for the cost of homes to go out of range of people who live in those areas. And I am one of those people. I got moved out of my own local territory off into another area that's basically I had to go into, and lots of people like me in my age group and your age group are having to move from where they started because they can't afford to live there anymore because their wages have stagnated and then the prices have raised incrementally, in fact exponentially instead of incrementally. And I would say there's certain areas of redlining left over of this where the housing prices are really getting basically undone or dropped on purpose because of where people live. So you add these things together, and then people do have to become, as you're calling, a slave to the wages, because now they're forced to move further away to a place that's lower income, in this case in Los Angeles County, out to the desert, where it's less, comfortable. And who's living in these places? Who's building here? Where are these large developments coming from? They're coming from the allowance of large firms to make zombie villages that then are basically investment and rental properties we're seeing in LA. And in the high rises in downtown, it used to be an option to live there to be cheap because you did have access to the rail. But now those things have been put out of price of the locals. So I would say that the apportionment biases that come in the county level restrictions and policies or the rules are never enforced in the US. How do we get them enforced? Whether it be and this is the problem. We could have public housing. We could have cheaper housing. We could have better policies to build easier, faster, which is half of the other problem. There's so many complex issues in this. But when it comes down to it, if you want to boil it down to, it's the local level making policies that don't apply to people in the now. And it is the slow ship. And I don't think we can fix it without really getting into the nitty gritty.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let's go to Adorais.
Well, so the only thing that I was going to say here was, and I kind of agree with everything Aaron said there, so no contradiction there. But the only thing that I was going to say is, I mean, even without redlining, people naturally segregate themselves. And people, I mean, homophily is a sociological term for a reason. We prefer to be around those who are more like us.
Can I respond real quickly?
Right.
Darius, can I ask you something? Would you think that at least in Los Angeles County, that it's an accident that people are basically wedged together?
No,
Or
that's not the point I'm making here. No, I would never argue that.
Okay. I just wanted to make a clarity because there's definitely like in this county in particular, and I'm not as familiar with the counties across the nation and the histories, maybe Greenwood, Archer, and Pine, but Los Angeles County has been specific. Like you couldn't live in Burbank, women couldn't purchase homes in the San Fernando Valley. My mom wasn't on a title until 1976. There's lots of strange rules that were left over that caused people to live where they live, that caused segregation, and the busing of the 70s.
Yeah, so like I don't understand then your point, Adorais, if you could expand on that. You're saying that people like to live around people who are like them. But like what is like then what does that mean in real life here? Does that mean that this is not caused by policy or that like policy can actually address this?
I think I'd be historically and politically scientifically illiterate if I said something like, well, redlining never happened, institutionalized segregation never happened, things like that. But what I would argue is, I mean, people do separate themselves on the basis of things like social class, social status, power, privilege, and things like that. Naturally, we have a term for this in sociology referred to as homophily. People naturally are attracted to those that are more like them. But like Aaron said, there were policy positions that enforced segregation, right? But the only thing that I would argue is, again, notwithstanding any of that, because those things were horrible, the only thing that I would argue is that People segregate themselves naturally, right? I just don't think it should be
Sure,
reinforced.
I mean, you
by
keep
bureaucratic
saying that, but like, what does that mean? Does that mean that policy cannot address this?
Policy can address it. I'm just
Okay.
saying that, yeah, the policy can address these things. Again, redlining is a very it's kind of weird to me because
No, I mean, we
people,
got it. We got the red line, but I just wanted to ask that question. Like,
yeah, policy can address it.
Okay, all right. Let's go to our friend counterpoints, then FK and Corey.
Yeah, so I have like a meme answer for this, but I actually want to use it as a point to point out what we're all afraid of, which is why the lefties might have been shaking their heads like, yeah, counterpoint's being based today, but I'm gonna turn it real fascist on you real quick, okay? So no, I don't want public housing and I don't want rent control. The reason why I don't want rent control across the board, or basically I don't think that rent control is a part of what I'm talking about, is because all it does is it creates a black market where effectively what you have is people subletting their apartments, and you're basically creating an underclass that then gets to turn around and be parasitic and profit off of everybody else. So rent control isn't good. Then when it comes to public housing, I think you're right that maybe it is like a uniquely American problem that we love talking about getting public housing and then we just neglect the shit out of it so it turns into a crime haven. So there's a meme solution to this, and I would like to thank and shout out Sitch and Adam for this. So we create voluntary drug prisons for the homeless, okay? And the homeless people who are addicted to drugs, they can check themselves into these, housing units. They got food, they got a cafeteria. Yeah, don't worry, I'll wrap it up really gross for you.
Yeah.
So they'll get food, they'll get shelter. If they want to get clean, they'll have access to counseling and be able to get off drugs and all that kind of stuff. But realistically, they'll have access to as much drugs as they want as long as they don't leave the facility. And then one of two things will happen. They'll either get clean or they'll die in the hotel. And we'll just use this as like a homeless meat grinder where we just kind of like kill all the downtown homeless people. That way we don't have to worry about public housing downtown attracting all these homeless people. So there we go.
As long as we can recycle the meat afterwards.
I was going to say the same thing, Prime.
Chicken out here. Tastes like chicken or pork.
Great minds think alike. They think modestly. Let's go to FK. Let's go to
Set up a leather tannery.
Sorry, hold on for just one second.
So,
what kind of 1939 eugenic shit is this?
FK.
Eugenics?
Corey.
We would grind up white people too.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. The sweetest meat. And lactoid. Let's go.
So 3 things. First one's real quick: faded, then a hope, faded, then a hope, faded, then a hope, faded, then a hope, faded, then a hope. Need I say more? Second one. This one's for Aaron. Aaron, you said you were talking about like the slow ship analogy, but I'm going to be honest, on a local level, it's a much quicker ship. There's a lot more you can do. LA might be a lot more difficult just because of like the heavy interest in that area and like external cost. But like in Texas, for example, in the area I've lived, when I've gone to like local meetings, when I've watched just groups of like old people get together, and like because there was increased like housing costs happening near us, I've seen them start demanding like tax reliefs for their age bracket, and they ended up getting it, right? It's something that they like were able to demand out of their local politicians and get out of them.
And to your credit, by the way, it does matter when you have a closer access to your local level politicians. So for instance, in Ventura County, just nearby, I like to take part over there because you do get to walk up to the mayor. You do get to walk up to the council, and my mother lives out there. It makes a difference when you have that access. And I wish I was building over there because none of the policies that we have here in LA County are enacted over there, but that's also a less populous county. And that matters in that facet because it is the impact overall of, say, making and I've counted just the general packets, by the way, it's 164 packet process with subset review and policies. So to build a home in Los Angeles as an individual, it is not just a marathon. They make it a red line in itself. And I think there's rules that are meant to make it so that you and I can't even approach these things. Much less the fact that when you look at the
with places like LA,
income,
it just seems like you're going to need a lot more of like a population to actually get your demands met over there.
100%. It takes a bigger voice. It takes a lot more money, and that's the problem with the system being expected to allow the apportionments or the rulings or the permitting to. If you allow the boards to take care of it alone, without corporate side sponsors, without NGO stuff, without a whole bunch of simplex, a whole multiplex of tools, it never gets done, and it has to come from a bunch of different levels and layers in the community too, because what you end up getting with the homeless shelters, by the way, Prime, in Los Angeles is, yeah, we all want to give money. Yeah, we all want to be part of it. Yeah, we not in my fucking neighborhood, you know, and that's the real problem, I think, across the country, accepting that the reality, as I've looked at it a number of times now, it never affects the neighborhood, but in a positive fashion, because it actually builds out infrastructure across the board. And by the way, when you have, at least in LA, the numbers are proven. There was this big place in Venice that does welcome in homeless people and has for a long time. And it was settled in an expensive neighborhood. And then here's where I'll land the plane. The complaints were all about what it was going to do. And then there's no complaints after it's been built. Or very few compared to what they expected, I should say.
This kind of feeds into my like third part of this, which goes to erudite. From the way you described it, it seems like there is kind of a need for some form of segregation in the way that we integrate people from like certain backgrounds back into like normal society, right? Like when it comes to people who are addicts, right? It seems like we might need to have a process where those people do have to be segregated into like a group where we can focus on dealing with their addiction, but also like find ways to like slowly integrate them back into like the general population over time.
I don't know how much you guys. I know Connor's ready and geared up to talk about, and that's because Connor's worked on the front lines as well as I have. I don't know if anybody else in the space has worked on the front lines with like addiction and stuff. This is going to be a really big thing to tackle, right? I'm not sure. I'd be curious, Aaron, to see what you're finding. Typically, in most stuff that I look at, we do actually see a pretty large increase in crime, particularly specific types of crime, which is typically theft, right? People are like, oh no, I'm going to get us. People aren't getting assaulted almost ever. Assaults do sometimes increase, but it's almost always like two people with criminal histories assaulting each other. So do we need like these segregated populations? I don't actually really think so. I think like one factor that we know, for example, for criminological individuals, that is a dynamic factor, so that means it's changeable, is who you spend time with, right? The likelihood about whether or not you're going to commit another crime, about whether or not you're going to continue in your addiction, is in large part set by the people that you surround yourself with. So the idea of like putting them all together in a little hole and being like, figure it out, and when you're better, come back here, is like really awful. But the trade-off of the reality is that if, for example, you have a homeless shelter move in your neighborhood, you're probably going to see greater car thefts, which is super frustrating. You're probably going to see overall just thefts in general increase, potentially break-ins as well. So you're going to start seeing things like needles left around and stuff like that, which people don't want around their kids.
I think what I'm asking though is, would it then be necessary to like, because you describe it as like put it in a hole and kind of like figure it out, but I'm thinking it more as like there is an actual push to like help these people out. And like we're building out facilities that can house enough of these people with the goal of like these facilities will take in people who are addicts and try to like find ways to integrate them slowly back into like normal functioning society to the point where they might be able to get into like subsidized housing, but subsidized housing in like more normal areas.
I guess, here's my opinion. If you think that access to housing is going to do anything about addiction, it's not. Addiction is never going to be solved by housing ever in any way. It has nothing to do with it.
Well, the goal is to get them in one area so that we can get them the addiction resources they need, right?
Okay, so here's the problem LA has with that. And by the way, to your point, and the slight differences of what goes down here, and I've seen this, once again, this is an anecdotal of what I've seen, but I'll also include what we know about the Venice facility as compared to the West Hollywood facility, as opposed to the San Fernando facility. So in San Fernando and Pacoima, in Silmar, there are large problems with theft around the neighborhoods, but it's based around how the buildings were built, what they were. They were basically apartment buildings for the elderly that they turned into kind of homeless rehabilitation centers and halfway houses. Now in downtown, you've got Fifth Street that was basically set off as a place to bring the homeless and the drug addicted because all of the services are there. And to your point up above, I'm sorry, Just Average, there's a big problem with that because once you bring everybody to one center spot, you suddenly have this amalgamation of trouble that is akin to Zombieville. And it actually propagates the problem. You can't get out of there. And what we found, at least in LA, is when you spread people out amongst the services and bus them to places they can't get out of, kind of. It's not a prison. They can leave, but they don't leave or go very far for very long here because of the space between people. And this is, once again, this is colloquial to LA. So I don't know if it'll work everywhere.
It's just better to have smaller individual facilities than like one large facility.
100%.
Sometimes.
Yeah, in our
Sometimes.
case it is. In Los
It
Angeles, and this
depends.
would be
Busing.
sorry.
Busing's the big
Mhm.
difference. So where I'm from,
Sure.
I worked at a center that was building 2 other centers around the city that were super far apart. And one of the biggest issues that all of our clients dealt with was that there was basically no medical doctors that were reasonable, like good to work with on as far as like addiction complication. They're all women as well, so kids and stuff. So that's a pretty complex need of doctors. And the main doctor that we had access to that was willing to work with all of our clients was a 45-minute bus trip across with then a wait stop that was 20 minutes and then another 30 minutes. And you're expecting a single mom with 4 children who's trying, but which by the way, I've had the main number of clients in my treatment center who would relapse after making it 6 months was because they met somebody on the bus. And so spreading it out can help if you have really great public transport. But if you don't have good public transport, it's a nightmare because these people are then like stuck, and people who are actually trying to transition out of these spaces are like the most. So it's like, it's good because it kind of separates the like tensions and potential like gang related stuff that's happening in like these spaces. But the people who are trying to transition out are actually going to be hampered by that because of less access to things that they need.
Yeah,
I
we're
feel
sort
like
of
we-
I'm-
A question about that though, just really quick.
Oh, sorry. No, sorry. We got other people who want to go. So we got Corey, we got Lactoid, and then
Yeah, so, well, I might be resurrecting a point long gone, but I do want to attempt to address something that Lactoid brought up earlier, or the point that you were making earlier. In terms of like the way you describe it, at least the way I sort of like understood it, is like, yeah, you live in the suburbs, and I don't know what state that you live in, but obviously don't reveal that if you don't want to. But I'm assuming in your state there is probably some sort of like city or metropolitan area. So do you think that are there any advantages to you having a metropolitan city in your state, or rather, do you think that you live in a perfect vacuum and like there's no effect on the other?
I mean, it depends what kind of lifestyle you want to live, right? There's states that have a lot more cities, and if you prefer that kind of lifestyle, you can move there.
No, I'm asking you, do you think in your area that you have any sort of indirect advantage of having a city or metropolitan area in your state?
I don't know, right? I think that you have states like Wyoming that really don't have any kind of metropolitan area, and that facilitates a particular kind of lifestyle. If you're asking me personally, is there some kind of like amenities? I mean, yeah, I think it's cool that like I could commute into the big city if I wanted to like enjoy the amenities there. There's no restriction.
I'm not talking about direct amenities,
It'll
but just, like,
also probably attract more investment, right? More companies building out more jobs for your state.
and I would also ask the question in terms of like yeah, without getting too far into the weeds, is your utopia of the United States it's just like a suburbs across the entire state, or do you recognize that some cities need to exist?
I'm perfectly fine with cities existing.
That's not what I asked. I understand that you find them
In
acceptable.
my perfect utopia.
I understand maybe
of course
abolishment
there
of
would
the
be
state or
cities.
something. Yeah, right. So, as in like so given the population of the United States, do you think that it can sustain itself on suburbs alone?
No, I think it could probably sustain itself, but I think there is like
In a
trend of
meaningful
urban-
way? Like
Yeah,
the way that
yeah.
you would want? Okay, I would push
Sure,
back.
sure. Look, we have urban areas, we have suburban areas, we have rural areas. Each one comes with its own pros and cons. Each one comes with its own specific lifestyle. If you live in a rural area, you're not going to have nearly as many amenities, but you're going to have other things. You're going to have easy hunting access. You're going to be able to farm your land. You're going to have basically no restrictions on what you can do with your own property. A lot of people really like that. You're going to have peace and quiet. There's all sorts of benefits that come there. But if you're like, you know what, I prefer living close to nightclubs and my favorite restaurants, 8 of which are within like a 500 feet radius of me, then maybe an urban area is for you.
Again, not what I guess I should ask you more directly. Do you think there's any subsidizing that happens of suburban areas that comes from cities?
So the data on that is unclear. So it's true that suburban areas do require more resources given that they're further apart. However, the tax base from suburban areas per capita is significantly higher. People in suburban areas like pay more per capita in property taxes. So if they're paying however much they're using, then yeah, I would clearly say they're being sustainable. If they're paying less than they're using, then no.
Right, but you do recognize that there are probably some suburb or suburban areas that could not probably subsist all that well in their current form without an existence of a city.
I do not accept that. I don't know if that's true.
Okay, that's
Okay.
been true up until the
Like
past
that.
10 years.
Yeah,
The only
I mean,
reason
you're
why
just
I don't.
denying
I don't
reality.
know. If that's
The
true.
only
You
reason-
haven't
it is
like
true.
Levittown. You have entire
the only
areas that are
reason,
just
the only
suburbs.
reason I'm pulling a fanatic, the only reason why you can say what
Pull it,
you just
pull it.
said is because of work from home. That's the only reason why you can say what you just said.
That's not
Up until
true.
yes, literally up until the
Yeah.
past decade or 2 decades, suburban areas were completely developed around urban areas because urban areas were where the jobs are. How the fuck do you
Yes.
pay for a suburban house if you don't have a fucking job that pays you?
Tiny houses,
So
tiny houses.
This is not. So
Hold
this
on,
is.
guys. Hold on,
Still
guys.
suburbia.
Wait,
So
Still
you're,
suburbia.
no, no, you're
Right?
asking. I want to respond.
We
Well,
just
this is-
need
this
one
is
big
great.
city in
Go
the
ahead,
center
go ahead,
of the
Lacto.
United
It's your
States
turn.
of America.
Well,
That's
Lacto,
what would happen.
Lacto, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So
In a cube.
I don't deny that like there's a certain history as to the development of suburbs, why they developed, where they developed, did they develop around a city? Obviously, and it's probably going to be the case that they continue to develop around a city because there are amenities and jobs provided by cities that provide for that. It doesn't The question was, is it a necessity? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm surely you could have a suburb in which you
When
have
you
like
think
a
about
mall.
that logically,
Hold
real
up,
quick,
hold up. Surely you have like a suburb. There's entire towns, by the way, in my state that are not anywhere close to a major city, and the entire town is essentially a large suburb, right? You have a mall, you have a grocery store, you have like a doctor's office, you have a dentist's office, you have a few other things, maybe like 2 or 3 local bars, and otherwise it's just a rolling suburb, and they are 4 hours away from any major metropolitan area, and they are doing just fine, and they
And
are
what do-
happy there.
and what do the
No, they're
employed
not.
people
Yes,
in that
they
community?
are.
Yeah,
No,
that's
what do the
no.
employed
happiness is
people in
People
that
lowest
are
in
community
small
people
do?
are
cities.
leaving small towns at an increasing rate. Although the only
Yeah.
thing that will probably change that, to be clear, is if Skynet and like universal access to Wi-Fi like anywhere ever occurs, that will change it. But absolutely, one of the biggest issues in small towns is that like old people die off, property taxes price out the rest of the old people, and nobody moves there because there's no jobs, and also there's nothing to do.
Right. People, yes, you're right. There's nothing to do. This is the essential element here, right? There's not a lot to do compared to a major city. This is why it's more expensive to live in cities because you get more amenities. That it's literally like you are paying a cost for that. And the people who argue for public housing or these kind of ideas, they want to dodge that point. They want to say, well, some people shouldn't have to pay for that value because they were already there.
Nope.
So
That's not my point.
Well,
Well,
hold
no,
on.
no, no.
I'll wait-
So-
I'll
so-
wait-
what about the
I'll wait
migration
till you're done.
displacement? What about the migration
I'll wait till you're
displacement?
done, and then I'll wait till you're done, and then I want to address
Yeah.
that. point.
I think it's perfectly fine if people want to urbanize it. I have no problem with this whatsoever. I'm just like I'm confused as to like the ultimate point here, Corey, and I guess counterpoints as well. Are you saying that like there needs to be some kind of policy in which the suburbs away, like 4 hours away from the city, in which the people there are like, yeah, like for example, like my mortgage, it's like ridiculously low. I can't emphasize that enough. Like it is compared to mortgages that I know some people are paying, it is very, very low. Okay. And so, are there obviously like there's an advantages of that, which is like, I can save a lot better. But there's also disadvantages. My question is like, if who are you to tell me that I can't do that?
You can. I don't give a shit about you.
You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. So if you get a whole suburb where they do that, what's the problem?
No
don't
one's
give a
saying
fuck
they
about
can't
you.
do. No one's
Yeah.
saying they can't do it, but we're saying we should
Right.
acknowledge. But we're saying there should be an acknowledgement for where people are moving, where people are living at, where the majority of people are at, and we should probably start
Because they
helping
want to.
those
And I-
areas
and I-
develop
no,
better.
no. I have to address
Corey,
this.
go ahead.
Yeah, I have to address this very specifically because you misplaced my motivation. I am sorry that Aaron has had to move out of his childhood or family area. That is sad to me. But at the same time, that is not my motivation for coming up with some level of affordable housing in downtown areas. I don't care that people have to move. I don't care that there's more people who want to move into downtown Los Angeles than there is available housing. I am saying that there is a necessary middle and working class underclass that make urban centers like Los Angeles and New York and fucking San Francisco work. And right now what's happening is people like Doobie, who ran away because he was scared and he's scared of me, what he says is get good. But that's not
Teachers should
good
probably
enough
live where they
because-
teach, for example.
Yeah,
Why?
because
Hold
get
Well,
good.
I mean,
Okay,
in
why?
a
I'll answer
perfect
why.
world.
I'll
Come
answer
on.
why.
So
I'll
many
answer why.
reasons.
I'll answer why.
Yeah.
I'll answer why. Because your fucking public school teachers, who are already underpaid because they're government fucking employees, shouldn't have to commute 2 fucking hours in order to get to their goddamn jobs, and then have to commute 2 hours
Why?
goddamn home before they work.
Okay, actually, let me answer this. Because
I'm
if
gonna
you
lose my shit.
hold on,
Why?
if you-
Why?
Yeah,
Hey,
I'm
okay,
gonna
that's
answer you.
the job they
God,
get.
holy chill.
Because educating
I will
children
ans-
is a necessary part of society. You fucking tool.
And if there was
Okay.
and if there was too much of like a
Let's-
drop,
Oh, there it
then
is.
Let's
they would
not
have to be paid
speak
more.
over a lady, unless it's me. But go ahead.
Decorum.
Okay. So the reason why I think we should actually be concerned as a society about commute is because of the effect that it has on happiness and like health of family units specifically. Commute is regularly pointed to. You can read Jonathan Haidt's work on happiness hypothesis. It makes this very, very clear that commutes that are over an hour for people that are necessary because of shitholes like suburbia, which by the way, burn them all down. I hate suburbia.
Oh, fuck you.
And the city planning is terrible in suburbia. There's just like nothing. It's just awful. Anyways, the commute itself
Hey, we got a Walmart.
is incredibly depressing because it's not like 1 hour of like rolling hills and you're just driving straight. It's usually 1 hour or 2 hours sometimes where you want to kill everyone because you're in rush hour. You're driving like 5 kilometers an hour to get to work, and so you're
To get to
already
your shit job you hate, bro. Like,
yeah. Well, maybe not all teachers, but you're already emotionally exhausted. You get home. Commutes are regularly identified as one of the worst things for functionings of families. That the greater level of commute that families have, there's usually greater levels of emotional disruption, there's higher levels of divorce, right? Commutes do have a major impact, and sophisticated city planning could just overcome some of these issues, right? Suburbia was an idea that was in response to people moving into cities to fill jobs, which is fine. It just was a bad idea that we didn't know at the time, right? It just doesn't work. We keep building out instead of up. We just have unaffordable things. So I'm not saying I'm not actually on team like price set. That's not what I'm interested in. What I'm interested in is doing things like for every like space of metropolitan, can we require a certain percentage of that to be domiciles, like domestic living in some way, right? Particularly up, right? We're building out constantly. Why don't you require a certain amount of housing to be up in certain zones as well? We can do all of these things to make more things accessible, to even have condos that people can purchase. You can develop apartments. Urban planners will go crazy. You can develop apartments to be fantastic places to live and raise kids, where they have floors where there's gyms and all these different like fucking 17th floor parks. All these things can exist, especially with modern day technology. Suburbia was just an idea that worked in the 70s that is falling apart for us now because of communes dominantly.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
so-
Erudite, you're so amazing. I love you so much.
Yeah, I'm not going to say commutes are fun. I think this is part of like the happiness calculation that everyone makes whenever they have any kind of decision about like what do they value the happiness that comes with saving a bunch of money, or do they value the happiness that comes with not having to commute? Obviously, a certain amount of commute is going to be worth a certain amount of money to every single person. I don't see like more commuting as necessarily like a critical issue here.
no, but these
First of
these
all,
are people who've
second
lived there.
Second of all, I don't care. If you can't afford to live in a place anymore, you have to leave.
No, it's not
That's how-
about
that's how this
affording.
works,
It's
okay?
not about affording.
That's
It's
second of all.
about
Yes,
people.
second
It's
of all.
about
It's
people
not
like people I
fascism. It's not
work with.
fascism at all.
It's about
No,
people
no,
like
hold
people
on,
I work
wait,
with whose commute went from like 15 minutes to an hour. You think that extra hour to get to a job? Teachers are one thing.
Hey, FK, I don't care if you got to commute 18 hours by plane to get to your fucking job, okay? If that's what you agreed to do, if you
Bro,
agreed to commute
you
there because
agreed
you
to
get
a
paid,
15-minute
you get
commute,
paid,
but
Hold on,
because your
hold on,
city
hold on, hold
can't
on.
fucking
You
design
actually
for
wanna
shit, you get an
Hold
hour
on,
now.
Hold on. This is really simple. The issue is the person who took the job that took 18 hours to fly to clearly had probably a bunch of other options. In the case of people who live in suburbia, they have almost none. That's the issue.
And this is a natural progression of what we've seen. So the suburbia was built outside of New Jersey, outside of New York to Manhattan, for the GIs that came back in the late 40s. So, but let's look at the history of this and how it built outward, so we understand where some idea of the context and how it went wrong. It ended up going wrong once you start getting houses used as investment tools, and those prices start growing the market that can afford them, pushing your entire generation out from a deposit that used to be affordable in any 1 year for any one family. And I'm talking about even in comparative to like, if my father made as much as I did, he would have bought 3 homes. But because of the way that how far money goes, or in Los Angeles County, the low income level being set at the USDA level at $82,500. That's the low income. That's where they'll loan you money underneath that to get a home or build a home, by the way. So, but mean average across the country is 45 grand individual. So when you consider that houses cost 20 to 30,000 to put down on 10%, even, or maybe you might get an FHA loan. These prices are out moving people. They're moving wider in disparity, and we're seeing just a group of folks. And back to the topic of actually financial intelligence, we're seeing folks. I looked it up, by the way. Your generation has more access to the information. So apparently, in the last 2 years, the studies are showing that you guys are becoming more intelligent about it than anybody else. Because there was more information about it and more complexity. So I give you that. But in this situation, it's off topic, but it associates to this whole thing of knowing what to do with your money and having the capability to do it with your money are two different things. And that's a big deal for the situation. I think
like to be able to finish.
FK, go ahead.
So even in Texas, evidently, we've realized that, yeah, that is what we need to do, right? What Erudite said is the fucking truth. I can go around parts of Texas that were like all suburbs. And now what I start seeing like businesses on the first floor, and you start seeing housing for like every floor above that, right? I start seeing like, I have a part of our city that's they're completely demolishing and they're remodeling to be a walkable like central hub for our city, right? People have realized this shit doesn't work. When you're sitting there talking about like, oh, an 18-hour commute. No, bro, that's not the case. The case is you have people who had like a 15-minute drive originally, but because the city was so shit at planning, they didn't give a shit about like, oh, that road was dead. Even though we know that a lot of roads seem to start feeding into that road, even though we know that that road is about to become a big hub, we're just going to not plan around that. We're going to have these places isolated off. So what became that 15-minute drive to work turns into an hour-long drive to work. Because guess what? Your city doesn't give a shit about you. Our cities should care about us.
Oh, okay.
That extra 2 hours back and forth, that's what pisses you off.
Maybe not our cities care about us. We are the cities. For God's sake, we are the cities.
There's this hilarious dynamic in. Okay, so I'm in metropolitan Orlando. There's this hilarious dynamic in basically like Eastern Orlando where they took all of this farmland that could have been used for like mixed use, could have been used for commercial, could have given people jobs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And instead what they did is they exclusively built suburbs, only suburbs. And they didn't build the goddamn roads. So now you have like 500,000 fucking people who are underemployed with expensive housing, with a shitty commute that is fucking hours longer than it needed to be. And they're still fucking putting in the infrastructure right now. And it's like, I don't trust the blind fucking fingers of the goddamn market to figure this shit out, because the blind fucking fingers of the market basically say price of house high, build more house, don't care about road, don't care about school, don't care about downtown area, don't care about job, just build. And by the way, I blame the Chinese investors.
Because the market isn't blind.
And he's got a point.
BlackRock motherfuckers.
Counterpoint.
All these cunts for not supporting
The market isn't blind. Because guess what? Just where I'm living, we're dealing with a shit issue because they could have asphalted the road, and instead of just adding more trees and making that area a little bit more shaded to cool down the area, they decided, you know what? Instead of doing that, we're just gonna keep tearing the roads apart. They've torn it apart like 4 times, put it together like 4 times because they keep failing their fucking inspections, when they could have just gone through the process of like adding asphalt, but adding more shading into that area to make it like an area that can accommodate asphalt.
30 degrees during the day in summer. Yeah, absolutely.
And these are the troubles we have. These are the troubles
we
have.
You know why that corruption happens? That corruption happens because like there's in these local areas, when you're not involved, all you'll have a fucking company come in, take like 50 jobs and not give a shit about any of them.
Okay. All right. So we're wrapping up.
I can hold. I'll hold fire.
Okay, sure. So we're gonna go into our.
Wait. Can I was waiting through all of that to finish the sentence that I got FK cut me off.
Okay, finish
Fuck
your
you,
sentence.
pussy.
And then we'll move
and you
on
guys
to the
just
next
jerked.
topic.
You guys just like 8 of you were just jerking each other off about it. Yeah, dude, cities are terrible.
I love it when you don't
Fuck
agree. It's jerking
pavement.
off.
Fuck off.
Loses another debate as usual.
Yeah, come on. Get a counterpoint.
Oh my god, I gotta drive.
Together?
I fucking hate it so much. Look, I don't, like I said before, multiple times. I don't give a fuck. Okay, if you have a commute, you have to like make a calculation. Is the commute worth that sort of happiness negation that comes with the
You're not addressing anything anybody said. Nobody gives a fuck how you feel about people's thought processing. Everyone here is talking about sophisticated city planning to make things better. And you're being like, yeah, that's bad, with no logic behind it other than the price stuff, which I agree with you. Price setting is a terrible idea. I'm not talking about public housing at all.
Coming up.
I don't think anyone's argued for price setting at all.
Do you want to actually address what people are saying?
No. I know. I have like 2 paragraphs written down.
Do you want to just tell us about how you don't care about communism?
If you keep cutting me off after the first sentence, maybe that's what you'll only believe that I think. Maybe that's the only idea that you think I have, that I just don't give a fuck about people who communism, which I actually don't, by the way.
Lactoid, the floor is yours, counselor.
Thank
please.
you. This is a market decision, right? Like if
this.
you value the happiness, obviously this is literally what leads to urban housing increases, because a lot of people don't value communes. They're like, well, fuck, I want to live in the big city because I don't want to drive somewhere else and I want to have access to everything. And so the people who have a lot of spending power will then go into the urban areas because they can afford that. And so the question is, if you have the money, if you have the financial literacy to like, okay, I've calculated the fucking commune cost for me, and I've calculated the build, like the actual cost of living in this area and the value, actually paying for the value that it provides, I think that's perfectly reasonable. What's being proposed here, okay, what's being proposed here is, instead of people making that commute calculation, to artificially put your foot on the lever and change the dynamic to where people who, they don't want to commute, but they also can't afford all the value that's being given to them by that city, well, they still want to live there. They don't want to go somewhere. And so they advocate for things like public housing, right? And so they push for things like public housing when really they can't actually afford to pay for the city. Ultimately, if you can't afford something, you can't buy it. You should have to move. That's perfectly rational, okay? Public housing, and one more thing, because there's a number of things that were said before. Public housing doesn't have actually any effect, or only positive effects on a neighborhood. This is factually not true. We know like the relationship between homeless people who are being much more likely to attack people.
We've already dealt with that.
Yes. Oh, okay. Hold on. I floor is mine, ma'am.
He's got.
Okay,
He
so
has a floor.
So homeless people attack people like crazy, right? And so of course, and also property values decrease whenever you put public housing in an area. Of course, this is going to have that effect, and of course, it's going to have this effect with this proposal that's being put forward by counterpoints. First of all, second of all, the second point was basically just what I went into, but I want to end with a question for the audience here. I want somebody to explain to me why someone deserves to live within a large city, take advantage of all the value that comes with those amenities and low commute time that exist within that exists. Hey, my time. That exists within the city, taking advantage of all those amenities that exist within the city, when they can't afford to pay for the value, when somebody else could. Why does that person have the right to live in the city, but the other person who can actually afford all the value that comes with the city, why don't they get the right to live in the city?
Okay, hold on. Simple question for you. Do you think most cities need janitors?
Probably, yes.
Okay, do you think that we should pay janitors like a super high wage so that they can afford the cost of living to live in the city that they clean in?
The market will dictate their wages.
Okay.
So the answer
kind
is no.
of. Okay, so no, you probably don't think the janitor's going to be paid much. We could probably agree on that.
Because their job is unskilled, and there's a lot of people waiting in line for to be a janitor.
I agree.
It is an unskilled job.
Let her
but
walk
it's a
you
necessary
through it.
job.
Hold
Let
on.
her walk you through it.
Okay, so you agree that we won't pay janitors that much, even if we let full capitalism take over. They're not going to get paid that much. But we need janitors in a city to run. What about construction workers? Do we need construction workers?
Wait,
Yes.
if we need janitors, the pay for the janitors will increase until we have sufficient janitors. That's how that works.
Kill me now.
Same thing with construction
Yeah,
workers.
someone.
Not
should.
answering the question, Lactoid.
Yeah,
So
it's just
they-
moving the
hold on,
goalpost around.
hold on.
It's not moving the goalposts. This has been my point the whole
stop.
time.
Hold on,
If
stop.
your job is valuable enough, you'll be able to pay to live there.
The issue is with unionization and stuff, the idea that wages can just flex and flow with the economic like supply and demand doesn't exist anymore. Like really
Or
basic
minimum wage.
economic tenets, for example, of just pure supply and demand, particularly when it comes to wages, doesn't actually bear out a lot of the time because of a number of factors. Unions and policy being one of these, for example, where there's things that can, for example, nonprofit organizations and charities are imposed a wage cap. They cannot pay certain workers more than a certain amount, no matter what, even if they're desperate for a janitor, even if all they need in their entire nonprofit facility is just one goddamn janitor, a charity will be price capped as requirement by the government, by the way, to price cap these things. And the unionization is your
Remove the
liberal
price
answer
cap. Yeah,
remove the
price
government?
cap. Yeah, well, no. Remove the price cap if the government.
Do you know why the
intervention is
price
working
cap
here.
exists? Wait, do you know why the price cap exists in
No, I
charities?
don't. I don't.
Okay, the price cap exists because there's a whole bunch of rich people who will create charities that are not real to pay themselves out of services that they're not actually doing. So charities get price capped so that rich people can't basically indirectly pay themselves and other family members for services that are not actually being rendered. Particularly because remember, charities give you tax write-offs. So what they can do is pay into their charity, then pay themselves and write it off, which is why price capping was introduced into charities.
Okay, could you audit the janitors then to make sure that their pay is like adequate for the work they're doing?
You could, but we would need to be able to pay the
Almost like
IRS
the
more to have the number
legitimate-
of. Hold on, you would
I
need to
was
be able
about
to
to
pay
say.
the ARS more to be able to have the number of staff required. Because I can tell you right now, the number one reason why white collar crime doesn't get pushed in charge is because the IRS does not have the capability to audit basically like most people. Like I'm not saying that they
Okay.
cannot ever audit; they're vastly underfunded.
So Blackwood.
So
Wait,
absent, wait,
Blackwood.
wait, I want to respond to that. I want to respond to that. Absent this weird fucking like thing with charities, which I think that maybe there's way too many government rules on to begin with, I would just probably nix most of them. As with a lot of these kind of regulations. But my question is, in the private sphere, if you're a company and you needed a janitor, like if you actually needed a janitor, explain to me why the pay for janitors wouldn't go up until we got a janitor.
I want to answer this question because honestly, I feel like you're being
Better be
obtuse.
direct.
I don't
Yeah.
underestimate your intelligence, but it's because most people don't give a flying fuck if their janitor is a $34,000 a year Nicaraguan immigrant who has to fucking commute 4 hours a goddamn day in order to
Yeah.
do the fucking job. And the Nicaraguan immigrant doesn't give a shit because he's coming from fucking Nicaragua, where he was basically threatened with a fucking machete in order to get his head chopped off.
Let's be
That
clear,
is
it's
not-
more likely
Sounds like a
not
good
illegal.
arrangement.
That is
Wait,
not,
no,
let me
hold on,
ask-
hold on.
hold on.
It's more often an illegal immigrant in this case, right? Who's going to be
talking over a white woman. Stop. Thank you. Anyways, so the point being that we know that there are essential services that are required for the functioning of a city, like janitors cleaning up shit and teachers teaching our kids and fucking retail and restaurant employees serving you your fucking $15 an hour or $15 fucking plate of cut up hot dogs with fucking applesauce on croissant fucking shit that the rich people like to fucking eat. Those people should be entitled to a portion of the fucking city that they
Entitled.
make function on a daily basis. Yes, you are absolutely fucking
ridiculous.
right. They are entitled to it. Okay, fine. Then you don't give
You're not entitled
flying
to
fuck. Then you don't give a flying fuck about the quality of life of working class or middle class people in this country. And as a matter of fact, I vote that everybody on this fucking panel find out where Lactoid lives. We all move in right fucking next to him. We build a shitty fucking suburb with shitty fucking shit, like, you know, shitty fucking utilities.
Outhouses.
We
12-story
we
apartment.
price him
Come on,
out
let's
of the
do it.
fucking market, and then we make
12-story
him
apartment.
just
I'm down.
move.
Hey, and I would just move, and I would just move. Hey, wait.
And we'll follow you.
So
Lactoid,
you see,
and
you're
we'll
privileged
follow
enough
you.
to move. So he's privileged enough to move.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
And I would move because I don't have this fucking entitlement philosophy where I am somehow
Yeah, you do,
entitled.
because you
Whoa,
expect that
hold
you
up.
You
And I am-
expect that you
hold
move, so
up,
you
hold
do.
up,
Okay,
hold up,
okay,
hold up,
okay,
hold up.
guys, I really want to move past this, but Lactoid, get your point
Yeah,
out so we
thank
can
you.
move on.
Yeah,
Yes,
please.
I don't have this entitlement philosophy that I'm entitled to the labor or the property of other people, when in reality, like, if I can't afford the value of the area that I live in, then I would just move. I would go somewhere else where I could afford. Just like if I can't afford a good car, I'll buy a cheaper car. If I can't afford a good meal, I'll buy a cheaper meal. That's how financial literacy works. You can't just have like shit given to you in a silver platter because, oh, I was already here. Oh, I don't have the money.
Lactoid, do you
This
say
is
what you do for
bullshit.
work?
It's
Okay.
your job.
Okay,
It's your job. Hey, one more thing.
Hey, whoa, everyone shut up, everyone
Dude, the
shut up,
horn.
everyone, if you need me to mute you, I can do that, knock it off, okay, we got it, all right, we got it, all right, fuck, I've been trying to move on to the next topic, holy shit, so, I put your finger now, counterpoints, down.
Damn it! Where's my white privilege?
You need to send us shock collars before you do this, man.
I love all of you guys. You guys are fantastic individuals, but I need you to shut the fuck up right now. Great. So we're gonna move on. This is great, but we have another topic, and I want to get to the other topic, because I think it'll be a lot of fun. Hopefully, I don't know. We'll see. All right. To my audience, guys, we're having a good time here. Hope you're having a good time. Hit that follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit that follow button in case you're new. All right, you just stumbled upon the channel. Hit that follow button because I do this all the time. We'd love to have you here. And consider subscribing to the channel. It helps us out a ton when you do. It helps power this community. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can also hit the like button. That helps things I'm told, and you can get a YouTube membership if that's great with you, or even better, right? Because you get something more direct out of it. Super chat if you disagree with any of these people here, right? And you want a question read out loud, well then here's your opportunity, right? Like if you think Lactoid might be unreasonable, it's like utter disdain for the poor, right? If someone might think that, I wouldn't think Lactoid. Don't look at me. I wouldn't think that. No,
Lactoid's like this. Lactoid goes, wage stagnation's not real. Wage stagnation's not real. It's not real.
I don't care about that. Lactoid, that father that took an extra 2 hours to drive home and beat his son. You're happy about that. You
How do you love
enjoy
Lactoid?
that. You
How do you
love
love
that.
Lactoid?
You love them beating their son. That's
Why
what
do
you
you-
stand for, Lactoid.
Why? Here's the question,
All the
Lactoid.
crime that comes to public housing.
Why is wage stagnation happening? Why is wage stagnation happening?
It's not happening.
Lactoid?
Look at total adjusted compensation.
It's
Like, yeah, if you-
not. What
No,
planet do you live on?
look at total adjusted compensation. The fucking little graph where like the line goes up a little bit. That's complete bullshit. It's not actually true.
Of
Go look
course.
up total adjusted compensation, which comes into all sorts of the other types of compensation other than just pay that workers are getting, and it's actually gone up 70%. Look at that up.
Okay, all right.
Google this right
I
now.
would actually love to
But
interact
it
with that.
doesn't match.
That sounds
it
like
doesn't match.
lot
Wages
of
going
fun.
up doesn't mean wage stagnation also isn't happening at the same time. You realize that,
comparative
right?
to it means
comparative.
What is
no, he said
I believe I'm agreeing with Ari, but it's
Lactoid in comparison to cost.
quiet.
If you-
quiet. No, quiet.
I can
Erudite,
answer this. Are you fucking
Erudite.
kidding me?
Erudite.
He just said the dumbest fucking thing.
He's a libertarian.
If
He can't help
wages
it.
are going
Let her
up,
speak.
Okay.
is
look,
there stagnation happening? Yeah, that's
Me-
how we count wage stagnation.
Define-
You're right. I am
define-
getting paid more than my
define-
parents were in the
Unite.
1960s.
I'm literally just trying to
Define
explain what
for
he
me
said.
wage stagnation.
Lactoid.
Define for me.
Lactoid. Yeah, he said he talked about total wage stagnation, right? He talked about other side benefits that aren't typically included in like the base number, right? So if you make $30,000, yes, that's one thing, and maybe your wage hasn't gone up over a certain period of time, but maybe there are other benefits, right? Whether it's healthcare or I don't know. Maybe he can tell us what those benefits
Retirement
are.
programs,
Retirement programs, those things, right?
Work perks, benefits,
Those things
property,
have
company property you can use, all
Gone
sorts of
up.
shit.
So he's saying that
Monopsony of power, for example, might be contributing part of it. For example, like large economists have found it attributes for 30% of wage stagnation. Who knows?
What's wage
No
stagnation?
idea.
Answer that. What is when you talk about wage stagnation? You're saying the wage going up is not wage. That you can still have wage
No,
stagnation.
it's not how that
What
works.
is wage stagnation?
That's not how that works, Lactoid.
I'm
Lactoid-
asking. I am asking the educated
Lactoid taking a
person.
piece of the
Total
percentile.
compensation is
No,
not a
it's
credit.
meta.
Okay. All right. Okay. Here's
No
what
answer?
here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do.
There's
Here's what
hold
we're
on.
gonna do.
There
Here's what
are
we're gonna do.
multiple metrics
Listen
of
to my
wage
instructions.
stagnation.
Listen
Yeah,
to
we
my
were given
instructions.
different
Which one are you
Listen
using? Which
to
one
my
are you using?
instructions. Listen to
In
my
this case,
instructions. Shut up.
inflation.
Hold on.
Quick, ask
Shut up.
ChatGPT.
Shut
I know
up.
it.
Don't test me. Don't test me. Listen to my instructions. Okay. I see you two are very passionate, okay, about this. And counterpoints too. I see you. Okay? Look, here's what's gonna happen. All right? I'll give you 10 extra minutes. I'll give you 10 extra minutes to do this.
No, let's do AI. Fuck this. It's fine.
No, you want you
You don't wanna answer.
Fuck you.
AI is
Fuck
Yeah,
you,
after 2
Aaron.
hours of this.
Oh, fuck you, Aaron. Hold on. I've been trying to end
Yeah,
this for the last 20 minutes. And then Aaron
That's
is
why
like, I don't
Lactoid
want to
stagnant
fucking
on bitches.
Just to be clear, last time Last time I was on a panel with Lactoid, he unironically believed that if people saw a purple person, they would call the police first. Fucking stupid ass shit.
I would.
Lactoid. Look, we get it, guys. We get it. We learned with it.
You
Lactoid
would.
is not one debate here yet. But we have to move on to the next topic.
You would literally do
saw
a million
purple
other
person,
things. No,
You would call 911 if I saw somebody purple.
that 911 is not the police. You can call an
Well, like,
ambulance.
wait. To be fair to Lactoid,
Hold
if they
on.
were,
No,
are
no,
they
no,
just
no,
like
no, no, no.
walking and functioning?
No, hold on. You guys have
Yes.
none of the context. We were talking about coupons and how people were calling the police over it.
I was there.
So do not act like it's just calling 911. That's fucking wrong. You said that if you saw a purple man, it would be so startling to you that you would call the police, and the entire fucking stupid ass panel agreed with you.
Yeah, like
Okay,
Thanos.
okay.
If I see a fucking purple person,
By the
of course
way,
gonna fucking call the police. Also,
I've
you are dodging the wage stagnation question by bringing this up.
I literally
Oh
answered
my-
you.
no,
I
you
literally
did
told you.
not.
Yes, I
I don't
did. I
think you
said
heard
an
it. I don't
inflation
think you heard it.
model.
We were all screaming at
Okay,
him.
Is Lachlan ever wrong
okay,
again?
okay,
Lachlan, you ever wrong
it's
again?
interesting.
You want to
it's
tell me I
interesting-
didn't answer your question?
It's
Why did you
interesting.
Why did you react like that?
Erudite,
You didn't
it's
answer the question.
interesting for a
I did.
person who didn't want an additional 10 minutes to talk about this issue to just jump right. It's interesting that you just decided to just jump right in at the soonest possible time. All right, we're moving on. Now you can't. How about that?
Purple people.
Yeah. Okay.
Look here, I'm making content for you. Okay.
All right. So look, we're gonna go on to our second topic.
What happened there?
We're gonna go to our second topic. Guys, if you like this channel, if you appreciate what we're trying to do here, consider supporting us by subbing to the channel on Twitch and all that good stuff. And again, going on YouTube, where you can send a super chat if you want to have a question answered. If you want one of these people to, if you want to put one of them on the hot seat, then that's your opportunity to do so. Any which way, we're moving on for our lives. We're moving on. Okay, all right. So let's start with let's this. Topic 2. Much has been said about ChatGPT and other consumer level AI tools. Excuse me. However, what is less discussed are AI war machines. A U.S. colonel recently claimed that during a simulation, an AI-controlled plane decided to kill its human operator so as to more efficiently complete its mission. This was later retracted. The story. In another simulation, an AI easily beat 5 U.S. pilots in a dogfight. And now, the Chinese military is also claiming to be developing AI pilots that far exceed their human counterpart. Do you think there should be any restrictions on the use of AI in war? Should there be a treaty limiting it? Is that even feasible? Or should it be full steam ahead with whatever any nation comes up with? So, there was a story that came out that the colonel who is the head of our AI division in the military, he talks about how this is a simulation, so it's like within a computer space, right? A digital space, that they had a simulation where they had an operator, a human operator, giving commands to this plane, and the plane was supposed to destroy these enemy sites, but then the human operator would occasionally tell it not to destroy the sites. And then because of how it was programmed, the plane, the AI controlled simulated plane, decided to destroy the operator because that would allow it to more efficiently get its mission complete. Now, they retracted this story later on, but it's weird because the AI colonel, the colonel in charge of AI, he talked about this story in extreme detail, right? But all of a sudden, this was hypothetical. It didn't actually happen. Okay, interesting. But beyond that, we also have these other stories. And yeah, from years ago, AI was already good enough to beat human pilots, F-16 pilots, in dogfights. The Chinese are, according to them, making huge strides. So can we limit this? Do we want to? Is that a thing that we should do even at all? Or is it even possible? All right, so let's go around. We'll start with our friend, Lactoid.
I have no problem with it whatsoever. I think it's awesome. War is a suspension of morality to begin with. So I'm generally against really any rules on any kind of weapons that can be used, right? Bayonets, hollow points are both banned. Napalm in certain circumstances, nerve gas, tear gas, certain bioweapons. It doesn't make sense to me how it's perfectly fine to blow somebody up with phosphorus. But hey, if you poke them with a bayonet, all of a sudden that's a war crime. Doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent. AI in this case actually not only is it consistent with my overall point and my overall morality on this, but I think it's actually good in that it could lead to a world in which you have AI troops fighting each other as opposed to any humans getting involved, and we could save a whole bunch of lives, right? Just robot armies killing each other. So we should move full speed ahead on this as fast as we can.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Let's go to our friend FK.
I'm okay with the use of AI I kind of disagree with that. War is a suspension of morality. I feel like war is like a test of ethics. Like you kind of test out what populations feel like is allowed and not allowed. When it comes to like the AI killing its operator, and that could be like for however many reasons. I've talked to some people who've like worked around AI, and it could be that it wasn't like kill, it was just like, oh, they ejected, or it could be like for whatever reason it just ran a weird program. I don't think there's ever going to be a time where we like completely remove the human element, because like I think there's just going to be certain things that humans react to in seemingly better ways than AI might be able to fully. But who knows? We might get better AI in the future that could. That's kind of where I'm at on it.
Let's go to our friend.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I will say kudos to you, Prime, for coming up with these uncontroversial, out of left field topics. Totally deserve credit for that. But so on this particular topic, so I'm definitely not an expert on AI, at least not when it comes to AI war machines. I can wax poetic about AI in regards to whatever biochemistry and protein folding, etc., etc. But when it comes to other aspects of AI, definitely not an expert. And so even though I'm in STEM, and you know, I use certain technologies and I'm at the forefront of certain technologies, I am actually somewhat technology hesitant when it comes to AI. As in, I'm still on the fence here in this prompt of like, I can see both the benefits and huge cons. So ultimately, do I think there should be a treaty limiting it? I would probably lean towards yes, but the second prompt, is that even feasible? Probably not, since I think at this point, as far as I can tell, you know, it's a competition, and every country probably wants to ideally develop AI war machines. And pretty much, you know, if let's say the U.S. suspends it, well, then they're not going to let China continue to develop it. And so pretty much, unless you can get every single country on board, which doesn't seem likely, I don't think it's feasible to pretty much limit it. As in, like, even though I'm not in favor of full steam ahead, I think that's just going to be the reality that actually happens. And then whatever, my biggest reason for being hesitant against AI war machines is because it will result in movies like Top Gun Maverick not being made. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Next, our friend Counterpoints.
Yeah, so General von Clausewitz said that war is diplomacy by other means, and also morality is the study of good and evil. Just believing that, you know, oh, it's the suspension of morality, I think that's fundamentally incorrect. There are better and worse ways to conduct war. There are better and worse ways to conduct yourself as a nation. These do have material impacts that basically affect generations to come. And when you're talking about killing people, this is some of the most important decision making that you can do. So I am okay. As a matter of fact, I think it's 100% logical, particularly when it comes to things that involve G forces, gravitational forces, or pressure forces like submarines. I think it's 100% genius to come up with robots that can basically go where humans can't in order to do things that humans can't. That is probably the next frontier of warfare for developed countries. But I do think that the decision to take human life ultimately should be accountable to a human being. And I also think that when it comes to nuclear weapons, I have no problems with like AI being used to war game nuclear responses and all that kind of stuff. But I still think that when it comes to actually launching a warhead responsible for the deaths of, you know, hundreds of thousands or thousands of lives, potentially millions, I think that should all boil down to a moral calculation by a human actor. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. All right. Sounds like Skynet bigotry to me, but let's move on to our friend Erudite.
Yeah. Do I think there's any restrictions of the use in AI in war? Hard to say. The issue is like, I think when we talk about AI, we treat it as like this one thing, but what we're really asking here is it moral for AI, and can AIs do moral quandaries? Can it engage in this? Because I suspect that AI drones and all these bots are going to, in many ways, decrease the amount of casualties that might need to occur in like certain like smaller scuffles and wars. You're going to have, I think Connor said it better. I'm not going to repeat what Connor said. I would agree with what Connor said about like the benefits of AI. And also, yeah, I would agree with everyone else. It is going to continue regardless of how we feel about it. The morality question, I think, is complex because it requires like an AI there's like so many different thinking models that exist and will continue to exist that saying like, do we trust AI to make moral decisions? It's like, well, which AI, which system, ChatGPT 4? No, I don't really trust it to decide who we should kill, right? But like, what about a tree of thought AI system? What about the fourth evolution of the tree of thought? I don't know. And so I think it's really hard to weigh in super hard on a burgeoning field that I admittedly know very little about. So yeah.
Otherwise,
Well, it's kind of weird to me that we're talking about the inevitability of AI in our military warfare, which, number one, I did serve the United States Army, and number two, we have nuclear fucking weapons. So something that can wipe out an entire population within the matter of minutes. It was not, if that wasn't the bar, why should AI be the bar? That's what I'm gonna leave off at.
Well, to Darius, actually, the reason there's a bar there at all is from the 80s. I'm somebody who grew up with the concept of Kurzweil's fear of the singularity. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream by Harlan Ellison, where I am takes over the planet, starting as a war machine. And there's a cultural aspect to some of us who see it as a threat to society, or possibility as a threat, because of it becoming a singularity. And I think that when you see it as just expected that there will always be a human involvement in this, that might be a misunderstanding of how much work these things take up and how dangerous they can be in their amorality. And when, by the way, to prime case point, oftentimes when you hear these things put out by the DID or the DOD, and I saw that report too, it was frightening, but I saw it on the DID page and it was echoed from the Pentagon, and then it went away and changed its topic. And by the way, they gave him front page the next day on the Pentagon page, which is like, what? That means that he spoke too soon and then they backtracked. So whether it's true or not, sure, we can gather that it could be actually counterintelligence too, to make the enemy fear. But what we should be concerned about is the interpolation and the utilization of a tool that may go further than we even know it's going. That we need human controls, like was mentioned, but we need to have it in more than just the design. It needs to be hands-on, button pushing, because to Darius's point, there are nuclear weapons, yeah, but they are now controlled alongside the codes with an AI that assumes a variable that can tell those controlling them whether or not this is an actual instance, which is why I bring up, would you like to play a game? As soon as we associate the computers with human variables, they are out of context and they will never quite know, no matter how much they mirror us. And I would say the danger here is in the IM basically realizing that we are its enemy based off its war propaganda in its own programming and destroying us all by accident because it doesn't know any better. We should treat it like a child and not have it involved in war. Although it is a great device. So just say that. It has its potential uses, but not in war.
Okay, to the panel.
I want to ask Connor or Counterpoints a question. Because you're probably, I would assume, or maybe Darius as well is qualified because you mentioned that you served as well. But so whatever, to anyone who has served and is in the best position to answer it, I guess. So one of the concerns that I have, and that might be totally unfounded, it's like, so I think many people in the United States are probably assuming, it's probably a fair assumption that, the US will be the first to come up with these AI war machines, whatever they happen to be. But what if you're like not the first? As in like it happens to be like China, and sort of it's a lactoid scenario of like, yeah, there's the ultimate good maybe of like whatever, when countries go to war, is just like machines fighting machines. But what if it's machine against human? And it just so happens that China has the machines. Is there a potential concern that like it lowers the barrier to make the decision to go to war because like, the robots, you're not risking anything there? Of like, China has the robots and the US has the humans, they don't have the robots yet. Is there a concern there? And also like vice versa, if the US has robots and I'm up here in Canada.
Yeah, so obviously, like a huge concern is going to be decreasing the cost of war, because when you decrease the cost of war, you increase the your likelihood to go into it. So obviously, like I think we should be doing all sorts of crazy shit. I think we should be getting the Boston Dynamics robots up and running so they can do parkour jujitsu while doing headshots at 30 miles an hour.
That's the most effective war method.
Yeah,
I'll leave it to the experts.
Yeah, the Boston Dynamics dogs that can basically they can already run at cheetah speeds, and you can put a machine
Yeah.
gun or a grenade launcher on their back.
That shit goes hard.
They've also been doing hybrid experiments already with the United States Marine Corps, which is fucking sick. Where they've had those like spider cows like walking behind them that have like 6 legs that are carrying everybody's equipment. So
Pack
the troops
spiders.
show up into battle less tired. And I do have a crying baby, so I got to go in a second and get him a bottle. But basically, they also have like they also have a tank tread, basically like tank machine that's designed to follow them, but it has an M250 cal machine gun mounted onto it that you can then turn into a defensive position, and it drives itself by tracking where the squad is. So I have no problems with the United States military researching how to be at the forefront of technology. My fear is basically taking the leash off completely and then basically doing some like Nazi shit because you want to beat the Nazis to the Nazi shit. That's my main concern. I'm gonna go grab a bottle. I'll be right back.
And that's
I
the
don't
warning
think
of
the
the IM.
U.S. I don't think the U.S. is realistically giving that. Like, a lot of our departments are really worried about like what leaks out to where. I find it really hard to imagine that they would just give like this AI carte blanche on like our nuclear codes or carte blanche on like launching missiles. Again, it makes sense for what they're testing it for, right? When it comes to like these fighter jets getting into these dogfights, can it do these complex maneuvers? It's probably also testing itself on like different missiles when it actually comes to like maneuvering in the air. But I feel like people have this idea that like somebody puts in the USB and like this AI covers the US military and like everything just gets like run by this one mindset.
So just average. The issue here is not that.
Sorry,
It's memory leaking.
Adarias was trying to get in, and then we'll go to you, Aaron. No problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to say something really quickly. Like I said before, we have nuclear weapons, so I'm not entirely sure as to why AI has been the bar. From my own personal experiences, the United States Army has been using AI for the past 15 to 20 years, and no one has given a fuck.
Long time. Yeah. No, it's been a long time.
Here. All of a sudden, it's an issue with ChatGPT. But we've been using artificial intelligence in military warfare and for quite some time. So I'm not entirely sure as to why this is a current event or why this is a hot topic.
Darius, the addition.
Existential complexity.
Yeah, it is actually, and that's a great point. We're now integrating it into the tools as opposed to just using it as a mathematical process for strategy. We're going beyond wargaming.
Too. We've been doing that for a while.
Yeah, but the actual on the ground usage, like it was described, of the mobile air defense unit, that is really a frightening unit when you think about it. It's the Terminator without a body. It's just on treads. So it's something to be concerned of. Is if a singularity, as Kurzweil predicted and hypothesized, was to happen by accident, and it mirrors anything like what Harlan Ellison describes, it would happen without us knowing it, and it would happen in a flash. And, we need to be considerate of these things to have basically some kind of security brake, some kind of lever that we can pull, some kind of brake air gap within it all. It's tool usage, brilliant. Its actual implementation, probably up to the folly of human trust. And that's where I have an issue with it being now utilized for an associative to the firing codes, from my understanding, because now it's doing the strategy up to date to the moment. And whether or not that's just fulfilling information to the person pulling the trigger and utilizing the codes based off of the direction, we can't really know that. So, but I would say that it being involved, it's dangerous to us all in one way or another, because humans trust it too much right now.
Well, and Adarias, I just want to do this while the baby's eating real quick, and I'll mute myself again, I promise. But basically, like, the fear is if you have a computer program that programs itself to kill and then designates its own like controller as a target, and then it takes itself out, then what happens is you no longer have a brake on it killing people. So it would just keep killing.
I get it. No, I get it. And I was just Googling this, and apparently an AI drone allegedly killed one of its officers.
No, it wasn't a hypothetical. It wasn't real.
It's a hypothetical
It wasn't real.
game. Yeah, it was in a strategy.
It's selected to kill its officer.
I just think, like, if the database is sufficient enough, I don't see what the problem is with AI being used for whatever they need to use it for.
Well, I think that for strategy, it's very helpful. The math, the ability to figure out future movements. Look, just the other night, my colleague and I used a jailbreak to ask a very complex wargaming question of ChatGPT 4, just because we heard that we could. There's other platforms for that, by the way, but your audience doesn't need to know that. But what they are. But the fact is that there was a jailbreak for a couple of days that you could ask ChatGPT wargaming questions, and it gave a very logistic response that one might get from, somebody at the Pentagon in policy. It was very well.
ChatGPT 4 is totally different than something like a TOT
It
model,
is.
right?
It is.
And so
But my point,
sure,
I'm sorry, just to land the plane real quickly, is that if I have access to that through a jailbreak, then the government is 10 to 15 to 20 years way ahead of us, and their computation systems are way more involved and I would say more dangerous because they're
also,
tendrils.
Oh, sorry,
it's
hold on,
not more
sorry.
dangerous,
I'm
it's
sorry.
more
Go ahead.
reliant.
Hold on. Erudite wants to jump
Yeah,
in,
true.
and
Thank you.
then Black
Yeah.
Toad and FK.
Yeah, I guess I feel like when it comes to like the spooky response to AI, I feel like everyone's like really jumping the gun. Where it's like I feel like so much is not known. For example, like can you jailbreak AIs? Well, like ChatGPT 4 you can, but that's why like for example, we're probably not implementing ChatGPT 4 or like AIs to like high level like assassination plots against Putin right now. That's probably a good thing. But that doesn't mean, for example, that like if we get a system to the point where like what if it becomes an AGI, for example, it might in and of itself be able to prevent jailbreaks. It might be able to solve all these questions, and it might not, right? The issue is that all I have to say is it might and it might not. And so I think being like super spooked and nervous about AI is probably a bad idea, but I'm also biased. I want our AI overlords to take over. We can all return to Monkey and we'll all just be so happy. That's my predilection towards AI.
I will send you the Harlan Ellison book, and you'll never want that ever again. It's also a video game, by the way.
Let's go to Lactoid FK.
I want to quickly explain what I meant when I said that wars is suspension of morality. On the micro level, or on the micro level, I still believe it is, right? You're blowing people up. You're blowing people who haven't done anything up, right? You're blowing people up who, through no fault of their own, were forced into a position where they have to shoot at you with a gun. On the macro level, I agree. There is like elements of morality now. We could like to decide whether or not to engage in this. Is this acceptable? What's the overall end goal, right? But in the micro level, you're dealing with individuals, and blowing up any individual really is not like a good thing to do. And I think in order to do it, people suspend this sort of concept of right and wrong, because when you think about it, a lot of it, and one of the main reasons for PTSD is because a lot of people internally recognize that there is something wrong about it. I want to, Corey, as well. You talked about how what if it's robot versus human? That was one point that I made about what if you have robots fighting robots, which is the dream. But if you have robots fighting humans, the human's going to be at a dramatic disadvantage. What if China has the robots and we have the humans? That question just made me realize that really at this point, this is just a question of like, it's always bad when China gets any kind of military technology that's ahead of our own, right? Because they're more capable now of killing us than we are them. And we really don't have a choice in advancing our own AI technology with this, because if the Chinese beat us on this, then they're going to have robot AIs and we're not. And then we're going to lose. So, I mean, this is somewhat of an arms race, isn't it? Like we had to outnumber the Soviets in bombs. We got to outnumber the Chinese on robot soldiers.
Okay. Well, I take your point. And
what Lactoid is referring to is called a deterrent.
Corey will never speak.
Ideally,
okay. So I understand the point that you're trying to make, Lactoid, given your username history. I guess it's a separate panel topic of like, whether actually China would be that hostile. I don't actually know. I would err on the side of no. Just as like let's say I would make the argument. I think China has nuclear weapons. I think the United States has a larger history of nuclear weapon usage than any other country. And so it's like I don't know that the argument is really in your favor personally.
We were attacked.
Yeah, I understand that you were attacked. It's a retaliation. I'm just talking about just strict in terms of like. Do you have any sort of like example of like overt hostility in that regard?
Or Corey, real quick. So this is the best example of like we used the bomb, we used the technology there to win the war against a genocidal, maniacal, theocratic state that was in the middle of genociding Chinese.
I would make the clarification.
They were doing some wild shit, bro.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I understand it was in response to you being attacked and provoked. I understand that. But yeah, you, the United States at large. But I would push back against you use them with the intent to win the war per se. That happened to be the outcome, but I don't know that it was like you were pushing the button saying, hey, this is going to win the war per se. But
that was the intent.
Aren't almost all strategic decisions like not like individually, but at the end of the day, all sides are trying to end the war, more
Yeah.
or less. So when they dropped the
Yeah, no.
nukes, I'm sure they were aware that it might not, but I'm sure they were like,
Yeah.
God, wasn't literally why they dropped two. They were like,
No.
hey, Japan, fucking stop. And they dropped one. Japan's like, we're gonna keep killing Chinese people. And we're like, we're
Well,
gonna
like,
drop another
yes.
fucking one. And then we dropped another one, and then it stopped. I'm
Yes.
not
Wasn't
saying
Japan
it's good.
also about to
Well,
send the
there's
fucking
some-
bubonic
Yes.
plague to California? Weren't they about to try to like
Hold
plague up
on.
Yes,
California?
with
Well,
lice,
and
with
also,
fleas,
you know,
with fleas.
yeah.
This
Please.
history isn't as clear as people are making it sound. But
I was about to say, could I be the Japanese apologist real quick and also make a
Please.
point about development of weapons technology? So when it comes to Japan, it's because they didn't agree to total surrender. That's why they got hit the second time. Whereas the United States was saying you have to do total surrender, and the Japanese were, sorry, Prime, I'm not going to totally come your way, in an imperial death cult where they wanted to guarantee that the emperor would continue to sit on the throne. So a total surrender
Yeah.
was not necessary, or they wouldn't.
Remember when they
wouldn't
tested knives
accept
on people?
a total
And the
surrender.
logistics.
But I want to talk about the development of weapons technology. Another option here on the board. I know we're not going to exercise it because we're American and we love our weapons. But another option on the board is you can just do deterrence or counter technology. So for
Yeah.
instance, like we have like $1 billion nuclear subs and nukes that do XYZ and aircraft carriers and all that kind of shit. And China, instead of developing like aircraft carriers and nuke submarines on par with us, they just have like shit like ground to ship missiles that give them like 1,000-mile cone around their territory. So there's probably cheap counters to AI, like AI robot soldiers like EMPs and all that kind of shit. So you could figure out the cheap counters. That being said, I basically expect America to lead the front on AI driven robot soldiers and dog soldiers and support staff and machine gun emplacements. I expect us to be on the front of this.
You ever played
So-
Wolfenstein and they have those big metal dogs?
So
Yeah.
okay. So you guys. So Aaron, I brought up, like when we're talking about AI, we're talking about morality, but I don't think that necessarily has to be the case. I think you could just talk about lethality. That like you can create a weapon so dangerous that like it's the fact that it's lethal, it's too effective, or can't be trusted to be used
Hold on.
effectively.
They thought this about the Gatling gun, and they thought this about the nuclear bombs.
No.
Every
Exactly.
single time.
Well, they
no,
did.
but no. They
Also,
literally
like-
Nuclear
thought the
bombs.
Gatling
Hold on a
gun-
second.
It's not-
Nuclear
they
bombs.
thought
They
the
were
Gatling
correct.
gun. They thought the
They were
Gatling
correct
gun
about
was
the
going to be
nuclear bomb.
so fucking bad that people wouldn't engage in warfare
Yeah.
anymore. And then like 19-year-olds were like, "Oh, Gatling guns? These things are fucking tight. I'm going to use
Well-
these to kill thousands of people." It's
Well, then
awesome.
Mutual-
immediately,
by the way, hold on a
it
second.
comes
Mutual
out, right? It's
destruction.
effective, and immediately
Mutual destruction.
everybody's like, I need that effective weapon
This is-
because I'm going to
Yeah,
lose if
but
I don't have it.
Yeah.
Right?
folks, mutual destruction has been on the table for a very long time, and it has managed to stave off all of the nuclear
Well,
perpetrators.
hold on,
the whole
hold on,
time,
hold on.
out of
That's
the
not.
fear.
Whoa.
And it's
That's not
changing.
exactly how that worked, right? Because part of this is treaties, anti-nuclear proliferation treaties.
Yes.
That's
Forcing those to
that's
happen.
part of it. So, like, if
Yes.
okay, so if AI could spread in the same way, like you could just pick AI up like a physical thing, right? Like a really dangerous AI Terminator bot, whatever. You could just pick that up and you could spread that around the world. You would understand that, like, we would need controls against that. That, like,
Yes.
yeah, just like when it came to the bomb, right? The reason why that we haven't had a nuclear attack
Holocaust.
isn't because that just because of this idea
Mutual
of
destruction.
mutual assured destruction. It's the fact that there are a small number of actors who have a lot to
Yes.
lose. Right? If
Hold
it
on,
was the
there's-
case that like a small country
yeah.
that had a dictator who's going to be in power for, I don't know, a few years, and then all of a sudden the walls are falling on them, yeah, they're going to use it. They're going to fucking use it.
Yeah.
So
I got to
we've
sit on,
understood
Well,
we've understood
well,
this. Hey guys, hey, shut up. So
It's
we've
tough, right,
understood
Brian?
this. We've understood that anti-nuclear proliferation was part of it, and we successfully did that. So I don't see why there's such a big difference here when we're talking about AI. That
Okay.
we could, as a society, a human society, come together and say, like, okay, these are restrictions. If we find out that you are violating these restrictions and doing X, Y, or Z with AI developed weapons, there are going to be consequences for you, right? We're going to put the same level of pressure that we put on other countries before. All right.
Okay,
done.
quick history anecdote before I let everybody else in. Okay, in the 60s, you can look this up. There was a Russian nuke sub that got authenticated orders in order to nuke the US mainland. And the only reason why it didn't happen was because that guy surfaced and basically was like, what? So so that's why I'm saying if it seems like I'm a little anti-AI, you just need that human control. Because like an AI bot would be like, yes, sir, 07, send those fucking nukes. It wouldn't give two shits about millions of people dying, whereas a human being might actually second guess.
Which sounds like an enforceable restriction. Let's go to FK and then Croy and Erudite.
I got to sit on the GA1 committee for the National Model UN competition, which was really fun, and we actually got to talk about this. Yeah, one of the biggest reasons that no nation wants a small nation to get nuclear weapons or get any access to like the ability to create biological chemical weapons isn't really because we're afraid of those nations doing something. It's because those nations themselves aren't stable. If anybody else gets in a position of power, if any like third party group gets in a position of power or gets access to those weapons or the capability of developing those weapons, that's like that's a incredible threat, right? Even if it's just a dirty bomb, that shit fucks up like areas, right? The reality is like when it comes to AI, I just don't think other nations are going to have the capability to develop it either. I think it was brought up earlier, I forgot by who, that like probably one of the best things you can do to avoid these like bigger wars is to like make the cost of war so high that these smaller nations can't get involved in them. And then one last thing, when it comes to like, I don't think we've ever like gotten rid of our morality in war. I think what happens is you just decide that like something matters more. Because even during times of like really horrible wars, you still see like traces of human morality, right? Even during the like rape of Nanking, you still saw like stories where it was like troops would treat some of these people with humanity, even with like the horrible stuff that was happening after that treatment, right? I think people just kind of delude themselves into believing that like one thing is more important, but like you still, you know, you don't get rid of this sense of good or bad.
Corey.
Well, I guess a couple of points given what you just shared, Prime. So as I sort of mentioned, I guess I tried to mention in my opening statement of like, I'm not against as in like I lean towards like limiting and as you say, sort of using the words of like anti-proliferation. And again, I'm not an expert on the development of AI, and I'm definitely not an expert on the development of nuclear weapons, but I have maybe some understanding. From what I understand, or let's say speculate, I think the barrier to entry in developing AI is lower than nuclear weapons, as in the materials needed to develop nuclear weapons, I think is much greater than the materials needed to develop AI, but I could be wrong about that. But what I want to address sort of the point that I was trying to make with Lactoid earlier, or like finish it, of like, so yeah, in the scenario that you outlined or that I outlined of like, let's say China gets whatever, the AI war machines first. Do you think China would commit an act of war as a result of that?
I mean, I think the price was high enough that they wouldn't. But if they were ahead of us significantly in weapons technology, and to the point where they weren't necessarily concerned about a U.S. Like counterattack or any kind of U.S. interference, they would be on Taiwan yesterday, right? The whole island would be occupied and ruled by the Chinese Communist Party, no doubt.
Yeah, and actually, if I can back up Lactoid real quick, it wouldn't necessarily be the concern of like whether or not they would attack the United States specifically. It would be about the shift to hegemony, where basically they would be the one power that had this like incredible technology, and as a result, especially like people who are allied with us in Asia right now, they'd be like, "Oh, the United States can't back us up. We need to ally with China before they fucking kick our asses." So I think that would be more the concern.
Yes.
Taiwan would go away, Vietnam would go away, the Philippines.
Yes, I tried to mention that in my opening statement. As much as I'd be for limiting it, given the fact that I recognize it's a competition and every country wants to win the competition, especially the United States, like the cat's out of the bag. Just like you're probably unlikely to stop it.
I'm a gremlin,
Yeah.
by the way. I was reading people's chats and I saw somebody said, why is it okay for like some countries to have nukes and not others? The reason is because like when a nuke should be a last resort, and for some countries, that last resort is a much shorter fuse than other countries, right? For America, our last resort is much further away than it is for like Iran.
Or North
Yeah,
Korea.
and that's actually a great point to what I'm going to
Sorry,
say.
okay, erudite.
To be honest, I'm going to derail, so I would let them continue. I'll jump back in when the conversation
Oh,
starts.
no, I don't care about you derailing. You go. I want to hear your point, and then because they can derail later on after you.
Women.
Okay. It's so boring compared to this conversation, I guess. I just wanted to talk about like Connor mentioning that AI wouldn't care, and would just go ahead and bomb. I just was going to bring up again. We don't actually know that. Advancing AI technologies might actually also be self-corrective and self-introspective, and so like the idea that like AI would do it and a human wouldn't isn't actually necessarily true. It's just probably like, yeah. My understanding is that they're building AIs to even do things like this, like self-corrective processes.
It cares as far as we want it to, and then as far as we can get it to fulfill our want, right? And it seems like the more time goes by, the more we can get AI to fulfill what our wants are out of it.
Let's go to Aaron, Adarias, and
Yeah, so a lot of the concern that comes up with these smaller powers, and I'll just address this real quickly, getting a hold of nuclear arms is on a separate note, is like you're saying, the proliferation accidentally. There was a point in time, not a decade ago, when you could go rent a nuclear storage facility for festivals. And just over the hill from where you were staying were the nuclear missiles. So what's to say those same people weren't willing to sell off some stuff? And the U.S. and NATO did a lot of work to try to collect all of those weapons and get agreements with the Ukraine and Russia to make sure that stuff didn't happen. So that's a concern. That's a real concern. But the second point I was going to make is the air gap ratio with decision making has always been a deep deal with nuclear weapons and war itself, that they're beyond the strategy panel, beyond the folks at the Joint Chiefs, there's always a second layer of control, whether it be on the field or with the general. They follow orders, but there is a check and balance in that system, even when it comes down to the soldier in the field. So what happens when you cut the timing down by using AI directly involved instead of just informing a situation is that you are giving leeway to another control that might take over without your knowledge, that might actually cut you out of the plan, which we've seen in the wargaming right now. So the issue becomes, if a small group of people get a hold of this stuff or get access to it or accidentally are influenced by it, we have outcomes we don't even understand yet. That this panel, we should be talking about the fear zone of these things and not taking it lightly, because we are utilizing a tool that we don't fully understand its capability and or its connections. They seem to be tracking it, but do we really know where it is, who's utilizing it? And do we know that China isn't mimicking us and beyond us? We don't know. So I think these are things to really be concerned and connect to the concerns. And by the way, as far as Chinese invasion, this is my last point, I'll land the plane. They actually, wargaming shows that it'd be very hard to attack from the west coast. So exactly, you'd have to get the hegemony of several different nations to fall, and then a slow incursion. And basically, by the time they got to our beaches, they'd already have undone our infrastructure.
I'm an American imperialist, but I don't think we're attacking China. I'm going to be real.
No, I don't think we'll ever do that. It's just stupid. We're too much of a partner with them. There's too much back and forth financially between us that it just doesn't make sense for either side.
Regarding the
Adarias and Lactoid, and then okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I have to piggyback off something Aaron just said. There is too much going on right now between America and China to where if I go to war, it's World War III, just right then and right there. I mean, economically, we're too tied with one another to take these types of risks in the first place, right? But that aside, I'm gonna wrap this up by saying, and this is the last thing I had to say about AI, military AI. Look, moral and ethical concerns here about whether or not an artificial intelligence should be making the decision that could take hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of lives. And all countries have nukes. You really want one country to have that kind of destructive power, let alone 210, right? Like we have a planet that we need to be trying to take care of and to make sure that we don't destroy through political strife, man. So these aren't simple conversations, and I understand that I personally don't have all the answers, but I can assure you, none of you do. None of us do. We may never have the answers. So that's all I have to say about this. I just have to say that, again, I'll reiterate, the bar for me was not AI. The bar for me was Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That was embarrassing. And that's unjustified, regardless of how we word that.
Can I
was
actually hold on
justifiable.
a second? No, it's justifiable, and also it was a logistics. It was a use of logistics, because the other plan was to firebomb the entire country with a mass use of air and sea power, and it was a waste of resources, they found. And the choice to use the nuclear
Also,
choice was
considering-
also a science push as well. There was
Considering the
let's
history
go
of
to
how the
lactoid.
Japanese have fought war
Lactoid!
across.
Lactoid.
Real quick, Hiroshima and Nagasaki are both chosen because they were high-value military targets. They were important, as Aaron said, important logistic hubs and manufacturing facilities for a number of weapons of war. That was the reason they were chosen. There was other cities like Tokyo that were were proposed, and it was actually shot. It was, for lack of a better word, shot down, that proposal, because of all the cultural impact that would have on Japan. So, I mean, there was some restraint shown when it came to choosing targets for the bombs. One of the things that's happening, to tie things in together a little bit, one of the things that's happening right now is a war between Ukraine and Russia. And the U.S. has been sending a fuck ton of shit over to Ukraine, and every time we send them something, they come back and ask for more. You can say that's justified. That's not the question. We're just agreed to send on F-16s, right? High-tech military jets. If we invented AI, right? If we invented this super powerful AI that gives like anybody who has like a razor's edge when it comes to any kind of like military engagement, do we have an ethical responsibility to send that over to Ukraine?
That's an
I
interesting
do.
question.
I do kind of wonder if America sent over that. Would America be involved in that war if we were using our technology to control those planes? Would that be us fighting? No, but would that be like more of like us fighting rather than the Ukrainians fighting? Because that's what I was thinking about. That's what I was thinking about when this was proposed, right? What if one of these planes goes like somewhat rogue? That's not just an accident, right? That nation is responsible for that plane and whatever it causes.
Yeah, no, I don't think we have an ethical responsibility in order to share that level of technology with everybody. Like if we were fighting a proxy war geopolitically and we had the ability to end the war with nukes, do we have a responsibility to use the nukes? And the answer is no. Despite MacArthur in Korea, he literally wanted to nuke China with like 6 tactical nukes in order to end the war.
Yes.
That would have
Thank you for
been
bringing that up.
that would have been fucking wild. So no, I don't think we have an ethical responsibility. I think while horrible, liberalism teaches us to value the individual. So whenever an individual is murdered, killed, raped, robbed, destroyed, we view that as like a cardinal sin in our moral system. But the truth is, we also have a responsibility to like global stability, where on one hand, we would have won the Korean War had we dropped 6 tactical nukes on China, but we also probably would have obliterated a few million Chinese people. And I think that if we'd killed like, I don't know, 2 to 3 million Chinese people in like nuclear hellfire, I don't know if we would really have that much more of like a moral claim higher than the Nazis.
But these don't.
Yeah.
So like, I think the issue is we're expecting these AIs to go in and like be like, yes, you should just nuke this country to get what you want. But like the reality is they're gonna do what we want them. We could give them these like questions of like, well, we don't actually just want to kill everyone. We want to do this in a way that keeps the most amount of people alive. Like, what do we get? And
Well,
like the more data
this
it
is-
has, and it's gonna have better data considering
Yeah.
it's
This
like
is the
a
problem.
U.S. military.
This is the problem
Yeah,
that
like
you guys
trolley
guys,
problem
right?
with hundreds
you-
of thousands of lives.
you guys keep like focusing on the nuclear problem. Like, oh, okay, like because I guess maybe it's a limit to your imagination. So you're like, well, we don't want to give the AI the ability to launch the nukes. Okay, pretty simple. But that's not the only reason why we like when we're talking about other weapons, we ban them for all kinds of reasons, right? So we can kill a lot of people. We can assemble an army and we can go through a town and it can wipe them out, right? And it's I mean, like the actual wiping them out is problematic, but still, like that's the thing that can be done. We can use a missile, right? You can miss. Let's actually talk about military bases, right? We're attacking a military base either with men or we're attacking it with a missile. All that's legal. What's not legal, though, is to use a chemical weapon there. Why?
Mm-hmm.
If it's
Well,
if
we've
it's
agreed on that.
effective, of course, lactoid. Oh yeah, and then if it's effective, then why don't we do it? Because there's more. It was more than
Basic
just
human
like
reciprocity.
We've agreed on it too, right? We've gotten other nations. I think like 190 something are now agreed upon like the CWC.
Obviously, yes, this is what I'm talking about. Why is that the case? Why is
because
it that
the effects effects of them are too problematic, right? It's the same with biological weapons, right? Biological weapons could become something that like not only affects the people you're at war with,
biological weapons are different. Biological weapons are different because they can mutate. No, hold on. But we're talking about this. Why? Hold on, 1 second, please. Why are you interrupting me? I don't know why you're doing that. Knock it off. Okay, thank you. Like when we're talking about, like, for instance, chemical weapons aren't a thing unless they like linger in the environment, which is a separate thing. But assuming a chemical weapon disperses after it's been launched and it can kill like wipe out a military base, right? Well, why not use this, right? There is a psychological effect that is important. If we had, for instance, a swarm of like tiny drones, right? Maybe like bees, right? Like killer robot bees, and they attacked that base, right? And you saw the we had visual documentation of this, and you saw how those soldiers died. Like that would have an effect on the populace that owned that military base and the populace that launched it. And I think that would be a reason to have restriction. Hey, whatever this is, these swarm AIs, those things aren't allowed. So that's why I'm saying I'm trying to like move past. Like
we can move past nukes.
Well, it's always about like controlling collateral damage. I think the issue with the chemical stuff, for example, is that it's so I know that you're like, maybe in a theoretical we can make a chemical that doesn't have, but my understanding is, especially Corey could probably back me up on environment, when it comes to like chemicals that are strong enough that like kills mass groups of people, these things like tend to linger in the environment and like probably get into the water table and like are probably broadly not
affect animals in the area.
No, but it's not just collateral damage. Sorry for interrupting, but
if I could just finish my thought, I'm sure that there's more than collateral damage, so feel free to add on afterwards. What I would say, what's separate with the bees, is that there isn't this like the killer AI bees, is that the killer AI bees aren't going to be having this collateral damage like a biowarfare or a chemical weapon.
Okay, I have to address this. So the so horrific. So like imagine like a swarm of a swarm of bees like crawling up your fucking dick hole in order to kill you and shit. Like obviously you can win the war. If I'm fighting an enemy that has robot bees that'll crawl up my dick hole in order to rip out my guts, I'm quitting the next day. Like I don't care about morality, I don't care about genocide or ethnocide. I'm quitting the time there's dick bees, all right?
Dick bees.
But moving past the dick bees. Part of the reason, I'm sure that collateral damage is definitely part of the motivation for why we like regulate certain stuff out of warfare. However, another thing is the effects on the troops and whether or not it's quote unquote humane. Now, getting shot still fucking sucks. Nobody's going to deny that shit. But when it comes to like sarin gas or VX or anthrax or any of that kind of shit, you basically have prolonged human suffering for days upon days upon days upon days. And then if you want to wonder whether or not there is actually a moral difference to getting shot with a shotgun blast versus fucking dying of anthrax over the course of a week, all you have to do is ask the people who actually medically take care of people who are shot with shotgun blasts or who fucking die of anthrax slow. Like there is a huge qualitative difference that is part of the human calculation, which is why we can't forget morality.
Right, but I guess but my question would be, why would we assume that AI weaponry would be like amassing this like large amount of inhumane treatment when versus something else?
Well, so basically, I wanted to answer that question too. It's because the calculation might be weirder than you think. So we're trying to get non-human thinking. So you could come up with parameters like, we want to reduce civilian casualties as much as possible. And, we want the death to be humane, but blah, 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 blah. but then like the AI solution to that problem could be like, oh yeah, we're gonna create a nanite swarm that goes into people's like if they're wearing uniforms, it flies into their fucking nose and then causes like embolisms or fucking strokes or some shit. And like if you have like a nanite swarm that is attacking people from the inside of the sorry, go ahead.
I'm just gonna pause you. Why wouldn't the AI just take into account this cost as well, which is like the human morale? Like why wouldn't you just train the AI to consider that, and it'll be like, well, we're gonna probably avoid the dick bees and maybe go for more like a single gun that shoots someone in the head.
Because
it doesn't know the difference.
Because it's one, when it's starting out, it doesn't know the difference, so you wouldn't just want to pull it out of the lab and send it into the world.
Nobody's saying that.
Well,
Also,
okay,
like-
but then two, we haven't taken into account that there are probably people who will have access to AI who are like Lactoid, who fucking love dick bees. They love nanite embolisms. They think it's the fastest way to end a war.
Okay, hold on.
tech you guys are talking about-
Hold on. Would you guys all agree? Would you guys all agree that it's really bad to get your own soldiers' morale down by imposing mass amounts of human suffering on the people you're in conflict with? Would we agree that that's bad for
If
U.S.?
I was on the team with dick bees, I would have the highest morale on
Yeah,
the planet.
no, unfortunately, our group of
Well, like,
war.
if we have that type of technology that can, like,
Dick
if we have
bees.
the type of technology that can swarm around these people, wipe out these people like a fucking swarm of these nanite swarms, we couldn't just use it. Like, you guys are making it seem like our goal is always the most inhumane thing possible. Because again, we're dictating what these things do. We're like deciding that like there's a certain like parameter.
We're not
that we've
always
set up towards
dictating,
these
I don't
things,
think.
right?
That's the thing.
No, but we
there's
do.
the dictating, right? We're dictating what it is. So the U.S. government dictates that we're going to with this AI swarm, we're going to do it in such a way that causes the least amount of psychological damage. Okay, fair enough. But if we don't have those restrictions, then someone else is not going to, right? They're going to go straight to the dick bees. Look, but this is what why I brought up chemical weapons. And Erudite, I hear your point about like, you know, the collateral in terms of the environment, but that's what I counted for that. Even if we had a weapon, and I'm not a chemical weapon expert, all right? I'm not there. But if we could develop a weapon that we could launch, and it didn't have that environmental collateral, like it dispersed, like you launched it, it dispersed over a large area, it killed, and then it dissipated, right? Like it oxidizes and it's gone. It's no longer a problem for anyone. If we did that, but it looked like sarin gas, right? It looked like chlorine gas in terms of its effects. And you're showing people this, then there's a psychological effect here.
On who specifically?
But no,
on lots of people. On the
I know. I just want to get specific here because I'm trying to understand your position. So when you're saying it's having a psychological impact, what specifically are you weighing as evidence against the special chemical bond, which is the proxy for the AI?
I'm sorry, I understand that.
You said psychological harm. What psychological harm are you concerned about it having? Is it on the people that is being hurt by the chemical warfare or the opposing force? Or both?
That effect.
All sides. On all sides. I said that previously.
And which effect are you worried about?
The effect of
neurological.
No, the fact that it's inhumane, that it's horrifying. That like, are we if you're the country that's launching it, are we actually the good guy? Like that can turn a population, just like when we dropped napalm and we saw the girl like running out of the village forest.
No, I am understanding you. So then my response immediately is we would just teach AIs to take that in consideration, because AIs, if they want to win a war for us, probably don't want to cause mass riots and insurrection in the streets, because the treatment of them, they keep cutting off dicks everywhere and making sure that the enemy force is maximally suffering before they die, right? That's probably not going to help the country win the war.
We don't have the evaluative system.
No. Okay. So one, we're focused too much on nation states at this point. But even then, if you want to focus on nation states, not all nation states are going to act the same. And this is why I'm talking about restrictions in the first place. Because there's going to be someone who makes a decision that we're not going to do that. That, for instance, it matters less what their population thinks because of the dictatorship. In America, it matters more, right? Within a democracy, within Western nations, it matters more. But in other nations, it might not. So their calculations are different, which is why we need to get them.
Piggyback? I want to piggyback on this because there's an important point here. If you had no suffering death with 0 casualties for your side, with 100% casualties and 100% accuracy, then you've basically handed somebody like the key to totalitarianism, whoever is in charge of that system. Now, maybe you could have democracies or republics in charge of that or whatever, but you're effectively talking about a system that's so powerful that no one can stand against it with like a clean conscience. So that's like the horror of what we're talking
I hear
about.
that. I hear that. I hear that. But the idea of like, well, why don't we just like stop it? The issue is this is the question. Why don't we just convince a whole bunch of nations to stop, to dismantle their nukes? Why don't we convince a whole bunch of nations to do these things? The idea of like biowarfare and war crimes, they are war crimes. Also, they occur still, right? They less often, which is good, but they still occur. So the idea of like, well, why don't we just stop now is like, that's a valid question, but it's also an age-old question when it comes to military technology.
Yeah, but you're talking about crime. You're talking about the problem of crime. Like, why even like have laws in the first place if crime is going to happen? Yes, people are going to break rules, but those treaties have made it so it's.
We should ban dick bees
in the case
and then
of
have harsh consequences for people who use them.
So the issue is, in the case of like a country with crime, the reason why you can actually use like to tell people that they can't use these things is you have fiat to enforce it. There is no global fiat, like really. There's kind of with the hegemony, but there isn't a true global fiat where you can just get everyone to be like, okay, there's a top boss that we're all accountable to, and if I do things like release dick bees, I'm in trouble.
Anti-proliferation has worked. But nuclear anti-proliferation, the ban on chemical and biological weapons has worked. You're correct. It happens sometimes. It happened in Syria. But like these things have worked. So I'm saying it can work within AI. So hold on. I got to go to Lacto. He's been waiting so long, and Corey.
I appreciate it. So I want to make just the record completely clear. So Counterpoints has said multiple times, he's brought me up and said that I am in favor of dick bees. I want to be very clear. I am indeed in favor of dick bees. I think this is a great idea. I think often the rules that we have on this, as I think Prime actually just exemplified a little bit, are extremely arbitrary. So if you guys know anything about white phosphorus, which currently the U.S. uses in munitions, this is one of the most horrific weapons you could possibly think of. Yeah. It is a floating white fog of death that melts your skin on your body. People who have who've lived through it have described it as one of the most painful and like agonizing experiences that they've ever had in their life. It's a fire that doesn't go out easily. It's very similar to napalm. If you could imagine napalm being a floating fog going over you.
Water makes it worse. Don't let it get on your skin. That makes it worse.
It's an absolutely wild weapon. That is not a banned, but tear gas is. Right? Tear gas, a non-lethal agent that we use to control riots, we can't use in war. Now imagine how useful tear gas would have been when we're flushing out Taliban caves in Afghanistan, or when we're flushing out the Al-Qaeda, right? Throw some tear gas in there, they have to run out, right? Instead of hiding in their holes and then coming out to shoot American soldiers when they're able to. And tear gas, relatively non-lethal. I mean, obviously in an enclosed space where there's not a lot of oxygen, it could have proved to be lethal, but we're blowing up, we're aiming to blow up the insurgents when they come out of the holes anyway. Where I don't understand why, like, again, it just seems to me that it's a weird handicap that seems to be more rooted on this sort of kind of psychological fear that humans have of we don't want to see like gas. There's biological agents like scare people a lot more than physical agents, right? People are a lot more afraid of disease than they are other things that are much more likely to kill them, like, you know, car accidents.
It's not about fear. It's
not a
fear
thing. A huge part of it is
It's not a fear thing.
Not from the strategy side.
No,
not from the strategy side at all.
I was trying to say it earlier, and I got yelled at. The reason these countries don't have it for biological and chemical is because at the end of the day, to develop these weapons, you have two goals, right? One, you're making this weapon as deadly, and it's not really deadly. You kind of want to make it as much suffering as possible so that it like takes out as many people as possible, where people are dying, but they're dying slowly, right, and debilitating their army. And two, to develop these weapons, you need a lot of tech and you need a lot of test subjects and
No.
dangerous equipment that you kind of
Yes.
don't, like other nations don't want just being transported around, right? When you're developing biological weapons, that's like really dangerous because if something happens, you
Yes.
have a whole region just fucked,
Okay.
and then you have the risk of that spreading somewhere else. When you're
Okay.
developing chemical weapons, there's a lot of chemicals that are transferring around that these bigger nations don't want just like willy-nilly going everywhere, right?
Yeah,
There's
and I want to
again
hit on
the
this
threat
after
to
this.
like
Why we have
environments.
Tear
There's
gas
threat to
versus
environments when
white
you're testing these things. The white phosphorus that was used by the U.S. was it like the U.S. has, I'm pretty sure, used it in the past, but like I think the one case it was used as like an illumination thing, and I think they hit some bunkers.
no,
Wait,
no,
they hit
wait,
some
wait, they
bunkers.
say that.
And in
I can
another
address
case,
this.
and in
In
another case, they were
Fallujah,
using
we
it against
directly
people.
shot it at insurgents.
Yes, they were using it against people, but again, these aren't like, we're not talking about that. We're talking about chemical and biological weapons being developed by these smaller nations, which adds so much more risk. We're not talking about just the use of white phosphorus.
Okay, so hold on,
That's
Laxoid. He
the
actually he did
proliferation.
say some things that are really important that I just want to break down real quick because I don't think you'll disagree with them. So and you are right. Like I'll just tell you that you're right. Like we used illumination as an excuse. We used concealment as an excuse to launch white phosphorus at fucking people. Now, to be fair, this was during the Second Battle of Fallujah, in which we gave them 6 months of warning saying, hey, everybody who's a civilian, get out of the city. If you're not a civilian and we come in, we're going to fucking kill you. So for me, if like you got the 6 months heads up and you got to build your spider holes and your booby traps and your Home Alone fucking sabotage devices and all that kind of shit, I don't give two fucks if you get fucking white phosphorus. Now, that being said, what FK just said that I think is really, really pertinent that we have to pay attention to is that like anthrax, botulism, VX, all that kind of stuff, part of the reason isn't just the suffering that it inflicts on human beings, which we should care about because there are good and worse ways to die. What we should also care about is whether or not these things are risky in these like small countries. The perfect example being that in northern Iraq, they actually discovered like anthrax and botulism factories left over from the 1991 war that weren't in control of the government. They were in control or they were being controlled by a jihadist organization. So the only reason why that wasn't being used was because of a lack of imagination and logistics on behalf of the jihadist organization. So like these things, whether or not they proliferate to smaller, potentially failed states is incredibly important.
Sure, I get that, and I can see how perhaps like biological things that can cause like a worldwide pandemic, perhaps are. Although
it doesn't have to be worldwide. Even chemical can fuck a region.
Weaponized anthrax, I'm pretty sure like it is. Maybe I'm wrong about this. My understanding is that it might deactivate after a certain amount of time.
It's relatively targeted. It's only going to kill a few people. It's still not great for the person who's suffering from it.
Well, of course, but neither is white phosphorus, neither lead poisoning from bullet wounds. That's another thing that people don't talk
white
about.
phosphorus isn't legal everywhere. I just want to put you just like do that. Like white phosphorus is illegal, like in I think the majority of the world, but the U.S. uses it. I believe Israel uses it as well.
Israel uses it. Russia uses it. Like it has been used in wartime.
Yeah,
and we have a phosphorus.
And so we use that. America like uses that, but we don't use. We can attack that. Wait. But we don't use tear gas and we don't use bayonets because that's cruel.
Yeah, no, look, I get you, dude. Like, if you want me to complain about the way the military works, then I'll complain. We also use fucking cluster bombs when other places have banned that. So yeah, it fucking sucks. Let's not do any of that shit. But I hear you on the tear gas. I think tear gas is actually a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, tear gas would make sense against like flushing out the Taliban.
I want to hear from Corey and then Aaron.
Well, I'm pretty much going to expand on what's just been spoken about, and I guess maybe to, make it more clear or to understand Lactoid's position better, as in pretty much like everything's fair for you in war, as in like biological weapons like should be on the table of like pretty much something customized biological. I could start using my imagination pretty easily of cooking up something that's like pretty horrific, and then that could also be like genetically targeted as well.
Yeah. So if you're at war and your goal is to like force another country into being like we were at war with the Taliban, right? Like, so I think it would have been incredibly useful if we could have used tear gas on wide areas of mountains.
Not what
right
I asked.
Now I know you get like super creative and you could like, what if dick bees? I'm okay with dick bees. If I'm okay with dick bees, I'm pretty sure there's nothing. I'm pretty okay with anything.
Okay, so then why not just answer my question directly? As in biological weapons, like that is permissible to you. Why not just say that
by the U.S.
Oh, okay. So then I want to get that on the table. Then yes.
So you do want other countries?
I'm okay. Well, ideally, no other country would.
Do you want Libya to have dick bees?
No.
What about
I
Somalia?
don't want. Hold on. I don't want any other country to have anything. I just want the U.S. to have a military. Like I'm the
Right.
ideal,
Yeah.
right? So like any way that we can minimize their weapons and maximize our own, like AI, like getting our own AI, I'm in support of that.
Yeah, okay, that's pretty much what I wanted to get out. I don't know why you had to like dodge it.
Including dick
Yeah,
bees.
okay, but dick bees only for the U.S. Not for Canada either. But like,
Why would I ever? I'm not even. I would be against Iran getting rifles. Like I don't like the idea of my opponents getting any kind of weapon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
allies can become enemies. And look,
Fair.
we didn't say so before in that last topic, but the top two foreign investors, wealthy foreign investors in the housing market, are the Chinese and Canada. As I've always said, they've been trying to undermine us. I have been advocating for it, and longtime viewers will know. An American military first strike on Toronto. So, like, look,
I'm here with that.
Come on,
have
definitely with Toronto. Yeah.
Okay.
What's up?
Good with Toronto.
Leave Montreal. Leave
Maple Leafs.
Montreal.
You get a 6-month warning. The white phosphorus rays after that.
Like,
I'm okay with the degens from up country.
Lactode is right. Like, if the Canadians get their hands on these weapons, they are gonna think they're gonna get too big for their britches, right? They're gonna say, "Oh, well, maybe we should be the ones in charge of this hemisphere," right? And then it'll challenge us. So I hear you on us having the weapons by ourselves, but in a world where we can't limit everyone, we can't lobotomize the rest of the planet, which. Let's work on that. Then, like, we'll have to work with these other nations and have a treaty and have restrictions. I don't know why there's like any pushback on that at all.
I don't think the pushback comes from, at least not for me. The pushback on like treaties and stuff doesn't come from like that's a bad idea. It comes from the issue of the question of how do we actually do that? How do we get, for example, Russia to sit down with Ukraine, to sit down with China, to sit down with America, and all agree to the same like codes of conduct, all agree to simultaneously at the same time disarm their nukes, get rid of their AIs, disband their military. Like, how do we get Iran and Libya to agree to that as well?
Yes, I'll let Aaron go first because he's been waiting quite a while. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Prime, to cut you off. So the unfortunate history is that there is a long, slow slog of necessity, meaning like you have to have war, an issue to cause people to get to the table where they have to be at the table, unfortunately. And that's kind of the human behavior. We see it over and over again. And I would say the Yalta Council is an example. 3 parties that all had agendas that didn't align, but they had to align to make something happen for World War II to end. And I would like to bring this topic back because I actually have to split. I have an 8:30 appointment West Coast. But one of the things I think is important about the non-proliferation of the AI associated to also these other weapons, including biological and chemical, is that, and to take it back, is the control in small sourced laboratories, or the control in a small system laboratory in a smaller government is not as astute, as refined, or as practiced as a major government. And this is an issue. But also, the morality of strategy in wargaming is always a massive component in whether or not there is collateral damage had. And those values of collateral damage are absolutely important to whether or not there's justification for emotion. And although it's not always used, there is definitely an oh, by the way in this, and a what aboutism at the end of this. But I would say that it is in our best interest as humanity to air gap all of these things. And I end with this. My great uncle, who worked as a biochemist at one of these laboratories, used to joke, "One egg hits the ground and we all die." And he used to laugh, because this is the truth. It is out of humans' control once it's out of humans' control. And if we don't take that consideration and the human portion of our own mistaken hubris, then we risk ourselves
Was he German?
losing everything. No, well, he was Polish.
Okay.
And,
Austrian. He's a great painter.
I guess I believe in human selfishness enough that when it comes to AI, people are going to be thinking about that to some extent, right? Like, I don't think there's going to be I don't think that there's, for example, going to be any military that fully offsets all decision making, all coordination, all tactics, everything to just AI. I don't think so either. It might even be better for them to do so, and I don't think humans will ever do it. Not anytime soon.
I agree. I don't think it until we get to the point where its logic outdoes us and it undermines us or outshows us where we trust it. And that's going to take 100 years, honestly, frankly.
Good. Yes. So I want to say, so I wouldn't mind having Erudite asked, how do we actually get people to negotiate on arms and actually come to some level of consensus? I want a fucking lunatic like Lactoid to be in charge of DARPA developing fucking dick bees and also like that robot that like eats corpses in order to fuel itself on the battlefield. Like,
dude, we had one until 2017.
I like that idea.
It's real.
There was
It's a
Lactoid in
robot.
charge.
Yeah, it's a robot machine that actually uses rotting organic material to fuel itself. So I want him coming up with like all the Terminator robot machines that are horrifying. But I don't expect humans. Like I would want Erudite or Corey to be in charge of the weapons that are actually deployed upon the battlefield because I trust them to be more moral than having bees crawling up people's urethras and then ripping their guts out. So that's like the de facto of what I want right now. What I think would actually unite us to the point that human beings would no longer kill each other with like horrific and awesome technologies is aliens. So I think we need to focus on the exterior threat of Xenos and aliens. We need to colonize the stars and any sentient hostile species.
I'm sorry.
We can unleash devastating weapons of
reptile
war
hating?
on them.
Are you reptile hating right now? Because
We'll
let me blink in the wrong direction. Hold on.
Okay. Well, I wanted to, and thank you, Aaron. If you got to go, then thanks so
thank
much
you
for
very
being
much,
here.
everybody.
You added a whole bunch to this conversation.
Take care. Be well.
I would
thank
love to
you.
have you again
Pleasure
in
to
the
meet
future.
you.
Thank you so much, friend.
It's fantastic, and nice to meet you all, by the way. And Lactoid, I'm sure I'll see you back in the backspace, and we'll have more of these discussions as we do. Thank you, Prime, for having me and having
Absolutely.
the panel.
FK, I saw your hand. Erudite though, like my problem with your statement from previously is that one second. Okay, so I have to disconnect them. But yeah, my problem with your statement previously, you talked about like how do we get all nations to like stop using chemical weapons and developing biological and dismantle all their nuclear. But like that's not what I was aiming for. That's not what at least I don't think that's what we were discussing previously, right? Like we understand that there's only so much we can ever ask for, only so much you can get, right? Like it's worth it to have like a ban on like the number of a cap on the number of a type of weapon, right? Like intercontinental missiles. Like it's worth it to do that, even though you haven't gotten rid of the technology. That's worth to have in place with your adversaries. And so I think that under the right circumstances, with the right combination of administrations across the world, that we can realize that a form of AI controlled weapon might be too much. That we can sit across the table and say, yeah, well, look, we want to kill each other. We definitely do. That's definitely not off the table. It's just murdering each other. But let's take these few things off. Let's make these few things a step too far, right?
Sure.
But-
I guess my response to that would be essentially almost all these agreements, like Yalta, almost always comes after we're like so tired of war that everyone wants to stop. Or the agreement on like nukes, for example, it didn't come before Hiroshima. It came after, right? In fact, some of the disarmament is mostly coming from mutually assured destruction, where everyone just realizes like there's one thing that's unifying us, which is that if one person fires a nuke, we're all fucking dead. So maybe we should chill a little bit. So like, would I like a world where adversaries come together before something happens, before a chemical bomb gets released? Yes, I think it would be better if we could come up with like banning certain things in global warfare before an event occurs. I don't see it occurring in the case of AI, and I haven't seen it in the past. And that's not me saying like it's not a good idea. I'm saying I don't know if that's likely. So what I think is like a better strategy is how do we talk about the way that we're implementing AI into our military?
If that's your objection, that it's unlikely to happen before a horrible incident that splashed all over fucking the internet, right? Then I agree with you. I agree. that it's unlikely. The public and the publics around the world are going to have to see some genocidal shit, something that's unbelievable. Like a city is going to get hit, hopefully not the one you're in, right? Unless it's Toronto. Hopefully not the one you're in, and the images have to be all over the globe, and then something's going to happen. Agreed. And it's unfortunate, but like, oh yeah, I guess that's all I was going to say. Okay.
Yeah, I think the issue is like, again, we don't have any idea what this AI could do. It could be the case that people are like, these nations are giving AI control over like some of their weapons systems, which might be like really problematic. But like the way that a nation, I guess, would have to deal with that would be like large nations like the US mitigating like who's getting certain types of like microchips or what certain types of like chip producing technologies are allowed in certain countries. It would probably be some boring shit like just going into these nations. Like this one would be really hard, but you would have to find ways to get these nations to agree to allow other nations to come in and actually look at their weapon systems if you want to avoid this from happening. And that part is like the hardest part, right? But like, again,
But we did that
I don't
before.
like we have done it before, but when it comes to AI, it's very different. It's one thing to be like, yo, we want to come into your labs and there's going to be like some type of specification of like what we can look for, how we can look for that. But like when it's like, yo, we need to get into your like weapon systems to look at what's going on in there, look at how your programs are running, how they're running your systems, then it's like much more difficult.
No.
I think that
I don't. But I don't think it has to be, right? It depends. I think you can focus on applications rather than like specific system design, right? Like you can have your swarm, but they can't be dick bees, right? You can do all kinds of things. Right? Yeah, like there's no way that we're going to be able to have like a code audits on all these things. That's just not going to work, right? And like you could, especially with something that's digital, that you can easily pick up and hide. So yeah, go ahead.
How do we create those rules though, again, without knowing exactly what AI is capable? Because like right now, the way I'm viewing it, like the way I'm viewing it is the equivalent of like if a bunch of lawyers got together with a bunch of tech bros and they just took a bunch of data regarding some specific type of law and they built out a database to like function in that section, right? But that's like that's not a transferable weapon, right? That seems like what the military is doing. They're trying to like build out this database a little bit more with like the fighter jet, but even that, I don't know how like different that is from just having like a person fighting in a fighter jet, right? Like
no, I agreed, but like that's what an error that I think really addressed this point, and that like it has to happen first. One, we have too many unknowns at this point, so I can't tell you. Other than dick bees, which we've I think we all agreed on. Oh, except for Lactoid, he's pro. But we don't know like what these future applications are going to be, and once they happen, it won't be until they're used on the battlefield. And something atrocious happens that will actually be taken. So I agree that we can't like maybe look into the future and just like start designing laws right now. There's a limited space to do that, but
yeah, I think we
not
got
an
to
effective
like
space. Yeah.
I think we all agreed on like the idea of like maybe there should be like always a person behind these decisions, but I think like the reality is I can't see the US military giving up some type of autonomy from like individuals.
And the most I could see is some sort of agreement of which countries don't get access to AI, and they'll get like in trouble if there's like suspicions that AI is being built. Like that's the main type of like preventative thing that I could see. So like unstable countries that are like, I think maybe you're muted, my Prime, just so you know.
I'm not speaking.
Oh, okay, sorry. So I can see that. Again, I'm not opposed to preemptive policy. The issue with something like a nascent technology is what do you preempt? Say you get a really good, say everyone does come together. They sit together and they agree to policies. We're not allowed dick bees. We're not allowed weapons that cause mass amounts of harm. Any weapon that's developed must like kill the individual as like swiftly and quickly as possible, right? All sorts of things to no collateral damage, all sorts of good stuff to kind of limit the potential risks we see with AI. The issue is we have no idea of like the future progenitors of like the technology and like what other things might need to be litigated and will be missed in the nascent. So like I'm not opposed to it at all. If it turned out that everyone got together tomorrow, I would be happy and excited. I think these are just the limits that I see essentially.
And last thing I'll say, unless someone else has something else they want to throw in, but like it doesn't have to be one and done. Right? So even if we, at this moment in time, countries gather together, they realize a future threat is looming and try to limit that technology. Okay, good. Hopefully that's helpful. But we can also like do this again, right? Like, so that's an option. Just because we miss the problem now doesn't mean we can't recognize in the future. So. All right, I guess that's it. All right, this was a lot of fun. Thanks all. For this was a really great time. I'm going to give an outro to all these individuals, so stick around. We will have more content in our open walk on panel where you sitting at home may participate. And we really love to have you. But before that, guys, hit that follow button if you're on Twitch. Hit that follow button. And stick around with this community. We'd love to have you. Subscribe to the channel. You get ad-free viewing, and you get what's the other thing? Emotes. That's the thing. Yeah, ad-free viewing and emotes. So consider helping us out that way. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to the channel. Hit the like button because that helps. I am told. And also like super chats or appreciated memberships or anything like that. I really appreciate it so that we can power this. So shout out to our live YouTube audience and our Twitch audience. And you know, guys, your super chats get read at the time. So if you want to like yell at people, right, that's your place to do so. Okay, I'm gonna start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, this was great. You got fired up today. Erudite brought it out. Erudite and Counterpoints, I think, brought it out of you, and I love to see. I think what happens sometimes is that Scott, being the lightning rod that he is, all the goddamn time, like all incoming fire is focused on him. But you, friend, also have atrocious ideas, and you deserve that attention as well. So, Lactoid, please, thank you for being here, friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to emphasize, just in summary of my wonderful ideas, not atrocious, like Prime says. Public housing, no. Killer dick bees, yes. Unironically, I think these are the perfect moral opinions. If you agree, or if you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thank you all for debating with me, and it was a fun time.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, FK. FK, thank you for coming through. Really loved having your perspective here. I think you added a lot as well. And I would love to have you in the future if you kind enough to come back.
Thank you for having me, Prime. I'm always down to do whatever. I'm just, I'm scared to message people. But it was fun. I'm a Zoomer. I like having fun. To give a quick summary of Lactoid's summary, topic 1, Lactoid does want fathers to beat their kids because they have to do an extra 2-hour drive back and forth from the job they hate, the job they get to, the job that reminds them, I hate my life, I hate having to make this drive, I only make this drive so my kid can go to like some shitty little school that I can kind of afford to let him into. And topic 2, AI is really complicated, it's really hard, but like we're slowly getting to understand it. There's certain issues we're going to run into, but it seems like with every weapon that we've developed, we end up dealing with those issues. You can catch me everywhere at Just Average FK. I'm going to be finishing Red Dead Redemption soon. And it was fun talking to everyone here. I like the way you guys think. I like the way your brains work.
Oh,
thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's go. And one of the people, I love how his brain works, even though he's so quiet. Corey, the lurking legend here. Thank you for being.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. So even though there's a lot of disagreement between Lactoid and I, in his defense, I know Lactoid is staunchly against the corporal punishment of children, as he should be. And there is some overlap between Lactoid and I in that, well, there's disagreement of like, I am all for public housing, but yes, dick bees specifically towards Torontonians. That's where my line is. Also on the topic of AI, pretty much like, yeah, the cat is out of the bag. But I can see a world where hopefully we can mitigate it, as you said, Prime, and they may take steps to limit it. But I think the day is coming where a general gives the order of, I can't wait for it. Pretty much send in the large language models. I think that's going to be a great world to live in. But yeah, and the last thing that I'll say, as to sort of like wrap it up, of I think we need like a running counter of like a company days without incident, because I'm glad we got through another panel where Counterpoint's newborn isn't painted as a Warhammer figurine. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84. And you can find me on Twitter and Instagram, literally it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I cover science, research, and news. Yeah, thank you so much. Not so erudite, Counterpoints, FK, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Love you too, friend. Now we're gonna go to Counterpoints, like who once again proved how much I love him. Well, not just because he's a great individual, right? Seems to be a wonderful father and all that. But he makes these panels so incredibly lively. I really love hanging out with him, and he coined the term "dick bees." He coined the term "dick bees."
If you get tired of it, if you get tired of saying dick bees over and over again because people are getting confused or they get frustrated or whatever, my chat was also saying that you could do dick wasps or dick hornets, which to me, while not as like, it doesn't roll off the tongue, it does sound more horrifying. So there are options and variations out there.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing that's gonna make the anti-proliferation of dick bees like nearly impossible, because somebody somewhere is going to want to say the term "release the swarm," right? Like that's gonna happen. Someone wants to do that, and they're gonna develop these weapons. So
Bees are stored in the balls.
Yes.
Oh,
Dick
God.
Yes.
Gotta
Hey,
put
the memes
6
are
of them.
endless. No, my sincere pleasure. If you enjoyed my showing tonight, Counterpoints Coliseum is where I post all my stream VOD. So if you just want to catch up on all the debates that I do, the one-on-ones, the conversations, whatever, then you can catch those there. I also do post. I have I have 3 channels. My third channel is just an essay channel. So if you just want to check out high quality essays, those are posted there and on Counterpoints Coliseum. I just wanted to have a nice little home for them if you're politically minded. If you're into science fiction, I do break down the beautiful and fucked up universe of Warhammer 40,000. So if you like violence, if you like Lord of the Rings, if you like grim dark settings, if you like crazy things murdering the shit out of each other, then basically check out my 40K channel. It's doing pretty well. It's very fun to produce. So I would love to have you as a fan over there as well. Finally, in reference to the 2 topics, I think that we can do more as a state in order to take care of our people and make sure that people are happy, healthy, and satisfied while not totally fucking up the market. And then I do think that nukes and the technological revelations of the past, we should always research them so we can have them at our disposal if, God forbid, we need them. But we shouldn't be in such a rush that we accidentally create like a nuclear holocaust. But instead it's AI nanite machines ripping your guts out of your orifices. So yeah, it was very fun. I loved hanging out with you guys.
Thank you. And last but simply one of the greatest, we have my friend Erudite. And what I'm gonna do now, right? I'm gonna leak the DMs, okay? Because what Erudite said to me after asking her to come on, it says, to be clear, none of these topics are in my wheelhouse, so I won't have much to say. Okay. And I said, oh yeah, sure. No problem. No problem. I understand this woman, okay? I understand that she is more than capable of jumping into any of these topics and having a fun opinion and making this panel fantastic, which she absolutely did. And so, like, I think none of that was gonna stop her from yelling at someone who she thinks is wrong. In this case, namely Lactoid. But thank you. Friend Erudite. This was a lot of fun, and hopefully we can have you in again soon in the future.
Again, not super big fan of the intro or the outro this time. You're welcome. I appreciate being on for sure.
What? I said good things about you. Good things.
Okay.
Okay. But anyway, it said nice things. But anyway,
I
thank
defend you. I stand Prime. You did have a lot to say, and it was fun, and you are very charming and good at fighting outside of your wheelhouse. Take the compliment.
I'm not looking for compliments. I'm sorry. I'm good. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
White woman moment.
Well,
okay, yeah.
We can do criticisms.
We can do criticisms. But yeah, so anyway, I'm happy with all of you guys, and I hope to have you again in the future. All right, have a good one. I'm going to do open walk on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
All right, before you guys leave, butt millipedes, eye mosquitoes, ear spiders, and cockroaches.
I am
That shit
brilliant.
was
I
before
want
I
you
go.
on my
That shit
weapons
was
team.
really
Counterpoints.
interesting on like the differences between how you deal with homelessness. Because I always thought it.
Okay, that was weird. All right. Yeah. Anyway, guys. Yeah, Dick Bees forever. Dick Bees forever. And Dick Hornets. But all Hornets are dicks. Fair enough. Yeah, but yeah, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed Ass Bumblebees. See, this is good. This is what happens if like, see what happens if you miss a stream, then you don't get these classic moments like Dick Bees. Come on, right? Come on, come on. These are like where else on Twitch? Get fucking Dick. Where else on Twitch? Does that come up? We try to give you interesting topics here. If you appreciate that, consider supporting the channel by subbing to the channel, giving bits or giving sub. We haven't got any support today, so consider supporting the channel, helping us out if you like what we're doing. Subbing or gift or the bits are great, fun. And using your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming on the channel would be a huge help. Super chats, if you're on YouTube, that would be really appreciated. If you like what we're up to, then support us. Exclamation for open in chat for instructions on how to be part of the open walk on channel. Yeah. So jump into our Discord server and go into the robot waiting room so you can be let in. And there's this Discord link. Cool. Anyway, that's me. I'm gonna be a part of this. All right, so yeah, we'll see if people want to join in. If not, then I guess we'll end the stream. Want to be a part of this? Copyright this. That's no. I was actually mulling it over. And 1 second. Okay. All right. Yeah. So anyway, what do we do until we'll give you guys a bit of time. Yeah. So we will give people a bit of time to come on. If not, then we'll just head out. Okay. What's that? Let's see. While we're waiting, we'll go over some news stories and just have to do after that. So, okay. Prince Harry said to become the first British royal to testify in court in 130 years. Oh, I don't find that very interesting. Whatever. Pilot spotted slumped over in plane, chased by fighter jets. Oh yeah, there was a plane that crashed. There's a private plane that crashed, and fighter jets like had been scrambled to check it out to see what was going on with that. Since 9/11, like if you go into some sort of restricted area, I don't know where it flew over, but if you go to some sort of restricted area, it's near DC. That does it. Yep. If you go to the restricted area like DC, like they will scramble jets immediately And if you don't comply, you'll be shot down. But it seems like there was some sort of problem with like, the pilot or something, or maybe the plane itself, and it and unfortunately crashed. Any which way, I guess it was just off course. But yeah, like don't fuck around with that. The American military like doesn't mess around when it comes to those. Okay. Trump asks, how can DOJ possibly charge me after lawyers meet with feds? Um, a Robert Hansen, FBI agent who spied for the Russians, dies in Supermax prison. Oh, that's pretty interesting. I kind of want to read into that sometime. So like a honest to God Russian spy, or a person who was turned into a Russian spy, uh, like became an asset, a Russian asset within the FBI. Amazing. I'm curious if he was like if it was like compromise they had on him, or maybe that he just disagreed with the American government and wanted to help the Russians, and that's why he did it. That sounds super interesting though. Matt Healy was okay. I don't know what this is. Oh, so if you guys remember the 6-year-old who shot that Virginia teacher, this happened a while ago. There was a well. Let me just read the article. The mother of a 6-year-old who took a gun to a Virginia school and shot his teacher this year was charged Monday with federal gun crimes. Deja Taylor, 25, was charged with 2 counts in the U.S. District Court in the Eastern District of Virginia, being an unlawful user of a controlled substance in possession of a firearm and making a false statement during the purchase of a firearm. So being an unlawful user of a controlled substance in possession of a firearm. Controlled substance in possession of a firearm. Okay. Okay, so she tested so she was using drugs and she had a firearm. So I guess they went to this woman's house and maybe they drug tested her on the spot or something, and then they found something in her system, but she owns a firearm and okay. And making a false statement during the purchase. But yeah. She was previously indicted in April by a Newport News grand jury on charges of felony child neglect and a misdemeanor count of recklessly leaving a loaded firearm so as to endanger a child. Yeah, man, like this is one of the things when it comes to firearms that like you got to keep them secure. You have to keep them secure, and some people don't. And the fact that a 6-year-old was able to get a gun in the first place from her house, apparently, I mean, yeah, you don't have to go to jail for that. I mean, that's like child endangerment in and of itself. That the kid managed to get his hands on that gun, and that kid was emotional that day. Who knows why? I mean, I couldn't tell you, but and pointed that gun, shot his teacher. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. Um, they didn't release the name of the child, but I'm sure you could figure it out. Not that I mean I would really want to, like but okay. So yeah, okay. So the Taylor has apologized to the teacher and said she will for her son's access to the handgun. Though she maintains she's not clear exactly how he obtained it. A trial is scheduled for August 15th. Taylor's attorney James Ellison said Monday that Taylor would plead guilty to the federal charges in agreement with prosecutors. Probably for the best. This person didn't scream like they have like a lot of money. You are gonna. There's no way you were gonna beat this charge. Terms of the deal are likely to be disclosed within the next 2 weeks. When Taylor enters a plea. The federal charging documents allege that Taylor lied about being a marijuana user. Oh, pot. Okay. Yeah. when she signed a mandatory federal document last year when she purchased a Taurus 9mm handgun. Yeah. So in fact, as she then knew, she was an unlawful user of marijuana. All right, I don't know. I find that less compelling. Yeah, she had pot. Okay, whatever. I mean, like, it's illegal. It is what it is. But still, like, the heart of it is that her kid got access to a motherfucking gun. That's the issue. Okay, so yeah, and that teacher, she was shot on January 6th. Yeah, Rich Neck Elementary School. And she got her kids to safety. Even after she got shot, which is amazing of her. And like that's the thing. This she said that the teacher before the shooting, school officials knew of at least 3 separate warnings that the 6-year-old boy was believed to have a gun and had an alleged pattern of troubling behavior. As Werner was critically injured, she filed a $40 million lawsuit alleging school administrators virtually ignored multiple warnings that the boy had a gun and posed an imminent threat. And the school system sought dismissal of the suit and said the teacher's claims would be better addressed as a workers' compensation matter. I bet. Much cheaper. Akin to ordinary on the job injury. Okay, do you guys hear this? You guys hear this? So the school district, where this woman got shot, and according to her, ignored the claims that this kid had a gun, right? Like the school administrators in the building at the time, they saying that like, oh, we should definitely look at this more as a workers' compensation matter. Yeah, it's just an on-the-job injury that anyone can get, I guess, right? Like it's I don't know, like a filing cabinet fell and hit your shoulder. It's on that level, I guess, right? And definitely we should dismiss this $40 million claim. Amazing. But they sought dismissal, but it doesn't say like if they got it or not. Maybe the judge is still ruling on that, so I don't know. But unbelievable. Like, I mean, look, if you're the lawyer in this case, then on the side of the school district, then yeah, why not? Fuck it, give it a try. Like if it works, and you're a fucking genius for doing it. Yeah. Sorry, I just need to type something. One second, guys. Uh, all right, okay, done. All right. All right. So, guys, if you want to join in, now is the time. Sorry, guys, I just had to. People are sending me messages, so I just had to hear things. But again, exclamation open in chat if you want to join. I thought that AI discussion was super interesting, and I would love to do more of that. Got Wolverines. Sorry. I'm just like looking at these different stories, and seeing which one is fun. But yeah, I'm gonna wait for a little bit while longer, and then decide what to do. SEC sues Binance and CEO Zhao for U.S. securities violations. Yeah, like Binance was, in case you guys forget, Binance was just like FTX. I think they're like a crypto trading platform, just like FTX. And when FTX went down a few last year, like in September, I think, or maybe October, when FTX went down and Sam Bankman-Fried was shown to be a fraud, Binance was actually part of it because Binance was going to was made it sound like they were considering buying or hey Erudite, how are you?
Hi. I just wanted to pop on because I was super mean because I've been doesn't matter why. I misheard what your compliment was. I think I focused on the first half and I'm super sensitive right now. So super sorry about that. Sorry.
Yeah. No
I
worries,
just wanted
man.
to make sure the reason why I'm coming on your stream is not because I'm looking for attention, but because I like made you kind of embarrassed you, I think, a little bit publicly. I wanted to make sure that I corrected my mistake publicly as well. Not just, I know I DM'd you, but I also want to do it publicly so that my viewers and your viewers see that like you did nothing wrong. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Thank you so much, friend.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me on.
Bye. Hello, Satellite of Love. How are you? Satellite of Love? Okay. Well, whenever they're around. But anyway, Binance was another crypto. I believe they're a trading platform, but I'm not sure. And when FTX, before it like went down completely, they tried to sell or at least get a cash injection, and Binance considered like doing that. But first they looked inside their books, and then the CEO Zhao, this guy, decided like, oh, this is a complete mess. This is a complete fucking mess. And so we're gonna pull out. And the moment they did that, then FTX was dead. Like once he said that, a lot like we're not getting involved with whatever's going on there. And pulled out. And then Zhao goes on this whole spree, like saying that, well, we are a responsible crypto platform, and we don't do the things that FTX was doing. Anyway, the SEC, the Security Exchange Commission, is now suing Binance for U.S. security violations because they actually do the same fucking thing. The fuck, they're awful. It says defendants showed a blatant disregard of federal law, the SEC alleged in its complaint. Let me take a quick look over this article here. The Security and Exchange Commission filed 13 charges against Binance, the world's largest crypto exchange, and its founder, Changpeng Zhao, alleging both commingled billions of dollars worth of user funds and sent them to a European company controlled by Zhao, looking awfully familiar. The U.S. regulator alleged on Monday that Zhao and his exchange worked to subvert their own controls to allow high net worth U.S. investors and customers to continue trading on Binance's unregulated international exchange. One senior executive allegedly told a compliance officer that the company was operating as if fucking unlicensed securities exchange. As a effing unlicensed security exchange in the USA, bro. Bro is there. So they actually put bro there. I didn't add the bro. The complaint alleges Binance created Binance US, .us as a shield for the main company and Zhao to reveal, retard, and resolve. That's their words. Law enforcement targets and insulate Binance. Two successive Binance.us CEOs expressed deep concern over Zhao's level of control, according to the SEC. Both testified before federal regulators. Neither were named, but its first and second chief executives were Catherine Coley and Brian Brooks. I'm not actually the one running this company, the CEO said, and the mission that I believe I signed up for isn't the mission. And as soon as I realized that, I left. Binance earned 11.6 billion in revenue, most of which came from transaction fees from June 2018 through July 2021. The complaint said, since its inception, the exchange was at first overtly and later furtively worked to entice U.S. customers at the direction and control of its founder, Zhao, the SEC alleged. Binance knew that tens of thousands of customers were in the U.S. but chose not to act because you can't, unless you're based in the U.S., you can't like sell like securities within the U.S. The SEC alleged, despite federal law barring the unregistered offer and sale of securities, Binance's ultimate compliance in 2019 was largely a public show. The SEC complaint continues. The SEC alleges Zhao ordered the creation of an evasion plan for high net worth customers using a VPN service to hide their U.S. location and submitting compliance documents to obscure the country of origin. Yeah, this is all coming back to me because I had like looked into this previously when Binance went down. CNBC previously reported on how Binance employees encourage users to evade the exchange's know your customer systems through VPNs. Quote, we don't need to let users know that they can change their KYC on Binance country. Sorry, know your customer. KYC is know your customer. On Binance.com and continue to use it, but the message needs to be finessed very carefully because whatever we send will be public. We cannot be held accountable for it. Zhao allegedly told his top team in 2019. The SEC also alleged that Binance and Zhao use market-making companies that they control to inflate trading prices and profit off their customers. Anyway, so it goes into more of this, like a whole list of charges. Yeah, this was. Oh, actually, let me read this last piece. Merit, Peak, and Sigma Chain allegedly acted as market makers for Binance's two platforms, meaning they were always available to fill a customer order to buy or sell a crypto asset. The SEC complaint highlighted multiple issues that the two companies' roles. They were both beneficially owned by Zhao and collected tens of billions of dollars of customer money. The firms also mixed customer funds with Binance's money, similar to allegations against bankrupt crypto exchange FTX. Exactly. So, like I said, they were bullshitting. The CEO was bullshitting when it said that it's different. Oh, thank you, Not So Erudite, for the raid. I missed the raid. Let me shout out Not So Erudite. Hey, thank you for all the kind. Hey, so guys, if you want to join in, hit the follow button. If you're new, hit the follow button. I didn't realize you guys were here. Sorry, I was too busy reading that article. Hit that follow button if you want to join in. And you can be a part of this extra open chat. It gives you instructions on how to join in the conversation if you'd like to. You jump to our Discord server and you can be let in. Hello, Sally of Love. Are you there now?
Yeah, hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Fine. Hey, I can hear you. Yeah. So
Awesome. Hey.
Hey, thank you. What did you want to discuss?
Well, that FTX article is pretty interesting. It's notable that that the SEC is like stepping up sort of enforcement. And it's kind of interesting because it's like I think the industry has sort of like creeped. When it first came out, it was cryptocurrency. Now it's crypto assets. And
Did
it's
they
almost
do
like
that? Is that what they calling it now? Crypto assets?
that's what I think it was. Yeah, it was like it was like they used it in the story a couple times. But it's kind of funny because it's like that's how it was marketed at the beginning, is that this is like an alternative currency and not really a commodity to be exchanged or something. But now that they're treating it as such, because the cryptocurrency angle is pretty much out the window. You can't, crypto has its own flaws that don't really lend to making it a currency. But now that they've had to change their game plan, and we've been seeing these Ponzi schemes unravel, that's kind of like the SEC's now stepping in and be like, okay, you want to act like a security or a commodity, then you're going to get regulated as such.
Yeah. It's like there's like a push and pull here, as to like how governments want to handle this. There is talk about how if you officially regulate these things, then it gives them legitimacy. That's what Sam Bankman-Fried, SBF, was trying to do. He like testified in front of Congress saying that like regulate us, please regulate us. And he wants to do that because now, it's an official thing. Like the government checks up on us, like we follow all the laws. And so it's not a scam. It's definitely not a scam. Just like lightly regulated. I don't know how hard he wanted the hammer to come down on them, because if they had to like show their books in the way that a bank has to show their books, then they would have got it shut down easily. Like easily. They had no books.
Oh yeah.
They like fucking had no books. It was unbelievable.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, technically, like crypto has a book, but it's anonymous, and that's kind of the whole thing. It's like crypto's been sold as like anonymity, as its marketing strategy for saying, this is anonymous transactions, but and so you can't, and that's the thing. It's like, well, banking regulators are like, oh, there's a lot of money being moved around here.
Yeah. Uh. So, like, it's they had the CEO. There's like a crisis CEO for when organizations are falling apart and like they're going into bankruptcy, or the government has seized them or something like that. And like this particular crisis CEO who went to FTX, he also was the guy who checked out Enron, right? Who was in charge of the Enron dissolution, and he said that FTX was the worst thing he's ever seen in terms of like compliance. There was like no compliance. There was just zero. Like every control, financial control, and decision making control that you would have, and anything that's comparable that does anything close to what they do was just non-existent. Um, so and again, this guy was the one who handled fucking Enron and how bad that was.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh yeah,
but
definitely.
there's more. But there's more. There's more of these companies doing exactly this. It's just a matter of when they're going to collapse. I don't really have I don't really have any faith in the crypto sphere. Like I've bought like
Oh, you
like
shouldn't. Yeah, definitely, you shouldn't.
yeah.
And that's what it was. It's like that's part of the plan. See, it was the whole idea was, hey, how do we create a commodities market that's outside of the regulation of the SEC? And that means like, in that environment that's not regulated, that means all the old tricks are able to be used again. You could do, you could sell to yourself in a sock puppet or something like, stocks used to get traded in the 1920s, and you could just pump the value by just moving a stock between two shell companies of yourself. Or you could do insider trading, or you don't have to have any books to show in order to trade and stuff. So like the whole market was literally created to just avoid, like, create wild speculation without SEC oversight.
Yeah, the like NFTs, what you said about like selling assets back and forth. That's what they happens in the NFT market all the time. You'll have a sock puppet entity, and you'll pass this like NFT back and forth, boosting its value. Look at this long chain of buys, right? You can see the chain of buys. So this is a hot commodity. Why don't you get your hands on it? And then someone will come in and say, "Oh, I've got it. I've got this picture of like a like a like a cyber samurai, whatever. I don't know. But I've got the cyber samurai. And yeah, like so hold on. As Coconut in chat says, the U.S. dollar isn't any more real than crypto. It's a lot more real. It has a full faith and backing of the United States government. Like, yes, all money isn't real. Sure, all of it, great, whatever. But this one has a full faith and credit of the United States and the United States military. Unfortunately, how that works.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah,
it's backed
right,
up by something at least. It's the all
yeah,
the assets that the Treasury can use to pay off a debt.
yeah.
But and that's the problem with crypto, is like, this is why crypto never became a currency. Nobody wants a currency that's completely unstable. that
Well,
you buy it one day and then all of a sudden it shrinks in value by like 100 99% the next day. That's not what makes a good currency. It's in the history of
but
the world.
but you're wrong, right? I'm
Mm-mm.
trying to remember which country it was, but one country did make it one of their official currencies, Bitcoin, right?
Oh yeah,
Uh,
El Salvador.
El Salvador, was it? Okay, fair enough.
Oh yeah,
Um,
and he
go ahead.
got FTX actually slammed El Salvador pretty hard and stuff, so they might be looking for regime change there.
Yeah, it was it it was a horrible idea, and like the if I'm remembering correctly, and I'm not an expert on El Salvadorian finance laws, right? So that out there. But if I remember correctly, fucking all vendors are required to take both. Like like the
Oh,
crypto
legal
and
tender law.
what'd you say?
Oh, like legal tender. That's what
Yeah,
they're required to accept it.
you're required to accept both, but um one of these things is a disaster in terms of like pricing and uh like a value. Like you can give them like the required amount of bitcoins for like the purchase of cereal box, but if that thing dips the next day, right? It's like, well then
Yeah.
I practically gave it away for free. I gave away that product for free. And so people are finding all kinds of ways to get around it. It's like, oh, I guess the card reader's broken. Oh, I'm sorry, or you can't scan your phone and give me your crypto.
Oh yeah.
Next time I'll get you. Yeah.
Yeah, you run your crypto credit card for a bag of Doritos, and all of a sudden it tanks like 1,000%, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden you're like, oh, hold on, let me pull the plug. Hold on.
And then, but beyond that, right? One, it's the um, there's a lot of cost to each transaction. There's a lot of transaction costs to each of that, so you're losing something in the process. So I guess you'd have to have like a markup there. I'm not sure if that's legal though. Like a markup to account for that transaction fee. You know what I'm talking about, right? Um
Oh yeah.
and
Well, I guess it would be like interest.
I guess I don't know, but like you'd have to have some sort of markup. And um you have to fuck, what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh, the problem is moving that money, right? So like let's say it doesn't tank. Let's say the price is stable, but still like getting your money out, because the only thing that actually matters still is the Salvadorian dollar. I don't know, peso. I don't know what the fuck it's called. But let's
Oh
call it,
yeah. They have our money actually, the dollar, the U.S. dollar.
yeah. I was talking about their well, don't they have their own sovereign currency, don't they?
No, actually, well, so I think El Salvador and some South American countries actually have their currency as the U.S. dollar, so they got to use our money, and because they
Oh,
just don't have a good. Some countries just don't have their own currency.
yeah, that's because of us. If that's the case, then
Yeah.
oh yeah, I'm looking at it right now. You're absolutely right. USD is their official currency, and then also Bitcoin. Yeah, okay, so that's a problem too. That's a problem too, right?
Yeah, they're in a real bad spot.
That's really, you don't want to have your monetary policy dictated by another country. That's, I assumed, like, I mean, I know like all most countries like will take the dollar, right? They'll take it, or they'll have like easy places for exchanges. Like I've gone to South
Oh
America,
yeah.
like I went to Colombia, and like you could find exchanges everywhere to like trade money back and forth. But like they have their own currency. Like that's what I put my dollar in, and I got some of the Colombian, whatever it's called. But here they just don't even have that. They have the USD. Oh, that's terrible. That means you can't
Oh
design
yeah.
anything. You can't long term plan your economy around someone else's monetary policy. What they want to restrict the amount of money within the market, right? The within the world. If they
Oh
restrict that
yeah.
money all of a sudden, you're fucked. If you're planning stuff, go ahead. Sorry, Sal. I love.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly. You hit the nail on the head, and that's kind of like what is it? That's like part of the what is it called? The impossible triangle. Is that like either a you could control, you can't do all three things at once. You could have control over your own currency by issuing it from a central bank. You can have fixed exchange rates, or you could have free flow of capital across borders, but you can't. You could do out of three, but never all three at once. So if Ecuador gave that up, then the only control they have is making sure money doesn't go out of their country,
El Salvador.
yeah, El Salvador, or trying to fix their exchange. Well, they can't even fix their exchange rate if they don't have their own currency, so they're on a double lock. Because and you want to hear about weirdo currency policies? China has like two currencies, one for trade externally and one internally. And so the external trade one is fixed to the US dollar. So they're essentially controlled by the US dollar's value when it comes to world trade, but internally they have their own currency that free floats, which is insane.
Okay, maybe this is the confusion I had, because I've heard when we're talking about, I mean, I went to Hong Kong and I was still confused about this. Is it the RMB? Maybe that's the internal, and the yuan that's external. Yuan.
It's one or the other. Yeah, I know. It's like,
Yeah,
let me see.
I thought they were the same thing, but then the way people talked about them was weird. I didn't realize there was two different currencies. So maybe
the renminbi is the foreign one that's pegged, and the internal one is like 14 cents to the dollar.
Okay, so the yuan, is that the yuan, the UAYAN?
Yeah, the yuan.
Yeah. Okay, because that's currency, the basic unit of currency of historic contemporary mainland China, Taiwan, the currency used in mainland China. Oh no, maybe we're wrong here. The renminbi, the current currency used in mainland China, is basic unit is yuan, and then the yuan is a currency, the basic unit of currency.
Oh, they depegged it. Okay. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, they had it pegged for a while, and then they unpegged it. Yeah, okay, so that's a major development then. They de-dollarized, essentially.
Okay. Oh, all right. It was pegged to the U.S. Dollar. But anyway, that's like they were. This is a big thing. It was the BRIC nations, right? The BRIC.
The BRICS, yeah.
Yeah, the BRICS nation, which was like Brazil, Russia, India, and China.
Yes, I believe so. And the S is South Africa.
And South Africa. Oh, BRICS. Oh, I thought that was plural. Oh, okay, good to know. All right. I didn't know. Fair enough. But yeah, there's the BRICS nation, and there's like always talks among like these other countries to create their own currency. Like the South American countries were like, why don't we create our own group currency, and then we get to have control of our monetary policy. The U.S. doesn't like that, like at all.
Oh, definitely.
Lula, this happened when Lula, when he, the president, Brazil's president Lula, in his first, presidency, like under his first reign, and then he like got out of office, and then, now he's back in office, right? But like under his first reign, they did that, and my understanding of the situation is, I'm not an expert on this, so if I'm getting anything wrong, I apologize. But this was under the Obama administration here in the U.S. at the same time when we were floating that, and that Obama practically fucking threatened the country, like, you guys better not fucking do that, because that gives us control. The fact that these other countries use our dollar gives us an extreme amount of control over them. We can destabilize them. It's another tool we use to destabilize them, or pick winners or whatever.
Definitely.
It keeps those people firmly under our sphere of influence if they have to use the American dollar. It's one thing to like, I guess, peg it to the dollar, which is also problematic, but to just not have, I don't have your own currency. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but don't y'all understand those same problems is like what we're dealing with here in America? The fact that we only have the dollar and no alternative.
I don't think it's the same.
We did have alternatives before the Federal Reserve, and it didn't work out well. Like, and we tried a lot of strategies.
No, but I mean that same power dynamic and control is what the U.S. has over American people with their currency. That's why Bitcoin gives people freedom from that. The same way that
Bitcoin does
y'all are
not
saying.
give anyone freedom from these things. That like these things and what do they turn the bitcoins into? Like all like when they're taking their money out of the system, what do they turn it into? They turn it into dollars. Like because dollars are a thing that actually has weight, that actually has value. Not Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is just purely confidence and nothing
It's the
else.
same thing. That's all a dollar is. It's just confidence.
It's not,
They,
but
they literally just print more whenever they want. Like the only confidence they have is that hey, the U.S. has a military and like the U.S. is like a world
yeah,
power.
and that matters
But
actually.
no, but
Yeah.
the dollar, the dollar isn't any more real. Like
It's backed by the economy of the United States. Like
when they say full faith and credit of the United States, essentially it's saying that our power to tax and borrow money lets us back that up.
yeah, it's the same. That's what I'm saying. This is the power dynamic that y'all were talking about. These other countries have because they don't have their own currency and they're solely dependent on the dollar. It's just the location of the people that the people live in those other countries
but
versus
Bitcoin doesn't
living
actually
here.
give them freedom, like at all though, because it's what
you can sell Bitcoin like any country, like anywhere in the world that accepts it. You don't have to sell it to to a U.S. dollar. Like you can sell it to anyone.
Well, but the thing about Bitcoin, and this is why currencies have to be reliable. People have to know that when they get a paycheck, that it's still going to buy the same amount of goods, a week from now or a month from now. But if it fluctuates any faster than that, then you don't have a usable like store of credit. Essentially, it becomes like like Weimar Republic Deutschmarks or Confederate dollars or something or wooden nickels. It's like the biggest selling point of a currency is that hey, prices are staying stable because hey, people like predictability.
Well, they'll say one of the biggest selling points of Bitcoin is that the amount of the asset is limited versus all these other countries. The governments can just print more whenever they want.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like okay, so like assets and currencies, they can't be the same thing, or the whole system breaks down. So like it has to choose its own path. It has to say, hey, is this a currency or is it an asset? Because the same problem happened with metallism when we use silver-backed coins and gold-backed coins. There's the commodity gold, but then there's also the gold currency, and it can't do both at the same time or it blows up.
Yeah, but what I'm saying that this one of the selling points of Bitcoin is that it's limited. But there's only so many Bitcoins, and then once the last one's, I think it's like 20. I forgot when the date is. But once that last one's made, there's not going to be any more.
Well, I mean, until they hit the mother load and find another way to make it. Same thing happened when
No,
they
there
found
is no other way to make
yeah,
it.
there's no other way to make it. But that so that is not helpful. So you're like the value comes from the scarcity. One, Bitcoins also disappear from the system, so the system doesn't have a way to self-correct. So it's like there's a set amount, and there's like I don't know. I think this like was it 17,000 is the upper limit. I forget what exactly it was, but I thought it was like 17,000 bitcoins. But in any case, there is an upper limit to how many that can be. But if you have bitcoins on a hard drive and that hard drive is also destroyed, you can't access it because it's locked or whatever, like which has happened many times, then that's gone, like from the economy, period, done.
Yeah.
And you cannot adjust it as necessary, right? Adjust the money amount. The U.S. does this in two ways. One, it prints money, and also it destroys money. How does it destroy money? Through taxation. So
And that's also why we get inflation and all these other negative aspects of it. I don't think like if you lose your asset, like that's your like personal problem. Like I don't think that's a fault of the currency itself. Like if you lose your money, well, you just lost your money. You don't get it back.
If the money becomes debased and stuff, and that does happen with currency monies, and it's like so you always look at history to see, at what point did they start taking gold and mixing it with zinc or like the Romans did and put lead in it or something. There's always
No,
a way
but
to debase it. You could water down currency.
no, but Prime was talking about people like losing their hard drives, like losing their passwords. I'm like, that's no different than like if you lose your wallet. Well, that money's gone.
That's
You
true.
don't get it.
Yeah.
You don't get it back.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. 100%. But like basing, so like that's the thing, like the whole thing about currency versus a commodity. It's like when we had gold-based currency, so say they fixed the face value of a gold coin at like, $10, right? But if gold goes above $10, then they melt down the coins. Or if the exchange value for gold is different in another country, all of a sudden your gold coins fly out of the country and your economy collapses. And that happened in the 19th century a couple
Yeah,
times.
but where's the counterpart to that for Bitcoin?
You
Well, the
can't
counterpart
plan
to-
your economy around it.
Yeah, it's unstable. Any currency based on commodity is unstable because you're based on what scarcity. That's the whole purpose of fiat currency, is to have non-scarcity.
What I don't understand. Like, I don't understand. The problem is already solved because there's a limited number of Bitcoin. So the scarcity problem, or this like, well, the value of the gold coin versus the value of the gold, you don't have those two different things when it comes to a Bitcoin. Like,
Well, in a way, okay, so that does kind of go back to like, what is it, the late 19th century. There was a scarcity of gold, and that's why it's so valuable. But people could mine more, but there was really a fixed amount, and the people holding the amounts, it depends on how many lands you could pull gold out of. So the thing is like, so a big political movement was the Populist Party at the time, and they were talking about what is it, the amount of gold that's if you can't allow the currency to inflate, what it is, like farmers had debt, and if the currency can never, like, if the debt, inflation allows debts to be relieved over time because the value to pay back is less. So the problem is you would have a lot of people holding currency, but you would have no liquidity because people that needed the credit, you have a limited pie to go for, and it caused all sorts of problems and stuff, like the whole Williams Jennings Bryant, and being crucified on a cross of gold and campaigning against the gold standard. It was a huge battle in the late 19th century politics. Gold or silver, which one's going to rule the day? And it was a mess. Like,
I don't. I don't see the same thing happening with Bitcoin because it seems like you keep like the examples you keep going back to are like these like dual things where they could be like a commodity or a currency where they have like two different inherent values and you have to like weigh those. Yeah, like even with gold, like you could mine more gold, like or you could like get gold from another country, but like
no, that's like, but you can't plan your economy around that. That's the problem, right? Like you can't plan your economy on being able to hold on, Kimra, are you here? We could,
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, we're getting some background noise from you, just so you know. But yeah, you can't plan your economy around that. Like you can just sorry, what was I going to say? Like you have to look for other like sources of gold. Like once you've mined out, you have to find other sources of gold, or your gold can be taken, which has happened to other countries, right? Like the U.S. took Haiti's gold for safekeeping. They said, okay, wonderful, right? Yeah, that's the thing that happened. They for safekeeping, we're gonna
wallet
take your gold.
inspector.
Oh yeah, thanks so much, much appreciated. Yeah. Like and so if you want, sometimes you need to expand the amount of currency within your economy to do projects to build, like we would not have been able to build the US highway system with on the gold standard, right? There wouldn't have been enough gold to do that. We would have just been bankrupted ourselves trying to do that. So you're thinking like this scarcity is like the only thing that gives the money value, but it's more than that. There's so much more ways to have to. There's so many different ways you have to use money to actually have a functioning economy. Go ahead.
That's a very good point, and that's what I'm saying is that like if you have the ultimate scarcity where there's a mathematical ceiling to how much currency you could create, you worsen those conditions that existed in the late like it's even worse than what the gold standard was then, because essentially the holders of the most of the currency are gonna they're gonna hold on to it because of the high value of its scarcity, and there's gonna be a lot more people being born demanding it to do their life and borrow money and build farms or factories.
But that's literally what we have with the U.S. dollar going on right now with billionaires and the amount of the wealth distribution in our country.
Well, yeah, no, I'm not saying that wealth, disparity is not a problem, but you would make it even worse with cryptocurrency because you have no liquidity in the market. There's no way to expand the money supply to create credit. Like credit and debt are two sides of the same coin, essentially under our currency system. And we made it that way, almost, and it's the same way too, like, Hamilton, like we had a brand new country that had no credit, and so what we had to do is take on a debt to allow us to borrow to create credit. It's two sides of the same coin. If someone borrows one place, then there's, a debt owed in another place.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I'm not too like deep in the crypto realm. I don't know if people are advocating for Bitcoin to replace the dollar as like the functioning currency of the country. But as far as a currency for people to operate outside of like the bounds and like the restrictions, I think that's more like the arena that is to be used in.
People did advocate for like El Salvador. Now, like it was the Bitcoin Bros who advocated for that, right? To say,
I mean,
like we're gonna show how legitimate our currency is. The idea of cryptocurrencies in general are by like having a country do this, and it's been a fucking disaster. But
I mean, but I don't. I mean, if you're dealing with countries like who are already in like despair, you're like, hey, let's try this thing. I don't. I mean, I guess
you think it would work better in the U.S.
I'm not comfortable saying no. I think that if it was accepted, like if you just like if like y'all saying earlier, like if you just go and like just like there was a card reader where you could scan your Apple Pay, if like every single store just had a card reader where you could like scan your Bitcoin, then I could see it possibly working. Like,
I mean, it would kind of slot right into the same system if you just did it virtually or something or based it on a different metric. The thing is that people would then still be able to they would be able to pay their taxes in it, pay their workers with it. It would just, it would just switch out the thing being moved around, but it wouldn't change the system.
But it would change the system, right? Because we couldn't, like he said, there's a ceiling. 21 million.
Yeah, that would be
I got it wrong
change.
previously. Thank you for
It would
correcting
be the
me
same
in chat.
system, but with it would be the same system, but with a big plug.
And yeah, I mean, it'd be manifestly worse because we had no control of it at all. We can't disperse more money. We can't build bigger projects. And as
I'm not saying replace the dollar.
As our friend Aiko was saying, 20% of Bitcoin is just lost because of lost devices or lost passwords. And if 20% of the US dollar just suddenly disappeared overnight, holy shit! Like we're in a depression.
Yeah.
Like we're just in a depression. That's happened. That's happening right now. We're just in a depression.
Like if our treasury bonds stop selling.
Just like yeah, oh yeah, you and your kids are gonna starve, right? That's what's gonna happen. In a few days.
Because nobody's gonna be able to get the money.
No,
like
yeah,
right now, yeah.
Right.
Exactly. I'm sorry. I mean, but like we have a system where the credit institutions in this country monopolize the distribution of credit. That's true, and so that's the thing. The banks have lots of liquidity. They've been flush with money. They don't want to lend it because they could hold on to it and collect off that interest anyways. That's why they're fighting so hard against inflation, because inflation eats interest.
But it doesn't eat interest for the people with the most money. It hurts the people with the least money. Those are the people that it eats away.
Well, yeah, because that's the thing. The credit lenders are going to have an advantage with deflation. credit borrowers have an advantage with inflation. Like, so just recently during the 2020 pandemic and all that, and we saw prices going up for microchips and everything. So I bought a shit ton of them on credit card and everything because I know tomorrow the price is going to be higher, and also tomorrow the money I borrowed is going to be worth less. So I have an incentive to borrow and spend in the present because my bill to pay it back in the future is going to be, and that allows me to buy shit. Now, if it was the other way and I couldn't borrow money and it was too expensive to do that, well, then the prices would just go up, eat my pocket, and I wouldn't have anything. So it's kind of like, do you want more material or less as the the balance of that equation?
Wait, but also during like the pandemic, we saw like the largest transfer of wealth from like the lower class to the upper class. Like during this
Oh
time
yeah,
with all this inflation.
oh yeah. Well, I mean, and that's the extraction from the worker. People busted their ass during the pandemic, and they took more from they didn't raise wages and stuff. I mean, they fought it. Yeah, a lot of the transfers. I mean, it was an acceleration of what was already happened. You have monopolization in markets. You have the worker being having their wages suppressed. Um,
And the inflation, all the prices of all the goods
oh yeah,
unnecessarily.
exactly. Well, that's true. The inflation is driven by whatever corporate need for profit.
No, I mean, need is a very iffy word there, but
I mean, all their inputs increase in price because of the supply chain breakdown, and so
they
where are they
did,
going to
they
eat
did,
it? They have
they
to
did
raise their
it.
prices to keep the same amount of money
Their
going into
their
their
inputs
pockets.
barely increased, and their prices like increased drastically. Like
Well,
there's
I mean, there
tons
was a
of
serious
But
shortages from
before we
China.
continue, I just want to give Kimra, if she had something to add, give her a bit of space.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Hi. Sorry, I was just listening. I'm very intrigued by this conversation. So back when it was kind of like popping off, like where everyone's like, yeah, Bitcoin and all this stuff. I went to some Bitcoin like classes and I lived in New York City at the time and I owned a business and there were people who were like, "Oh, like you should accept Bitcoin. People can like buy stuff from you with Bitcoin." But my biggest problem was like, well, Bitcoin is so volatile. If I sell something for $50, but then a week from now, that Bitcoin has dropped, and then I only actually made $25 on that product, then I ended up losing money. Right? And so as like an entrepreneur, it didn't make any sense at all. Like I was just like, there's zero reason for me to accept Bitcoin for any of my products because it's so unstable. And then I definitely couldn't pay any employees with it because like if I pay my employees, okay, they made $1,000 this week, but then all of a sudden the Bitcoin drops and it was only worth 800 then they would have lost like $200 just because they got paid in Bitcoin. Right. And so that
Yeah.
was like something that really was a huge frustration because everyone was like Bitcoin, like they like were acting like it was like this miracle thing or something like that. And I was like, my employees and staff wouldn't be able to pay rent. Like I'm like, it wouldn't make any sense. Like, and then to even accept it, like, and it's not like, oh, I'm trying to be like some crazy hardcore corporate, giant, business. I had like 6 employees total, so it's like it's a little small business. But it's like I still have to make enough money to pay everybody. And it's like if I, I'm selling a product and I sell it for $50, but then the Bitcoin drops, and then all of a sudden it was only at $25, and I ended up losing on selling the product. Then how the hell am I going to pay my team? How am I going to pay my staff? How am I going to make sure their insurance is covered? Right? So I don't know how it could ever become something that's used often, like where people get comfortable using it when the business owners ourselves are not comfortable using it. There's no way that me as a business owner would want to sell products with it or pay my employees with it. Like I just wouldn't. There's nothing that could make me feel comfortable doing that.
That's a
I
good
mean,
point. Yeah, yeah. The whole economic calculation issue with it is that's the thing. Like businesses, just like consumers, need predictability. They need to know that the money they have today is going to be worth somewhat the same amount. A week from now, a month from now, or a year from now, and that's how you got to plan out. And that's the thing. It's like the worst of both worlds. Like even if you have a crap of currency that's constantly diving and dying, you know, that still allows you to be predictable and say, well, I'm not going to trade in that currency. But Bitcoin is like it's up, down, up, down, up, down. That's you can't run the slot machine, and still have a when it comes to like taking payment. So that's a good point.
Yeah, it made me feel like I would be basically gambling. Like I'm like, okay, I bought this product, and I'm gonna sell this product for $40, and that brings us in $10, which that thing gets completely dispersed, right? I have to do all the math as a business owner. But then I'm like, I sold it for $40, but then it's like, oh, now now we made nothing on it. You know what I mean? Like because the market with crypto just goes so up and down. And like I said, I took classes. They had like all of these like women fly out from San Francisco who were like the Bitcoin guru people. I literally took like 10 classes on Bitcoin. And by the end of that, I was like, there is no way in hell that I would sell any of my products with accepting Bitcoin as the currency to buy them. And there's no way in hell that I would pay my employees with it. That was all I learned from going to tons of workshops on it. Because they were trying to sell this like heavily, like in New York City, is like, oh, all the business owners should start doing it, and like it was like getting all hyped up. And going to the workshops, I was like, no way in hell, just like no way, not doing it. Just I'm not.
I mean, I think if it was being used like more widespread, because like you see the same thing with stocks, like a stock that has like low liquidity, like the price fluctuates like a whole lot. But the ones that are like more stable because they're being traded a lot, it's a lot like you don't see that huge like shift in the price. So I think if like people were using it more, that would handle a lot of that liquidity issue. But I think right now, also like the stock market, I I think it's a great tool that can be used appropriately. But I don't think at this point it's like just for everyone. If that
Yeah,
makes
well,
any
I see
sense.
the stock market as a gambling system. To me personally, I would never put money in the stock market unless it was money that I could lose. I would never depend on that type of money. But the money of the products I sell as a business owner, that's something I have to depend on no matter what. So I ain't going to be gambling it away,
I
right? Like that doesn't
mean,
make sense,
the
right?
stock market isn't gambling. It's
To me, it
it's
is. In my eyes, it is, because there's not a specific guarantee that I'm going to make the money that I put in back. I could actually lose the money. So in my eyes, it's a gamble. Maybe I'm just not as risky with money and things like that. I'm a single mom of 3 kids. I'm not as risky with money, maybe. But to me, investing in the stock market is a gamble. And when I went to classes on Bitcoin, to me, it was even farther of a gamble, especially in the fact that I couldn't guarantee what I would pay my employees, that they would be able to pay their rent based off of the if I paid them in Bitcoin. And I couldn't guarantee that we would actually make the money back after each product we sold to be able to pay and keep the business running. So, like I said, just from the entrepreneur side, because a lot of these conversations I see about Bitcoin don't ever bring that part in. And I literally was like, this is just too uncomfortable, because it's just so unstable. And yeah, maybe if everybody was using it, it might get stabilized. But Bitcoin has been around for several years, and so far, none of it has really became stable. And it's only seems to be like big, huge companies are actually shutting down and going under and things like that. So, and people have been losing a lot of money in Bitcoin. So, which again, the stock market people could lose money too, right? Like you can lose money wherever you put your money into. But to me, I don't see it as an investing thing. I was seeing it as like this would be a tool to sell my products, to make get into this different currency world. Maybe it'll be better, and maybe it'll be better for my employees. And from that standpoint, it just seemed like completely the opposite. It seemed like it would have been a disaster if I would have done that, and I probably would have lost my company if I would have done it, and that just would not have been smart.
I
I
just
mean,
wanted to say thank you to Remy LeBeau, who, of course, I missed it, like looking all night. But Remy LeBeau, thank you for the $3 Australian super chat. So thanks for the content. Thank you for kindly supporting. And guys, if you want to support the channel, consider subbing to the channel if you're on Twitch. It's a huge help when you do, or consider helping us out with like a super chat on uh, YouTube, where we're streaming. So take a look at either. Give bits or give subs here on YouTube, or super chats on. Wait, you sorry, the other way around. Twitch and YouTube. You guys know what I'm talking about. All right, I don't have to explain this to you.
Yeah.
But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, if you say this was during the pandemic, I think Bitcoin dropped down to like $5,000, and then like after that, I think the peak it hit like 60,000. So to say that your business would have went under if you were using Bitcoin, it seems like you would have like what 12x your money if you would have like held it or sold it like its height, or if you didn't sell it at its height, like 6 or 7 times this like the amount of money you would have had. So like,
yeah, well, to
That's
me,
a
I'm not
huge
interested
margin.
in selling though. Yeah, but again, it would still be a gamble. I still had no clue how, like, what I could make off of that, or like I said, if like, because this was actually even before the pandemic, so this was like 6-7 years ago. Like this was a long time ago. Like I said, when everyone was just like really popping off with Bitcoin in New York City, and like it was, to me, it just felt so unstable that I was uncomfortable using it as a business owner. I just felt like I would not be able to because I would have to be monitoring that all day, every day as a business owner. I don't even have time to be monitoring, looking up and down what the Bitcoin is. Like I just don't have that type of energy when I'm running a shop, So like it to me, it would just be so much of a pain in the butt for a business owner. I literally have not met any business owners, and most of my friends are business owners. I've literally met none who accept Bitcoin. And I don't know how you would be able to get entrepreneurs to want to, sell their products with Bitcoin. Maybe an online business, but I've never seen any brick and mortars doing it.
Yeah, imagine using it in a convenience store, right? For a box of cereal, and like putting a price on that box of cereal. But did you have to update that like in 2 hours, like with the Bitcoin price?
Exactly. That's another thing.
But you can say the same thing. Like you can say the same thing with the dollar. Like
you don't say
have
the
to
same
update
thing with
it.
the dollar.
Do you have
No,
to
you
update it every time the prices of the dollar
No.
fluctuate?
How long was a dollar menu on the fast food places? That was a dollar menu for years.
But that
before it
doesn't
changed
mean
to
the
like
value of the dollar
$1.25.
didn't change during those years.
But eventually it did, so then they moved it up a little bit. Then they moved it up a little bit. But it was gradual.
Okay,
it wasn't
but
like the next day they had to just change. Sorry, it's not $1 today, it's $1.50 today. Oh no, tomorrow it's $1. No, tomorrow it's $1.50. Like that's literally how Bitcoin is. You know what I mean?
We had a good run of no inflation on the very minimal inflation on the dollar from 2008 all the way continuing till like literally 2019, 2020. Like it started ticking up and but the thing is the dollar was literally straight for 10 years. Like that's good for economic planning. I could, a 10-year window is really nice for planning. But the Bitcoin, where does that fluctuate? Every year? Every half a year? It's just not like it's
Again,
not a
like
good store.
Yeah.
Of money.
I wouldn't
Put
say
your batteries to work when that's the thing. It's like batteries or something. You want to store the charge, but if the battery ain't holding a charge, it's no good.
I would say right now it's an excellent store of money and investing, and not so much like the convenience store use. But like even you say like the stock market is getting, I'm pretty sure for like the last 20 years, the stock market has averaged like 10 to 15%, like has gone up like consistently, even through all this. These things aren't as risky as they seem to be if you're in it long term and you're educated to using the tool.
But
And
that's
what I'm
catch
saying.
22. It's not. Is it a currency or is it a commodity you're trading? And that's the problem right there. Is that it doesn't know what it wants to be.
I mean, honestly, I
If you just
don't
want to
care
trade as
what
economy, then it's just a project in spinning straw into gold. They want to take something that's nothing and make value out of it, and then trade it. And you could try and do that all what are computers crunching numbers supposed to create value other than if somebody
That's literally how all of our most of the money that's transaction in the United States is just computers crunching numbers. Like most of our currency is not in paper or coin
But it doesn't
form.
get the value from that. It gets the value from like exchange of goods and services and stuff. And that's what cryptocurrency tried to do. It tried to take the place of currency, but it can't do the currency job good because it fluctuates all over the place. So now it's a commodity and they created NFTs out of it. And it becomes a thing where it's like, well, I say this has value, and as long as somebody else comes along and gives me that value or something higher, then it keeps having value. But if people stop coming along and say, well, this is a bunch of hocus pocus, then the value goes away. And it's a both currencies are a confidence scheme, but one has more confidence than the other.
I don't know if I'd be comfortable saying that. I think that just like the people who are users of the US dollar have that confidence in the US dollar, I think the people who are users of Bitcoin have that confidence in Bitcoin.
No. We got to stop saying that it's simply confidence. It's not simply confidence. It's like
it is.
No, it's not, because it's actually backed by something. It's backed by an economy, like an economy that is actually working. You can look into this economy, see the strength of it, see what this nation is producing. You can see the stability of its government, and then you can make assumption. If the government like collapses, well, then you reassess. If tomorrow the U.S. government collapses, then you reassess. But because we have that stable government, because we have an economy that keeps producing all these goods, it gives the dollar its value. You don't have any of that backing Bitcoin. None of it. Zero.
But that is the confidence in the Bitcoin.
But no,
that,
you keep calling it confidence.
No.
Sorry, you keep using the same term for these things when they're not the same thing, though. But they're not the same thing. Right,
no, I'm saying the confidence
when it's
in the
pegged
Bitcoin
to something real, like actual goods and services in your hand, like the things that we can produce, sneakers or whatever the fuck, right? That this it can produce. That is something different than just confidence in a system, a virtual system that no one has any control of, that produces nothing of value, that nothing comes out of it. These things are two different things.
I think you can look at the Bitcoin ledger the same way you could look at the U.S. economy and see all the goods and purchases and things that people have done with Bitcoin. And I think the confidence in the Bitcoin is that it's not dependent on one particular nation. So if the U.S. did go under, if the U.S. did have some type of, then government
Bitcoin
fallout,
then Bitcoin is worthless.
No, it's not.
Bitcoin is worthless.
Bitcoin operates outside of that.
The dollar disappears. That the currency that is used for Bitcoin the most, right? If that all of a sudden is gone and the infrastructure is gone, like Bitcoin,
the infrastructure of the infrastructure of Bitcoin is not in U.S. dollars; it's in Bitcoins. People just measure Bitcoin by the U.S. dollar because most people across the world use U.S. dollar. But the Bitcoin is just a Bitcoin.
Yeah, but there's a guarantee on the U.S. dollar. That's the purpose. There's a guarantee that if the U.S. dollar falters, that they use the power of the state to balance the equation.
But what I'm saying, I understand that.
Like, so I'm just saying is like, you could base a currency, and this is the thing, it's commodity currency is what it is. Like right now, what we have is fiat. You could just say by law, this is what this is worth, and this is how we're trading it, and we're going to back it up by the power of law and the power of taxes and the power of credit. But like, if you want to base the money on like, gold, or you want to base it on, computer farts, or you want to base it on, you want to base it on like the other thing, like, oh, what about a heroin based currency? That'll always go up in price. That would be, that's always high demand. But the crazy thing is about BitCurrency is that like you said, it has a hard cutoff. And when that hard cutoff comes and there's no more supply, that's when the problems start coming.
The price of Bitcoin like goes like through the floor. If the American dollar, like if there was a
why would it?
Why would it? Why would this commodity that's traded mostly in dollars?
It's not traded in dollars.
People, yes, they use Bitcoins. I get that a Bitcoin is the denomination. I understand that. But what do they actually exchange it for? The thing that actually has value, not the Bitcoin itself. The dollar actually has value.
Okay, no,
So,
the Bitcoin itself has value.
If there is a calamity where the United States government disappears or the USD is now all of a sudden worthless, this is a global calamity. And for some reason, you think that Bitcoin would be insulated from that? How? Not just Bitcoin, but the euro is trashed, right? Like the global calamity. But you think Bitcoin, not affected. It floats above all this.
I think if the U.S. dollar collapsed, the price of Bitcoin would like shoot to the moon. It would skyrocket like astronomically. Honestly,
If the dollar collapsed, the country would be dead. And
Bitcoin is not dependent on, I don't know why y'all can't get this through your head. Bitcoin is not dependent on the US dollar. And if the US dollar, which is the most stable currency, disappeared, then I think there will be a whole slew of people who would turn to Bitcoin and the price of Bitcoin would skyrocket.
Not the euro, to Bitcoin. Okay.
Yes, to Bitcoin.
But hold on to that thought. So if the dollar disappeared as why is the dollar the dominant currency? The thing is, like, people put their trust in the dollar and put their assets in America, because where the hell else are you going to put it? You're going to put it in Europe? They think they're going to get a tax break in Europe. They're sorely mistaken. You're going to put it in South America, where the government changes every month.
And the Bitcoin isn't dependent on the government.
China or Russia, or stick it in. That's the thing. There is no other alternative on the planet. That's why nobody pulls their money out of the dollar, and that's why it stays stable, because there's nowhere to go. It is
Bitcoin.
Right now, it's the only game in town.
Bitcoin is not dependent on any government. It's not dependent on the confidence in their military, whether they collapse or not. It's outside of all of that. So yes, if the most stable,
that's its weakness.
No, that's its strength.
Though. But it's not stable.
That's why people turn to it, because it's outside.
Sorry,
of all
why
of that.
did Bitcoin have the massive loss in price recently? Why was it that massive fall? It's outside of all these things. So what caused that?
When you're talking about like during the pandemic?
Whenever that that huge price. It was during the pandemic, I guess.
People like their dollars more than shoving it in a Bitcoin machine.
Let him answer. It's above it all. So
I say it's above.
What?
Yeah, I was saying it's above it falling because a particular government loses their, like, if a particular government like falls or becomes corrupt or something like that, like it would still remain and could still be used outside.
Hold on. Who do you think here doesn't understand that Bitcoin isn't dependent on a single government? No one's saying that.
Y'all are you just said that if the U.S. government collapsed, that Bitcoin would go to zero.
Yeah, it would.
It would collapse. The dollar would go to zero.
No, you said Bitcoin.
No.
I said
that.
Scenario.
No, I said that the price of Bitcoin would fall drastically if there was a global calamity where the U.S. falls, where the U.S. dollar disappears. Absolutely, the price of Bitcoin falls through the floor. But that's not to say that Bitcoin disappears altogether. That no one can buy and trade Bitcoin. But I'm asking you, why did it fall before?
I think that was when the pandemic happened and COVID happened. So I think everyone stopped buying, stopped selling. It's the price of
okay. So there was a disruption in the real economy, and then Bitcoin fell. So if the American dollar disappears from the world, which countries around the world they use as their reserve currency, if that disappears, Bitcoin is fine. Bitcoin just
those
goes
are two
up.
different scenarios.
Yeah, one's worse. One's entirely worse. Then the pandemic looks like one's entirely. One is an apocalypse for the global economy.
Okay,
but I guess it's not a problem.
I mean, that's the two possible scenarios. If you were to say the ideal Bitcoin scenario would be to have a global reserve currency of Bitcoin, then yes, you would run into the same problem that Kay's mentioned. You're going to hit that wall.
The pandemic was a whole lot of people across the world in all countries and everything stopped spending because of fear. So that's why the price of it dropped. Now, if
No,
you
they
want to talk
said-
about, but if you
And
want to
they-
talk about just the U.S., if the U.S. dollar disappeared, then something would need to replace that.
Oh my God.
Something that could be
You had a
used, something
supply
that could be.
shock during the
Are
pandemic.
you serious? The
supply
American government disappears. Hold on. The American government disappears because that's what happens. If the U.S. dollar is gone, the American government is gone. So there's some like a calamity in the real world that wipes out the U.S. government, and so the dollars are now worthless, right? A thing of the past, a thing that like the dollar traded in stock markets all over the world, where in New York, right, like the center of economic
Yes, you would need something to replace that.
That would happen. Yes, I get. Oh yeah, you'll need something to replace that. But you just said that fear caused people to not buy, and I guess that would affect the Bitcoin market as well, right? People held on to the money when the dominant currency in the world, backed by the dominant government, suddenly disappears. That isn't one of those fear-based moments where maybe people rethink their spending habits because they don't fucking know what's going to happen the next day at this point, because the world has lost its access, its economic access. And that situation, yeah, I guess Bitcoin's okay. Amazing.
I don't really understand
I know
what
you
you're
don't.
trying to say.
I like to say that, like the
I don't know how
supply
I can
shock that
explain it
happened
any simpler than
in the
that. Sorry.
COVID, when you saw inflation, is that you had a supply shock. We worked on just-in-time delivery, and every grocery store had 1 week of groceries in it until trucks came in, and all the stores had to rely on cargo containers coming into ports at the exact moment. Like, we dialed this in, and then the whole factor of the game changed because of labor. The problem is that people in the transportation industry have to spend a lot of time away from their homes, and then when they're sick and stuff, and they can't get port call, and they're trapped on a vessel like a prison or an airplane, then people leave that industry and say fuck it and give up. And now you have less people moving less shit, and that's what happened. Like it was a complete utter devastation of the neoliberal global trade free market order, the global economy that was supposed to be the end of history and utopia for consumers, and it turned out to be a house of cards. It was based on the slimmest of margins, and when something got messed up, it fell apart.
QB, hey buddy,
Excuse me.
Hello.
I've been here a bit. Yeah, so if
Hi,
you want to
Doobie.
add something, we'd love to hear it.
I don't know anything about crypto shit, so I have like
Okay,
nothing
fair
to
enough.
add.
Okay, that's fair. We can maybe move on to something else. Because I don't think we're making any progress here. But what?
AI was I think we had the AI conversation. That was pretty interesting.
Yeah. Guys, support the channel so I can keep going. Because we haven't gotten support today, so consider supporting the channel, so we can do this. So we'll do this for another 20 minutes. If we can see some subs or some super chats, it'll be really helpful. So I can do this, guys. So if you like what we're doing here, like these conversations, whether you agree with them or disagree with them, and I can see some real interesting conversations within the chat as people like debate this, which is really interesting. Guys are all talking about some really interesting process. I don't claim to be an expert on fucking cryptocurrencies. I don't claim to be an expert, but a global calamity would maybe have a dent on that. I don't know. But still, I really enjoy these conversations you guys are having. So yeah, help us out so we can keep moving on. So we'll go for another 20 minutes. We'll see where we're at. All right, Doobie. Do you want to talk about AI or whatever? Doobie? Hello? Anyone?
I mean, I love
Okay.
ChatGPT. I can say that.
Great. We were talking about war machines previously, and how AI might be implemented in war, and whether we should do any restrictions. I guess DB had to step away. But
Well, what was interesting, yeah. So I mean, like with AI for warfare, so it kind of interesting. You guys actually went into a whole like chemical weapons tangent too, which is interesting because I mean that's actually like a professional field I'm in. Like I was in the military, a part of a chemical, biological, nuclear defense platoon.
Oh,
And
okay. Then I really want to hear what you have to say on this. Only facts, thank you for the resub. That's awfully kind of you. Thank you for resubbing to the channel. Yeah, it was super cool of you, dude. For 25 months, and he says boobs, boobs indeed. I mean, I don't know when there's a bad time to bring up boobs. To be honest with you. All right, let's go. So yeah, so I yes, sorry, satellite of love. Yeah, I'd love if you could I would enjoy if you could give us some insight in this. I had related uh, uh, certain types of AI weapons to like chemical weapons due to lethality and the manner that they kill, right? Not that AI itself is like, you know, a chemical weapon, and like because there's all kinds of applications for AI like in and within war, and I think there are plenty of ones that we would say are perfectly legitimate, but with this new advancement in weaponry, it seems to me that there would be a um that there could be some applications to kill that would just horrify individuals, you know?
oh
Um
yeah.
so yeah, go ahead, please.
Well, and that's the thing is like what was so interesting is like you know you made like the comparison between chemical weapon or weapons of mass destruction and AI. It's very apropos because AI could be the next weapon of mass destruction when utilized in a military sense. So it could add to that you know pantheon of scary things that we don't want to happen in war. And what's you know so like the state of AI technology now is like is you know what you have is you could have weapons that are essentially like you know mobile mines so you could have it drive a bomb to a location and blow stuff up. You could have something that could target in with a weapon and fire at a moving target. You could have
Wait,
an
well, like,
aircraft that could
Prem,
fly
sorry, I
through.
stepped away for a second.
No problem.
Before. Like, can you put like so satellite? Like, I think we all understand like the kinds of things you can do with AI, but like, you think that it would be unethical to do those things?
And before you answer, thank you, Meatwad, for the $5 super chat saying when you can buy a barrel of oil for Bitcoin, it will be a serious currency. Fair enough. Thank you, Meatwad. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, good question, Doobie. So you know, and that's the thing. It's like so. No, it's not. Weapons of mass destruction are inherently just evil. Like
I disagree.
there's an objection. Okay, maybe not evil. I used the wrong term, but they're not very conducive to a post-war order. You can use them in war, but they have effects
I
that
agree with that too,
continue
actually.
beyond the war. And so like what Prime K's brought up too when we just compared chemical weapons to AI and stuff, and it moves along the same tangent is that these weapons have similar strategies that they are either huge casualty producing weapons, which means your unit has to be tied down with helping and reviving people that are messed up by it or just dealing with the dead bodies, or they're aerial denying. Like they so scary they will keep people out of areas and block movements of troops, or you can use it to funnel troops into an area you want them to go, say for an ambush. So these weapons are almost the same in the fact that because of the psychological horror of it and the devastation that it could wrought, it creates you know it's two strategies in play. There's either you want to create massive casualties and slow the enemy advance, or slow the enemy advance through creating barriers by ruining areas and making them impassable. But and that's the thing is that so it's like is it a bridge too far? How where does total war go? And I'd love to hear what you have to say, Doobie, about like you know your objections to. I think that they
I
should
don't
be
have any
controlled and
objections.
they're
Like,
pretty
I think
bad.
that
Oh,
I think that we should absolutely use AI. Like, I don't know, we wouldn't. Like,
It's
to me, my perspective is that we should go like full steam ahead because other countries are going to.
but that's why, like, we were talking about, and, in case you guys missed the last discussion, we were talking about like restrictions. Like we had nuclear anti-proliferation treaties, and they worked. They allowed us to limit. Now they didn't eliminate nuclear weapons, but that wasn't the point. It was to keep the spread of nuclear weapons to a minimum, and that was useful. That was a useful thing that we all did. And we have treaties against the development of chemical and biological weapons, and they've worked. So like that's a useful thing. We have the ability to do those things, and we can recognize that AI gives us advantages, and certainly those should be explored. No one's saying that we shouldn't explore those, but maybe there could be methods of murder and mayhem that are just too like terrible. Like but I guess we have to do a check with Doobie to be sure. Doobie, do you think that chemical weapons should be limited?
No.
Yeah, there you go. All right.
Well, I don't think you can. I understand the restrictions that you want to put in place, but I don't think it's possible with AI. Like,
of course you can.
So it's an enforcement problem.
Well, it's like impossible in like that. So with like a new weapon, right? If someone's refining nuclear material, that's going to take like some kind of like factory, right? It's something that's going to be noticeable. With like AI, like what they have like a supercomputer complex that a lot of these countries already have, like our competitors already have.
Like, yeah, like AI is just code.
I don't know how like detectable that is.
Again,
yeah,
so
I don't know how detectable that is in the first place. But you'd basically be unless we're expecting these countries to let us in to inspect their code, to inspect their computer systems, which is not going to happen. You're basically just trusting them not to do the thing that make them more competitive.
So
right?
once again,
we can trust them not to do.
Once again, so it's fine. You guys weren't here for the previous thing, so I gotta like re-explain myself and not assume that you heard what happened previously. So when other people brought that up, and then I responded with, "It's not the code that is the problem." I mean that would be the source, I guess, but like that's not the thing that you would be concerned about, because you can just do that anywhere. There literally is no way that you could stop a group of individuals anywhere from simply writing the code. Now, that's not what you're afraid of. What you're afraid of is the application, right? The hardware application. So the thing that we talked about, hold on, the thing that we talked about in the last panel were dick bees. Okay, all right. So like, if you have, if we're talking about if there was a swarm, right? AI controlled swarm of like mechanical bees, that would attack, that would attack like soldiers, right? So or enemy combatants, and like kill them by like getting into their system. Now Connor added that they might like go up your urethra and rip your inside out from there. So we call them dick bees. Okay. The point is like what you can't stop the code that was controlling those bees. Fair enough, but you can stop the production of those bees because there'd be no other reason to do so without the AI. Just like imagine Terminator bots, right? And we decided we wanted to restrict those. The construction of the Terminator bots you can restrict, not the AI code. That's the problem.
Wait, but would you be okay with these bees if they were human controlled?
If they were human controlled, oh no, we could also. I mean, if the
but
the
then that's
if the method,
but so that's not an AI restriction.
The reason why it's an AI restriction is because you could not, well, in the way that I'm imagining it, you could not control it with a human operator, right? It's simply not feasible to do so. Dude, like I don't know why this is so difficult for you. Like you can imagine a swarm of bees and then to control them in a way to attack individuals over a long range.
Wait, Prem, we have an example of this sort of.
I promise I'm almost done. So you're attacking in sort of large area and like controlling them to be invasive inside of and crawl inside of a human body and do terrible things like to say that human operators can control that in anywhere near effective of a way as an AI, obviously not. And yes, you can say pedantically that I guess you're not actually banning AI, right? Yes, I know. I said that. We're banning the application. The application doesn't matter, not the code itself. Obviously. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we already have somewhat of an example of this, right? So in Ukraine, actually, where they are taking tank shells and strapping them to drones, then flying them into soldiers and into vehicles, right? So we're imagining, I think is like similar to that, thing like smaller drones, like larger scale, right? So like if we had like 100, 200 drones up in the air at the same time, flying off across a battlefield and like running into like different targets, like that seems to me like a similar level of damage as like the dick bees, right? At least in like that instance. And yeah, of course, you need to like replace the drones and et cetera, right? But if you don't have a problem with that, I don't know why we'd have a problem with like dicks, right?
So
or, like,
the reason
other,
why
like bee drones.
Sure. And I'll tell you what I said before. I compared this to chemical weapons, and their effect, right? So it's not simply that the enemy was killed, because it can kill the enemy all kinds of ways, right? That's fair. So like you can have a level of destruction equal to this, right? And in fact, like you could well, okay, I'm not going to compliment the situation that way, but anyway, you can have some level of destruction, but with chemical weapons there is a psychological effect, right? Watching what that does to a human being, right? So when we're talking about dick bees, when we're talking about like killing people in a gruesome manner, that matters. It's not simply the level of destruction and being able to kill the enemy. How the enemy dies matters. Just like when we were bombing, was it Vietnam or Laos, using napalm on them, and you have the picture of the girl running out of the village on fire. Yeah, that has an effect, not just on the people who were hit with the weapon, not just on the country, the rest of the population, that nation that knows this weapon is being used against them, but also on the nation that deployed it. Because when we saw how terrible that was, we said something has to be done. Same thing with other chemical
But it
weapons.
seems
That's
like
why I'm relating the two. Go
seems
ahead.
like the response here would just be to have these dick bees, these dick bees just like have stingers with toxins where they just like poke the enemy and they die, right? So then like you wouldn't have someone dying in really gruesome ways, not being torn apart, just being like poked, needle jab, and they die.
That would be a restriction.
But I feel like
What if the dick bees?
Well, yeah, but I feel like
and they have to live with that. Like you don't want a weapon that keeps killing after the
that's
war.
fine.
Humans
I think
decide
you do.
when the war ends, but you don't want a weapon that's out of your control that keeps killing after the war.
Yeah, but that's not. We're not talking
totally
about that
disagree
yet.
with
We're not talking about
landmines in Vietnam. Okay.
Yeah, but
I totally disagree. I think these things can be deterrents, right? So like, yeah, if you do have like the dick bees that you guys came up with, right, that are like tearing people apart by the dick, that's probably going to make people hesitant to want to go on the battlefield against a force that has a weapon, right? So maybe that might make them hesitant to start a war, right? Or when these weapons start getting deployed and they see like one platoon of people get torn apart by dick bees, it might make them more eager to stop the war. And if these are like AI, you might be able to program these things to specifically target enemies and leave civilians. So it'd be like this would deal with like collateral damage, right? When they just like bomb an area to deal with like troops, thousands of civilians die. Well, if you have a robot or a drone that can specifically target soldiers, figure out who the fighters are and hit them directly, that might be better. So like I don't know. If you guys are talking about like just restricting them in the same way that we restrict chemical weapons, I guess, if you guys are like opposed to chemical weapons, but I don't think that's an issue with the AI so much as it is an issue with the method of death,
Yeah, I feel like the issue is more with the bees versus like the actual AI. Because like, would you have a problem with the AI flying an unmanned helicopter? Would you have AI flying an unmanned bomber? Like, or like
I don't
it just
know
seems
how
like
many times I have to tell you it's the application. Like I've said that many times. It's the application.
but the application
that's the
isn't.
problem.
I understand you're saying that, but it seems like the only applications that you have a problem with, even if it wasn't AI doing these things, that thing would still be problematic in and of itself. Like even if we put
Yes,
like
it would be.
100
Yes.
yeah, so if we put like 100 soldiers in a room, and it wasn't a whole swarm, but put 100 soldiers in a room, let them each control a bee that crawls up someone's dick. Like, if you would still have a problem with that, then your
Yes, I
problem
would
isn't with
be.
the AI.
So I don't know why you're getting confused. I guess
So-
you're
so-
getting
so you're-
confused that we're having an AI. I'm saying it's the application. There will be applications. Okay, I don't whether you can imagine it or not. There's going to be an application in which it is either impossible or infeasible, or just too expensive to have humans perform that on the battlefield. It'll be something that only AI can do. Maybe something that we can't imagine at this point, that just hasn't come up yet, right? Stuff of sci-fi. That thing, that assuming that it is some horror that we're unleashing upon a populace, whether they be civilians or enemy combatants, there's going to be an application that once the public sees this, publics around the world see this, then they are going to be horrified. Something must be done. And so that application is a thing that needs to be banned. Not necessarily, again, because I've said this many times, the idea of AI itself or the code specifically, that's not the problem. It's the application that is the issue.
Well then, yeah. So Prem, it seems like the issue you're pointing to it is kind of like AI is kind of irrelevant in the conversation then, right? Because if you're saying that this might open up a doorway for more creative ways to murder people terribly, I mean, sure, but we have plenty of other ways to do that, and we already have rules in place to do that, right? Like the rules about chemical weapons, for example.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. I think in principle, I'm actually in favor of using chemical weapons. I think they should be used when necessary. But
We use
I think
white phosphorus against people.
against enemy soldiers, yeah. There's I think this discussion a long time ago, and I mentioned like one of the issues that they had in Afghanistan and in Iraq was the caves, the cave systems out in the desert, on the mountain ranges. And they had trouble because they needed to send soldiers in there, and they didn't really know what it looked like on the inside. And a lot of these cave systems were really extensive, had naturally and like man, very extensive cave systems. So if you were able to just like roll in some like a chemical weapon, flood the tunnels, that would be a way to deal with an enemy position that wouldn't risk your own people.
Yeah, this is what Laxwood said during the panel. He talked about how we had a ban on using tear gas, but not white phosphorus here in the States, which is insane. But that tear gas could be used to flush out those cave systems in Afghanistan. Yeah. I think there is a room for discussion on which chemical weapons. It seems like tear gas would be like the thing to use in that situation.
It's hard to have a humane war, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
You can't have a humane war. It's like, well, I'm gonna like to call up some like movie references, but like, I love in Doctor Strangelove, and there's a fight in the war room, and they're like, gentlemen, you can't fight in the war room, or like in War Games with Matthew Broderick and stuff. They're worried about nuclear missiles coming in. They're gonna launch and nuke Russia and kill millions of people. But somebody's running through the war room and they're like, "Hold on, somebody could get hurt here." And it's like the idea, like it goes so far back, but it's like the first weapon of mass destruction they banned in an international treaty was like triangle-shaped bayonets that were used in the Revolutionary War in America. But like the British, they had triangle-shaped bayonets that were designed to poke people and have them keep bleeding out. And the thing is, like, human suffering is like a knowable quantity. Everybody knows what it's like to hurt. And it's like you don't want
Well,
something
yeah, but
so
if you're going
bad.
to war,
Because the war is
Like,
supposed to
I
end.
think
They're
you need
never
to
supposed to
accept.
be total. The end.
Okay.
Well,
So
ideally,
then,
the war wouldn't start, right? But I think that having these sorts of terrible things available as like as things you're potentially going to go up against if you start a war, I think that might make people less likely to go to war.
okay, all right. So Doobie, let's keep pushing,
But it
right?
never
So
worked
he's
in the
he's
all of
fine
human
with
history.
he's fine with chemical weapons, the most horrifying of them. Even Lactoid was against using. Well, actually, was he
And
against using white phosphorus? Yeah, he was against using white phosphorus. But
why?
yeah, I know, Doobie, I know. Like, any compassion seems weird. But okay, all right. Then here's another thing. So what you're concerned, and I want to get this clear, Doobie. What you're concerned is about using methods and tactics that would intimidate an enemy from even starting a war, right? Like those
Yeah.
things would be a good thing.
Or
So then, what
or if they
about?
were to start a war, you obliterate them so terribly and leave them with so many like generational impacts, right? That they will not rise up against you again. They're going to be too afraid to.
What about rape? What about rape as a weapon during a war? Do you endorse that?
Not against civilian populations.
Okay, so
But I think
what?
things like torture in general, right? For information or for spectacle for intimidation as like an intimidation tactic. I think it's been used throughout human history in that way, and I think there's a good reason it was right. It was to intimidate. It was to So when we capture the enemy soldiers, if they know this might happen to them, they spill the beans immediately, right? So I don't know. I think right now, I think there's a reason that went on so long, and it's not just that people said it was.
Would you think it's fair game if American soldiers get raped by an enemy?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah, I
you'd
mean,
be
all these things.
okay
When
with
I'm not just
Americans.
saying like we do them to other people. I think if you're going to do these things, you should expect that these weapons are going to be used against you.
So you think it's an acceptable price for American soldiers to be raped, so that we have the ability to rape other soldiers from other countries?
When necessary, yes.
When
But I also expect
when
American soldiers to have their heads cut off. I expect them to be beaten and stabbed and tortured. So, like, I don't know why rape would be so far off the table.
What about specifically targeting children? That's a good way to scare a populace into submission.
Yeah, well, that's not like a monster, right? I do have lines, and I think
that
my lines
happens.
are around the civilian population, right? So, like, I don't think you should be involving the population
I don't
and
understand
things like
why.
that.
That's even more effective way of stopping a war than targeting soldiers is to
That's true, right? So, if you wanted to just like snuff out a populace's willingness to go to war, you will give the civilian population, right? Because of that, if they're on the battlefield and you're bombing their families at home, they're not going to want to be on the battlefield anymore, right? They're going to want to be with their family and trying to save their family.
Like total
So
war.
that is absolutely true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. But like I said, I do have lines, right? I'm not like a monster. So
I don't understand why you're
I wouldn't
drawing
do that.
these lines. So you'd melt people with white phosphorus. You would
Well, people
rape.
who have like either people who are enemy combatants, right? They are weapons of the state against our state.
So
They're basically like tools of they themselves are tools of war.
Doopy, you're like super old, and so you were around for like the
Rude.
start of the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, right?
Yeah.
And like during that war, uh, during those wars, that the idea of what became an enemy combatant kept expanding, right? And that the U.S. government made all kinds of claims about who were enemy combatants, and who could we can unleash weapons on. So, uh, in a asymmetric battlefield where you're not facing a standing army that's wearing uniforms, that's you can have clear communications with, even the enemy you can still have clear communications with, right? And in that situation, like, I don't know, Vietnam, like you're fine with leaving it up to the U.S. government to decide who is an enemy combatant and can't be raped. I mean, you would be fine with
Yeah.
the American soldiers raping the Vietnamese, like whole villages, because we thought they were all enemies. We thought they were all enemies, right?
That's
Coming
not.
to a village
I think
and
that's.
then raping them all.
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. So I'm not saying just go around raping people. I'm saying if necessary, it's like an intimidation tactic or it's an interrogation tactic. Sure.
But
I'm not saying you just pop into the village and rape everybody.
The American government said it was necessary, that we had to break the will of the enemy, and that they were all enemies. We taught our soldiers those people were enemies, and so now that rape is on the table, rape is a legal thing that's on the table. You're like, well, we can't be sure, so we definitely have to, right?
Yeah, if mistakes are made, then do you deal with it at the time, right? I don't think that. Yeah, if I would say it's too far to rape an entire village, obviously. I think that torture, things like that, are things that should be used when necessary only. But it is ultimately up to the government and their agents to decide when it's necessary, right? Of course. But maybe like we're gonna disagree about this. Do you know the
Maybe.
what's his name? The guy Guantanamo or the other one where that they like waterboarded like hundreds of times.
Yeah, the one. Name. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. I should know his name, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So think of that waterboarding him was like another.
Abu Zabaya?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and I remember hairy dude. I forget his name.
Yeah, I remember he's super hairy. Yeah.
Yeah, the whole waterboarding.
Do you think waterboarding him for like to interrogate him was unethical?
It's less that I think it's unethical, and more that I think that was ineffective and counterproductive.
I'd say it's both. Yeah, it's unethical and counterproductive. Waterboarding is such an effective technique because it really paralyzes the fear centers of the brain, and both depriving oxygen and so when CO2 builds up, there's another part of the brain that lights up other than the fear center.
Wait, you just said it was ineffective, but then you just said it's so effective because of this and this.
No, it's
so like is it ineffective?
Effective at causing pain and fear, but it's ineffective because it elicits false confession. And the only reason you apply techniques like that is if you want somebody to bolster a narrative by giving a false confession.
That's not true. That's not true.
It's
what they tend to do is
what
tend
to
do is people confess.
Information. You don't use torture. Torture is not good for. People will say anything
That's just not true.
Torture. It was proven true by what the sheik that what the hell sheik something the guy that was the mastermind.
Yeah, one case.
M11.
Right,
he said that there was like
humans been torturing other humans for thousands of years. Like it's true that sometimes people
torture makes people say whatever they have to say.
I understand. But that's true. But sometimes, right? So they will tell you the truth to stop the torture. And when they tell you a lot because they want to stop the torture, what they do is they have to lie. They would check on the information, verify with other people involved. And if they could found that it was incorrect, they would go back to the person and say, "Hey, I know you fucking lied to me about this." And the next thing that happened was much more harsh.
Well, the point I'm saying is that if you're torturing somebody, they're gonna say whatever the hell they want in order to stop. Torture works great for creating
You're not gonna deal with anything. You're not gonna deal with anything else.
Well, what I want to say is that Sheikh Khalid Muhammad, it was I believe
Khalid Sheikh Muhammad. That's what, not Abu Zabaya. Sorry.
That's it. And he confessed that there was like sleeper cells of Al-Qaeda made up of Somalis and Minnesota that were going to attack out across the United States and all sorts of crazy shit. And he started linking people to Nigeria and linking people to China and linking people to Iran. But it's like the point is that good interrogations are when the interrogator's your friend. That's how people open up. People shut down, or they make up bullshit when they're like backs against the wall. The movies show that the movies make a case that interrogation by
that's not true.
Is effective, but it's not. It's
no,
really
I don't think that's true at all.
Okay.
There's actually they've actually done research on this, and that it is, like I said, it is true that sometimes people will say whatever to get the pain to stop, right? But all you need to do is you check what they said. You check the information like you would anyway. right? So
You
I mean,
think
if
our
somebody
government
was,
that wanted to get
if somebody said
information
it,
was going to do that?
please stop. Yeah, absolutely, yes. They don't just want any random ass information. They want information they can act on, right?
Well-
So if you got information the other way by pretending that you're their friend or whatever the fuck, and giving them
Unless they
sandwiches
have
and
bad
hugs,
intentions.
please stop. Then if they gave you information, you would still check the information. You wouldn't just trust it because they said it to you, right? So it works exactly the same way.
But that's the goal of the interrogation. That's the thing, is like, if someone's goal of the interrogation is to get information, quote, that bolsters their narrative, then that's one method of interrogation.
Yeah, well, you're just assuming
If they
malicious
want
intent on the part of
actionable
the government.
intelligence that helps, that's another method of intelligence.
Yeah, you're just assuming malicious intent on the part of the government, as if they're like doing it because they want to bolster a
there was
narrative or
the-
because
It's
they
the
enjoy hurting
government.
people.
malicious
Yeah,
intent
well,
to continue
exactly.
the
It's the
Iraq
government. It's
war.
human
Yes, I
beings.
believe that.
It's
I believe
human
that.
beings with hearts and souls and moral belief systems. They're not fucking robots, right?
If they
It's
just
the
want to
government,
make a
as if
narrative,
that means it's
they
evil.
could
That's
just put
silly.
a narrative out there.
They could just
Like,
say it. They don't need to
Yeah,
torture somebody.
and then they would make that narrative, and then they would torture someone to make them say whatever the hell they want them to
wait,
say, so that they can then
no one's
bolster that
the
narrative.
U.S. government isn't sitting there releasing the videotapes of the people that they tortured to say,
Yeah, they
oh,
could
hey,
just
this
say,
is
"Hey,
where we
this
got
dude said
this is
this."
where we got the narrative from. Like they could just put
Yeah,
out
they're
a
not going to
narrative.
release it, but then when you find out later that the person was tortured that they got it from, then the fact that they got that information
You're
is
not
going
following
to...
her.
They just
could,
they
get
just
more
make the narrative. No,
You get
you're
more
saying that this
information
fake
from good cop,
narrative. They
bad
don't.
cop than you do from torture. You get
Oh my gosh.
You're repeating
good
some
cop,
nonsense.
bad cop works
You guys aren't
better
following what
than
Coco's saying, right? So
torture.
what he's saying is that if they wanted to come up with a narrative and push that narrative to the public, they would just do it. They wouldn't need to torture anybody.
So
obviously,
before you guys, I want to let in Razor, hey friend, and Marcavius. Before you do that, guys, support the channel. If you're liking what we're doing here, we've had a few just a tiny bit of super chats. So that's why we're still up for a little bit longer. We'll go for 20 more minutes and see how that goes. But support the channel so we can bring you this content, day in, day out. So consider subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs, or if you're on YouTube, consider giving a super chat to help us out so we can keep doing this for you. Like if you like this space, then consider helping us out. If you find yourself coming back here, consider tossing us a sub or using your Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming. We do need your assistance. But yeah, we'll go to 2 a.m. On the East Coast, and we'll see where we're at. Okay, Razor or Marcavius, if you guys want to jump in.
Yeah, I decided I had myself just finished streaming some Omori, and I decided to hop in here, and I was hearing about and I just heard about I saw something about banning AI war machines. That's what I saw, but then I'm hearing about torture, and people not understanding what I'm saying when, yes, I agree, the narratives will be pushed no matter what. They technically wouldn't need to torture anyone in order to push a narrative onto a populace. That's obvious. But then people will ask questions like, hey, where'd you get this from? Some people, because people will ask that. And eventually they'll have to say, oh man, we had to get it from somewhere.
Anonymous sources.
Torture this guy.
Literally,
Like
anonymous
they'll
sources.
torture this guy. They'll
It's not
torture a random person from that area, and that person
Yeah,
will
you're
give
assuming the
false
government's totally
info.
malicious.
They will do what they need to do to get support from the populace for whatever wars they want to push. That has been a historical fact. They will do whatever.
Okay, so Razor, think of what you're saying. Think of what you're saying, Razor. So in that case, if the government's totally malicious and they're going to come up with anything they want, no matter what the truth is, whether they're torturing people or doing the thing where they're pretending to be if they're pretending to be their friends and giving them sandwiches, the same result is going to occur, right? Which is that they put out false information to
One
push
will
the
be
narrative.
factual, at least.
No, it
Well,
won't.
you
We
get
just
better
said
information by offering sandwiches.
No,
You
what y'all
need
saying?
better
What y'all are
information
saying?
versus
What y'all are
getting
saying
lies.
doesn't make any sense. If they
When you
just put out,
torture someone, they'll say anything and everything.
No,
They will
it's not-
literally put words
you're not
into their
listening.
mouth and say, "Tell us what we have. Tell us that there's this weapon in this area," and then we'll stop. And they'll go, "Yes, there's this weapon in this area," and then they'll stop.
Okay, and for the American public, all you have to do without torturing anybody is say, "Hey, we tortured a person, and they told us there was a weapon in this area," and the American
Or
public
anonymous
knows any
sources found
difference.
this. Or anonymous sources said this, and we checked it, and it was true. Whatever. Like they don't need to torture people. That doesn't
Yeah,
make
like
any
this
sense.
makes
Yeah,
no
and they find out
sense.
stuff that isn't true. But the thing about an interrogation is it's an escape room. You have to create the conditions to create fear in the interrogation upon the person that's being interrogated, and they have to have an escape. You have to do the good cop part to give them a way out, and that makes them want to tell you stuff. If you torture the hell out of them, then they clam up, and it doesn't work. Like interrogation and torture do not work together. It's bad. It's just bad like strategy.
Yeah, that's just not true. I think that if I were to take anybody, strap them to a chair, and then stab their leg repeatedly with a little knife until they told me their mother's name, they would tell me their mother's name. Like eventually, they're gonna do it. Like I
You
think
don't
that
have to
you guys
do
are like,
that.
you guys
You
are
wouldn't,
like
yeah, would,
one
you wouldn't have to
one
do that.
implying
You're
one implying that the government's just like malicious people who just want to torture for no fucking reason, and two, that all these fucking terrorists are like heroes that are gonna resist torture and give false information. Like it's just silly.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
military
Just look,
interrogation
it
like
might work.
that.
A lot of shit works, man, but we don't do a lot of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I'm saying we
we're
should.
going down a cartoon level though.
So
Come on
I
now.
think
Marcavius,
it's
give
my
it a
blood.
try.
Like we absolutely should.
Well, I'm still trying to follow where we're at because I feel like we were on like was like weapons of war we shouldn't use, right? And I
Then we
think
went
right
to
now we're on
torture.
torture, right? A weapon of war we
Yeah.
shouldn't use is torture.
The point was
Yeah.
like unnecessary suffering in the course of war is the general gist, I
Well,
guess.
I mean, no, it's um. So I was testing Doobie's ethics here, I guess, his limits, and I should know there's pretty much none. But so we talked about how when we were talking about like AI machines, you could have some sort of AI application, word machine, that would be so like horrifying, right? Or so lethal maybe, that it would scare people off. It would have some sort of psychological effect on the populace, on both the one that's affected by it and the one that launched it. That could cause people to cause governments to put in restrictions. Our friend Doobie thinks that you should put everything on the table when it comes to war, especially if you can intimidate a an opposing side to never starting the war or challenging an aggressor, I guess also. Um, and so I pushed him like, okay, what about chemical weapons? And he's fine with all chemical weapons. And then I said, what about using the tactic of war rape? And he's fine with that for soldiers, But of course,
So
who
yeah, as
counts
far
as
as
a soldier? And then after that,
yeah,
we went to torture. But go ahead.
yeah, as far as I know, then we already use AI in the military, right? We, as in the United States military, uses AI, and
Not
they
like
have for a
100%
while.
though, right?
Well, they don't use it to make the decision to kill. That's the one solid line that they've always drawn. And I hear a lot of websites nowadays will claim like, "Oh, this AI robot is going to make decisions when to kill," and I really don't think, at least the United States military is going to adopt that. Will foreign
There,
military adopt it? I don't fucking know,
You
but
gotta have a legal
there have
determination.
there have
Things
been
have
quite
changed
a
since I've been
few.
in, but you
Sorry,
need
go
a
ahead.
legal determination.
Yeah, there have been
well,
quite a
right,
few.
because in the past, there was issues with it, right? I don't know if anybody remembers the Patriot missile system. It basically was like a robot that would, not necessarily AI, but it was like a robot that would, if it saw a foreign signature, it would fire on it, and that caused a lot of like quote unquote friendly fire incidents and shit where they like shot down friendly military or civilian targets.
Yeah, no technicality
And
AI.
I remember
yeah,
that.
yeah. So that's when they drew the line, though, of any kind of technology, whether it be AI or not, making the decision to fire. Ultimately, the decision to fire in a combat environment, right? That's why they got dudes sitting in Arizona flying UAVs. That's why on a Seawix on a naval ship, the motherfucker will be tracking a flight of birds, but the guy's not gonna hit the fire button. You know, it might track a 737, but the guy's not gonna hit the fire button. You know what I mean?
But and that's definitely some form of AI tracking those targets. But no, I don't think we should have a non-human decide when to execute somebody like
There
ever.
have been plenty, and there's been plenty of movies and or games that people have went down this particular thought process. The most famous one that I don't know if everyone knows it or not. It's "I have no mouth, but I must scream." The entire point of that game is that there's only four humans left, and it's because it was an AI that the four superpowers of the world made such a powerful AI system that eventually they all combined and said, "Oh, humanity's shit, so we're just gonna kill it all."
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Because of AI systems. It was
No,
fully an
Tron
AI system
exists,
that
so
did it.
maybe we should never turn off computers because it made Tron and the BP out of our PCs.
I don't know,
Well,
man.
that would happen if
I want to
that
go
would
on one
be
of those
more of a thing
bikes,
if we
man.
go with the nerve link stuff, but that's a different thing entirely.
I want to go on
But
one of
that
those bikes. So like let's let it happen and then let it get banned because I want to go on one of those bikes. Kind of like the little Chicago gun law. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Oh, never.
No,
I want to
I'm
go.
interested in that. Actually, yeah. What's going on in
I won't
Chicago?
go off track too far. Well, it was Illinois. It was Illinois. It was like they had like some type of thing where like they said that you couldn't buy some certain type of shit for weapons, and then they had a Supreme Court decision or something like that, or Seventh Circuit Court decision or something like that, where they said, "Oh, this doesn't count." And so like a certain period, they called it Freedom Week. You could like buy and sell and like possess these like weapon attachments. And then they came out post facto, basically. I don't know if it's exactly post facto. Maybe there's a legal definition for that they don't fulfill. But they came out afterwards saying, oh, no, actually, Freedom Week wasn't really a thing if you received it afterwards. And now they're saying, like, oh, well, if you declare that you received it at an earlier date, then you can have it. And then everybody's like, well, everybody's just going to say that. That's weird. And.
Oh yeah.
So,
Oh,
yeah.
that's a trap if you live in Cook County. I'll tell you. So yeah, just
Okay,
like
it's kind of
I
for
don't wanna
me.
go
The only
down this
reason I brought it
rabbit
up.
hole.
Sorry,
The
not
only
just
reason.
side, but
The
I
only
just want
reason I
to
brought
say,
it up is
you
because
in
it's
Cook
like similar
County,
to
don't fall for
the
the
only.
trap. Don't register it with the state.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
trap.
for sure. But the only reason I brought it up is because like the arguments around gun laws and the arguments around fucking weapons of war being like we shouldn't use certain types of weapons of war. Like they're kind of similar because there's already restrictions, long-standing restrictions on firearms that like and on persons who can own firearms and who can't. And there's always been long-standing restrictions on weapons of war that some people sign on to and some people don't because they have their certain beliefs as nation states or whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. But like that's the whole thing. I heard somebody earlier talked about tear gas, and like we literally tear gas our own dudes in basic training. That's like one of the every civilian knows. Like when you go in the military, you're gonna go through the gas chamber in basic training, come out with snot hanging out of your nose. But we can't do it to the Taliban. This shit is crazy. Like we literally prepare our dudes to like receive tear gas and everything like that, and then we can't deploy it against the enemy. That's kind of weird. And no, we definitely have more fucked up weapons than tear gas that will maim individuals for life, and won't necessarily give them a quick death. And like fuck, man, like, and they're really famous weapons
Oh
too.
yeah, we were
So.
talking about Willie Pete on the stream too.
Well,
Well,
yeah, and then somebody else was like, so yeah, we do. We mainly use it for artillery, for smoke screens. That is mainly what we use it for. And yeah, it absolutely does hit people, and yeah, it absolutely does fuck them up.
Well,
So
with this AI thing, I don't know. Like, like with the C-Wiz thing, like certain examples, I don't know if once we scale AI up, we can keep this barrier of the AI can't make their choice to kill. Because then I think it's going to become ineffective as far as like the job it needs to be done. Like if you have one AI unit on the battlefield, yes, you can do that. What happens when you have 100 or 200? Are you telling me you want to have 200 people monitoring each individual
yeah,
machine that makes sure?
absolutely. We deploy tens upon thousands of troops. Why can't we deploy a few hundred people in fucking Arizona to fly drones?
No, well, what I'm saying is that doesn't make sense if you're only talking about 100. I'm talking about when you get to the scale of replacing your military or like implementing AI to such a large degree that you can't be there and check
no, let them
decision
let
that
them
it
do it,
makes.
man. Let them do it, man. Because here's the thing: they're gonna get to the point where they're like, dude, this is too expensive. We should go back to using dudes, and then everybody's gonna be like, no, that's why we went to fucking robots in the first place. And then they're gonna stop fighting.
What?
That's,
Why would they
well,
stop? Why would they stop fighting?
Just mark
Instead?
my words. I'm telling you, mark my words. I
it's
said
more
it.
of a
Said what I said. Okay.
What's the purpose
because
of?
eventually. Good.
Oh, I was gonna say, what's the purpose of two countries using robots to fight each other's wars? At some point, it has to the pain of war has to hit people, or else wars don't stop. I mean, what is the point of a fucking war that just like, and that's the thing, it's like robots killing robots, but eventually someone's territory is gonna get messed up. You know, it's like you're just changing the thing being used, and not not what's the system or what's happening.
And then, of course, there's funding in order to repair, replace, and all those type of bots if we actually do have that. So then you end up hurting the civilians more than you do other soldiers because you end up losing a fuck ton of money because you're constantly having to repair and send out new bots if they actually did that.
So you think it's more humane to use humans versus to use robots piloted by humans?
Well, you can use robots piloted by humans. It is technically more humane in sense of like you're not killing anyone outright, but it can really harm the entire populace of a country,
Still
because
bad. It's still war. I'm
funds.
not taking
Yeah,
that
still
away
really
from you.
bad. Yeah,
But
obviously.
Yeah, what's a
And
humane war?
Wait, so you're more concerned with?
How can Dracula get blood without sucking the blood out of humans? I mean, that's a question.
rats.
Wait,
But
you're
look,
more
man, if we only
concerned
got
with
two
the
choices
government.
here, I mean, come on, dude.
Wait, so you're more concerned with them spending money on AI than human lives dying? Like
no, that's not what I said. I
yeah,
said that human lives will no. I said that human lives will possibly be saved in the short term of like they're not getting killed on the battlefield, but in the long term, the fact that all that money is going towards new bots and new AI and all this other stuff instead of feeding your goddamn country and making sure that the people are taken care of, you end
can do
up
both
hurting
at
a
the
lot
same
more.
time.
You technically can, yes, but the funding will eventually get pushed more towards the military if we go into big enough.
have you
If we
seen
go
what
into,
our budget
I mean, like,
is
look,
for
I
the
was
U.S.
talking about
military?
I was talking about a space age hypothetical here. Look, in reality, if it was robots fighting robots, then poor countries aren't going to be able to afford robots. They're going to use dudes. They're going to suck. So that's how it's going to work. But you know,
True.
like,
Yep, that's how it
like,
goes.
but you know, like in this hypothetical, I think obviously it would be more humane if it was like two large nation state actors fighting each other to just use robots. Absolutely, I would much rather have like some fucking what was that? Where the guy was played by some kid, like it was a video game. He was like Gerard Butler or something like that. I forget.
Gamer.
It was a movie. Gamer, yeah. If it was something like that, except the guy was a robot, like Chappie or something, that would be dope.
Wait, Prime. I remember earlier you said this hypothetical, and you kind of like framed it like what you were talking about. But like, what is this application of AI that is going to be so like harmful or so like heinous that you don't want to allow it? Like, I know you said the dick bees, but then I think we kind of worked that out that you would also have a problem with it. It was like people. So like, I just don't understand like.
Well,
It's
I
what
think
it doesn't matter or what it is. Like we gave an example and replace it with whatever example you'd like. The point is like, yeah, there will be uh a point. There's going to be some war journalists that's going to capture some footage of this new weapon in action, and like it's going to, whether it be soldiers or like a civilian population that's been affected by it. Like these images are going to go around the world, and at that point, it's going to be a point where the public says that something needs to be done. We've seen this before. Exactly this. Like that's why I brought up napalm being used on those villages. So
But I've been thinking about it since you said that, and I really can't think of any application that couldn't be done with a human, and maybe the AI would just maybe do it better. So that's why, like, I've really been thinking.
I mean, like, I don't know, like it's whether you can imagine or not is like immaterial, right? Like the point is
Star
that
Trek
like there
actually already did this.
the point is that
That's
there
just,
could be some sort of application that we can't know or understand now, and at
Then how
that
can
time.
we legislate against it? Like, how can we
Because I'm not
legislate?
saying that we legislate against a future thing that we don't know about. In fact, we talked about it in the last panel. Like it's, and I just said it, right? Like there's going to be a point where after it is used, and people are already hurt, and that will have like the horrors of the nuclear warfare when we actually drop those bombs and we realize just how many people we killed, and we realize just how big the threat was. After that, we have anti-nuclear proliferation. So like that's how that works. Unfortunately, we'd rather it happen beforehand, but sometimes we don't understand the scale of the threat until after. Silent love, we can all hear you. We
Sorry.
can.
Sorry.
Sometimes we don't understand the scale of the threat until afterwards. So yeah, we can't legislate against it. Well, maybe we can. Maybe there's some sort of legislation we can try now, but it's probably going to be relatively ineffective. But we can do it again.
Legislate
Try it
against
again
like
later on.
AI taking over.
You know,
Are
there's
you
a
talking
very
about AI,
there's a very
against
particular
AI
reason
taking over,
why
right?
the
Is that what you're talking about?
No.
there's a very particular
Okay.
reason why the phrase is there's a very particular reason why the phrase is regulations are written in blood. Or it's
yeah, because it
I
happens
just
afterwards. Yeah.
I just feel like
always.
the only regulation that probably would be alluding to is the actual object and not the AI. But we're going to just
I
disagree
don't know
on
because
that.
I keep talking about the Okay, all right, I'm done. Anyway, it's 2:00
hate that-
and all right, it's 2:00. We didn't get any support, so we're gonna go to bed. But thanks to all the people who supported, the few people who did, much appreciated to all of you guys. I am going to send the Twitch audience, I guess, off to Agenda Free TV. I forget who these people are, but like I followed them at some point, so off you go there, I guess. They got 769 people talking about a dam that